Stay present, man. 3.5 hours, do this together, man. It starts with us, it ends with us.
Thank you. God bless. Thank you guys for coming.
God bless and thank you for coming.
Thank you for coming. Indeed.
Was the night before training camp.
What? Poetry. Poetry in the motion. Twas tonight. It was tonight.
Yeah, so tomorrow is the day. Tomorrow's the day the rookies show up. I think the quarterback show up, and also Max Crosby shows up.
Okay. Look, if you're gonna start with Max, it's okay. We can start with Max. We can start with Max.
Well, I was just saying that because I was really wondering if he was going to show. I mean, if he's going to be ready for camp.
For camp.
And he, he has to go in when you're injured and you rehab away from the facility. I mean, I'm sure he was rehabbing at the facility too, but you come in and you kind of do a check and make sure you're good. And I guess they got a plan for him on Friday to come out there and start getting active, and then the veterans come in, I believe, on Tuesday, and it's gonna get cracking. But he said he's gonna be ready. They got a plan for him. They're gonna gradually work him in, but he's all in. So I'm excited. I'm ready to get it going.
For the nation, while they come in, I'm gonna post a question. I want you to answer the question as well and give a good reason why. Because you can always say yes. On a scale of 1 to 10, how hyped are you for training camp and why? Just one reason. One rating, one reason.
1 to 10?
Yep.
Oh, I'm probably I'm like at about a 9. I'm looking at about a 9. And that's because this is the dawn of a new era.
Okay.
I mean, like this is kind of what we've been waiting for a long time. Like for us to turn the corner. Like we've always been mediocre because we've been trying to build from the player up instead of the franchise down. And now we're actually building from the franchise down. Now I'm excited because that's what we're actually doing. So it's a dawn of a new era.
I keep asking myself from time to time why I'm more hyped for this year than other years. Mm-hmm. And the answer I keep coming to is, for me, it's a 10. It's a 10. And the reason why is this is a different kind of hype for me, in that I do not expect a 10-win season. Last season, I actually did expect 10 wins. The reason I expected 10 wins were a couple of things. One, we knew we weren't going to rebuild because we didn't get a young quarterback, so it was going to be Gino. So we were trying to win. Two, Pete Carroll had never had a non-winning season, right? When we hired him, he took 1 year off when Seattle let him go. Before that, he was winning 10 games per season consistently. So there was good energy, good buzz to think that we would win 10 games. But keep in mind, it wasn't a rebuild because we knew it wasn't a rebuild. We didn't sign anybody. We didn't have a long-term quarterback. So my hype that last year was about a 9, maybe an 8, but for different reasons. My hype this year is in 10, 9, 10, 9.5, 9.7, put it there. The reason is the rebuild has begun. That's the actual reason. I'm not thinking we're going to win 10 games because I don't think we will. And if we do, awesome. But it's the rebuild. And thanks for coming in, Greg. What's up?
We have a better chance of winning 10 games this year than we did last year. I mean, the way I'm looking at it, I don't think we're going to win 10 games, but not even without using hindsight, I would like even with Pete Carroll, because when he said that, I didn't think he meant we were going to win 10 games. I think he was just putting his resume out there like to build credibility for himself, saying like, look, just believe in me. We're going to win them, because what he actually said is we're going to win a bunch of games. And then he was like, I haven't lost, 10,
exactly.
I have 10 wins, and then it was correlating the two, right? So I can see how that kind of got mixed up, but
I mean,
just roster wise, I think we just better roster wise this year.
Right. We are better roster wise this year, but I don't fault anyone for thinking that Pete Carroll was going to give us 10 games. I don't fault anyone for that because, again, that's what he was known for. Because when we brought him in, that's what we brought him in for, right? We didn't bring him in thinking we weren't going to win. We brought him in because, hey, Pete, if you can work your magic and get us into the playoffs, great. We're not going to give you a ton of money. We're going to let you bring in your own quarterback, and that's kind of really it because we can't really spend a ton of money because we just don't have that quarterback yet. If Gino would have taken us to the playoffs last year, guess what? We would have been talking about Gino starting the season off again. The conversation would be, does Gino have enough to take us into the playoffs? Again, that would have been the conversation. But it isn't the conversation because that fell apart, and in the wake of that came this new regime, and therefore my hype is a 10 out of 10 because this is what we've been waiting for a long time.
Yeah, what's up, Jack Kenna? What's up, brother?
Yo, what up, Jack?
So I don't know. I'm excited. I'm juiced. I mean, I think we have a better roster this year. I think we got better coaching. I think we got better quarterback play. I think we got better O-line. It remains to be seen what we have on defense, but I mean, overall, I think we're okay. I did want to play something though, real quick to open that I felt like sharing with the nation. Check this out.
I look back at that tuck rule versus Brady. I look back at that tuck rule versus Brady in 2002. What's your feelings about it this day?
They don't spell it tuck in my family. It's a different letter at the start of that rule. You know, that was the worst call in history. As you know, instant replay is supposed to overturn a call that's completely obvious. That play was ruled a fumble on the field. There's no way you overturn that rule. I got traded a couple weeks after that game. Eric Allen, who just went into the Hall of Fame, that was the last game he ever played. Steve Wisniewski, that's the last game he ever played. Now that you bring it up, it still pisses me off quite a bit.
I can hear it, Coach.
Just I thought you guys don't like that.
Just to leave zero confusion. Every time you bring it up, it still pisses us off. It ain't Tom Brady's fault. It ain't his fault. He didn't call the play. He just did his thing. He got an opportunity.
Beneficiary.
He got an opportunity and he took it. Right at that time. But look, no one had a chance. At that time, nobody knew who Tom Brady was. The refs didn't know who he was. They weren't giving him anything. It's just he had an opportunity and he took it.
Yeah, it was more about us and less about him. It was like, wait a minute, they didn't pull the rabbit out the hat. So there was like it could have been me out there quarterback, and they would have just fought it against the Raiders.
Exactly. But yeah, just so people forget, we won't. Everyone's saying whatever.
Well, was good. Flores was good, brother.
Reyes is in here. Yo, we're ready to go. I do not blame Gino. Though. I know people want to blame Gino. I know the flip you off incident. I don't blame Gino.
Hey, you're right. He did say blame him, but that's what a quarterback's supposed to say, though. And he meant it. And so I guess, I mean, if you're going to use that, I don't totally blame him either. I saw the writing on the wall when they signed Chip Kelly. That was like the worst thing they could have done. But I mean, when you're the quarterback and you say put it all on me, I mean, it's all on you though, for real. I mean, it just is. It's not fair, but it is. It just is. So at the end of the day.
Also, that's what they're supposed to say. Because guess what? Saying do not put it all on me. That sounds even worse than put it on me. And I would say, look, the man got paid. He got his money. Didn't give us what we wanted. He got his body beat up. So all is fair in love and war. We move on. I don't care. I don't care what he did to some fans and some this and some that. You know what? I did the same thing. If y'all was seeing this shit I was seeing online, I would have done the same thing.
For real though. That's what I'm saying.
Because y'all acting like the man is a human being. It's like, bro, I was reading the same thing y'all was saying online. And you know what? If you said that to my face, I'd give you the finger too. not every Raider fan would I be willing to sit next to at a game. Let's just put it that way. There are
That's real.
drunks at the stadiums, and I don't want to be there. So.
Right. No, that's true. That's true. That was my sentiment. I was like, man, I understand why you did it, because the fans aren't really understanding the heat that you're under, because you're being sabotaged by the play caller, and then you can't really say anything. No different than like Patrick Graham. Patrick Graham, he took a lot too, because we didn't find out till at the end of the season that he only got to call 6 quarters out of the whole year. Like he just kept his composure, and he just essentially just dipped up out of here. So,
dude, even
it is what it is.
Even that finger was still like a love finger. It wasn't like a complete. I mean, he was hiding it. He wasn't like it. It's just like you guys are pissing me off. I'm trying my fucking hardest out here, and we all know there was one particular YouTuber who kept pushing this. Oh, Geno, this. It's like, bro, you're more of the problem than Geno Smith is. Let's just get that straight. Anyway, let's move on from that. So no, I got nothing against Geno Smith. He came, he got paid, he got his body beat up. He didn't do what he thought he was gonna do. We move on. Boom.
Right.
So let's give a definitive to this question, this QB question, because people are still talking. Tell me, Black, in your word, one sentence. Who starts week 1? Who gets traded? And who starts season 2? Next season.
And who starts season 2?
2 seasons from now. That's the question.
So my thing is this, right? Since April 3rd, I've been saying that
QB.
Since April 3rd, I was saying that Kirk Cousins was starting. We wouldn't have brought him in if he wasn't.
He says Cousins starts week 1. Cousins starts week 1. Yeah. 2. Who gets traded? Because we can't have all 3. Who gets traded?
Well, we already know Mendoza not going nowhere. So
are you sure?
Have to be.
No, wait. You wouldn't trade Mendoza for 3 firsts next year?
For 3 first rounds next year,
dude, his stock is even bigger now. You can ask for anything, dude. We can walk up and ask for 5 first round picks, and we'll get it.
That'll be tough. I'd have to sleep on that, because my knee jerk reaction would be like, "I'm sorry, Mendoza, you ain't even played in a Raider jersey yet."
This is your question, and send it to that YouTuber. You know who we're talking about. This is your question. Would you trade Mendoza now that the stocks are even higher? Would you trade him now for 5 first round picks?
I think we all would. I think we all would. I know I would.
You would?
For 5? I would trade myself for 5. I would trade myself for 5 first round picks.
My answer is a no. I think Mendoza is for real. I think it's for real.
I think he's for real too, but 5 first round picks is really real. I can get a couple reels up in there.
Because the Bengals put it up to increase the years you can trade your first round picks to 5 years. They tried. Someone's trying. I wouldn't.
That'd be crazy.
So as I'm getting so you're gonna go with AOC's getting traded then?
Yeah, I mean, if I have to pick somebody, it's gonna be him. I mean,
okay.
It just is what it is. He's the odd man out, and plus it's his contract year, so give him an opportunity to audition for other teams and see what he can get.
Don't linger on that. That's the easy question. Don't linger on that. Get me to the next question. Question number 3. Who starts 2 seasons from now? Huh? Black, let them know. Who starts 2 seasons from now?
Well, my mind is telling me it's going to be Mendoza, but my heart is telling me it's Kirk Cousins.
Oh, which do you like more, your mind or your heart? Let's move on.
I like my heart more in this one.
Okay.
I generally don't go with the heart first, but I like my heart in this one, because I think Kirk Cousins about to come in and win like 7, 8 games. I mean, I really think he's gonna win like 8 games, but to be kosher, I'll say 7. But if he win 8 games, we should run it back. But I don't even think we might not even run it back. I don't know.
Okay, I'll answer the question.
What about you? Yeah, you answer your own question, and so you guys, you answer it too, chat.
Yeah. You got to answer it to no. Phil, what's his name already gave an answer. Frank already gave an answer. He said keep all three. That tells you what he's thinking. But
Yeah.
Frank, answer the last question. Who starts 2 seasons from now? 2027 season. Here's my answer. Who starts week 1 this season? Kirk Cousins. Who gets traded? AOC. Who starts week 1 next season? I think it is for sure Fernando Mendoza. I think it is because I do not see. I just don't see Cousins winning a playoff game, and that's the only grounds by which I think he will start 2027.
You know what, man? Well, you know what?
Cousins week 1 by next year.
Bro,
Cousins is traded. That's what I said, bro. That's what I said, Jack. That's what I said, Jack. That's exactly what I said. He gets traded because the stock is.
Who gets traded?
Cousins.
But we're not going to re-sign him just to trade him, though.
Why not? If they're offering you a third.
Because he'll just go to another team. He'll just go to another team at the beginning of the year. Oh, so or unless you're saying he starts next year, but then by trade deadline we dump him.
That's what he's saying.
That's what you're saying.
Here's another option. That's what Jack's saying. Here's another option. We do the thing that we couldn't do with Derek Carr because Derek, bent us over, and we re-signed Kirk Cousins after the end of the season. Right? We restructure his contract, pay him a little bit more, keep him, then we'll get him on the contract, and then we trade him. That's what we could do.
That'd be the business move. We would have been able to do that if McDaniels wasn't trying to leave him in the desert with no water and tied up to a cactus. Like, that's what he was trying to do to Derek Carr. So, I mean, like, he didn't even want nothing for him. He just wanted him out the building.
I'm going to blame everyone involved in that situation because I think we should have gotten something back for Derek Carr. I think we should have gotten at least a second for Derek Carr.
Ray Flores, I was pretty hyped that we had a black quarterback too. It's been a minute, but Chip Kelly don't like black quarterbacks, so there's always that. That's why I knew it wasn't going to work.
Except for Dennis Dixon, I think his very first black quarterback.
Yeah.
Someday someone's gonna say, "Why do you keep saying Dennis Dixon? Who is this Dennis Dixon dude?"
Oh, come on! He said, David said, "We don't say always, we don't say never."
We don't say always, we don't say never.
He said, and we don't say never. I mean, I'm tripping. Yeah. Let me see. Let's see what Jack Kennedy said. He said, I would say FAB, Sapp, and Moss, even in the league at their prime, will never Raiders again. Okay. Mendoza will be ready by 2027, Webb says. A lot of people are saying that we might keep all the quarterbacks.
Yeah, we might. We might. The question is, we might. I've said that before. We might.
I think we get rid of ALC by the trade deadline, though, for sure.
Here's the thing, though. If this year is about installing the playbooks, why not just keep 3 quarterbacks? There's no reason not to. I mean, Cousins starts, but he is 38. So if you can rest him during practice to where you can have AOC do those first team reps or Mendoza do those first team reps. I mean, honestly, Nation, and honest question, why not? Why not keep all 3? We're not hurting for money.
Well, the reason why is because if you keep 3 quarterbacks on a roster, that means you can't have all you got to take an old lineman off the roster, or you got to take a safety or a corner off the roster. Yeah. Like, I think we need those players more than we need AOC. Like, AOC ain't, he's not, I mean, like, he's an emergency quarterback. No, he's just an emergency quarterback.
Here's another angle, though. AOC is a competent football player. As a player, as an athlete, he's competent. But his mind is really, really good for understanding football. He can be a player coach. Again, is there any real reason we don't want somebody like AOC who can be because it's not like we're hoping Mendoza will get hurt a lot and whoever comes in should be. No, just somebody who can run an offense, who can teach an offense, and who can understand what the coach is doing. Why can't we have AOC be that? What is the actual reason?
Well, because if we look, it's like this. If it usually happens like this. If your starter get hurt, then y'all probably play all three quarterbacks. I'm talking about the Raiders. I don't know really about other teams. I just know that if our starter get hurt, we play all our quarterbacks. So the thing for me is if knock on wood, if you're with me, that if Kirk Cousins was to get hurt, just depending on when it is, that's what determines that we bring in Mendoza. Because if he gets hurt in like week
Right.
4, then I'm like, okay, cool. We can play AOC for like about 2 or 3 weeks, maybe like 4 weeks, and then trade him and then just ride with Mendoza or bring Kirk Cousins back, depending on what kind of injury it is.
Yeah. Okay. Aaron Phillips, good question. The answer that we've given is I've said no, that the most we're going to win this year is 8 games. That's about it. Thanks for welcome in. I don't think I've seen you before. So if you're new,
Yeah,
like
man, welcome.
up, give us everything you've got in chat, and we should be all good to go there. I'm not gonna lie, chat. I'm not gonna lie. I love the idea of AOC just being a forever backup for the Raiders. I don't see a reason why not. I really don't see a reason why not. I think that is a road that he would love to play. Now, the other side is there are a lot of people who think that he wants to leave because he believes he is more than the Raiders are letting him do. And by now, he's been passed up. He's been passed up by 3 coaches. So
yeah, he said it. He the one that said it. Not nobody else said it but him. He the one jumped out the window on that one.
But here's the thing: do you think he said that because somebody asked him a question and he has to give an answer, and the only answer you can give?
He ain't got to say that.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
He could have said the same things he'd been saying all the other years prior to this. Because this was the first time we even heard him say anything remotely close like this. So that's why I was like, he could have been like, man, we got a very strong quarterback room. I mean, I think the competition is going to be great. I'm looking forward to try to get a chance to start here or see how it play out. Or, he could have said anything, but he was just like, look, I'm trying to be a starter quarterback in this league, whether it's here or somewhere else. We already knew it wasn't here. So, I mean, so what else are you talking about? You can only be talking about somewhere else. It's your contract year. Audition. That's all that sounded like was like, oh yeah, well, he's auditioning from here on out. And that's what gives me reason to believe that he's going to get a lot of reps in this preseason.
Here's my response to that. If you ask me, am I better at what I do than other people that you think are my competitors? My answer is yes. Because again, why would my answer not be yes? Why should my answer be, oh, it's a very good competitive group? That's what he's going to say. He's not here to help a team just because. He's going to say, I am a starter. Not, well, we have a good quarterback competitive room. Mendoza is the future, but no.
You're the 3rd string quarterback. You don't say nothing like that.
Not in his mind, he's not.
Bro, I don't care what it is in his mind. He should know the reality is he's the 3rd string quarterback. Don't come in here. Don't sit there and say that you want to start. You didn't have to say that.
And I get that. But you know what? I'm with AOC on that. I like his mentality. That's I'm going with.
I mean, I like his mentality too. You got to have a starter mentality even when you backing up. You should prepare like you're starting that game. I get that more than just as much as anyone else. But I'm just saying, if they ask you, the reporter's job is to ask you a question to trip you up, and if you decide you want to go full truth bomb on it, then you gotta take the heat that come with it. You should have just.
And I will take that heat. If that means not playing for the Raiders, that means not playing for the Raiders. Again, I like
I feel you.
And it is precisely that attitude that's the reason why I want to keep him. He's the ultimate underdog. He is Batman. All he's got are a bunch of gadgets and tools. And when the time comes for him to pull that thing out, he's gonna pull it out. I love that attitude. So again, I'm fine to have him as a backup, and I wouldn't be mad about it if he becomes a Nick Foles and wins 1 Super Bowl because he's got 1 chance because Mendoza goes out 1 minute before the end of the Super Bowl. AOC comes in, clutches it. Guess what? I think he can do that. So I'm okay to have him on there. All right. Oh man, let's see what Chad's got for us. Got to push back on that.
AOC is no longer a starter. Backup now. Who wants ALC 12 as a starter? Crickets. That's what I'm saying. He should just look. He should just go in and just be the backup here because Mendoza's going to start next year. Kirk Cousins
Absolutely.
probably going to leave. And then
Absolutely.
he's the backup. He will be the backup, and not
Yes.
only that, it will be a good fit for him because it's not like we had to go out somewhere else to go get him. He's already in the building. He knows the culture. The
Don't reach
fans
out yet.
already love him.
Don't reach out.
So I mean, like,
don't reach out, Black. Don't reach out yet. Don't read it yet. Don't read that last statement. Don't you do it.
Don't read it. I ain't gonna read it.
I do got something. Don't read it yet. Don't read it yet.
Okay, I ain't gonna read it. Okay,
I do got something though. I hear everything you're saying about my boy AOC. I hear it, but you know what he's doing? He's got a mask on and a knife in his hands. He's just sitting there, just waiting, because he knows when it's time for him to go, he's gonna be Jason. He knows what. He's just waiting. Look, he's just going in there going, I'm the starter no matter what. I don't think he is. I think he was just saying, you know what? I did the same thing at Purdue. I waited, and when my time came, I slang it. I think that's literally what he's thinking. And I love that mentality because you know what? Mendoza, yeah, you're number one. But a good number one needs a number two that just let that number one know, yeah, you might have everything that it takes, but all I need is one chance to put my name down in legacy.
Man, look, he could have simply said, I prepare like I'm the starter, because that's what it is. Don't go in there and say, hey, I want to be a starter because I feel like I'm a starter in this league. And we like, well, where you gonna start at? Because you ain't starting here. So where did that come from? Like, I love the mentality. I'm not mad at the mentality. I'm not mad at that at all. But we got to be realistic, though. He's the third string quarterback for real.
We have to be realistic. He does not.
No, he needs to be realistic too.
No,
because that's how you end up getting hurt. Thinking outside of thinking you better than what you are, bro. You better stay within your envelope.
And I'm gonna be like, Doc, fix me up. I'm going back out there. I'm telling you, some people are dogs. That's just how we do it.
No, he's supposed to.
Yeah. Okay, Jack. Cousins is just chasing a check. Cousins is just chasing a check.
Okay. He's chasing a check. He's chasing a check and a starting position. Two things can be true at the same time. I agree with you. He's chasing a check. You should be chasing a check, but I don't think he's only chasing a check. Not being like the number 12 quarterback all time in his stats, and he's got all these wins and
you know what,
4,000 yard seasons. It's not like he's out there playing 7-on-7. He out there legitimately balling. He's a baller. That's what he is. He's a baller.
I don't think he's checking it. I don't think he's chasing a check because I don't think he needs that. But I also don't think I think he's chasing Hall of Fame. To get that Hall of Fame, he needs to win a Super Bowl. He's going to. Well, here's the thing. Here's the catch. If Kirk Cousins is able to play in a Super Bowl game and win that Super Bowl game, it's going to really help his legacy because when it comes to stats, he actually has that. He's thrown for 4,000 yards a season, 7 times?
Yeah.
He's got good stats. The only thing Kirk Cousins doesn't have is Super Bowls.
Yeah, or playoff wins.
Playoff wins.
Yeah, like he has one. But that don't necessarily get you in the Hall of Fame either. I don't think that. I think it's really much he can do to get into the Hall of Fame.
Right.
He would have to win like 2 Super Bowls, like you said, or if he could take the Raiders to the Super Bowl and win one, that should throw him in there automatically with one.
That's my point. That's the legacy that he's chasing because all he needs to do is just stumble into a Sam Darnold situation. Did you ever think that Sam Darnold would win a Super Bowl?
Well, no, but looking at him, I could see that it wasn't like out of the realm of possibility because he was in the playoffs the year before that. The only difference was that 1 year difference made a difference along with being with Kubiak is because the year before that they was on his head. The defense was on his head. He couldn't
Okay.
move. He couldn't do anything. But he was a number one pick. And he might not have been the sexiest number one pick, but he was a number one pick.
Oh, he's
So
still
I
ain't
mean,
sexy
like,
now. That boy ain't sexy
so
at all.
so so now he's sexy now. You know what I'm saying? So all he got to do is go to another Super Bowl and win another Super Bowl, and he can for sure get into the Hall of Fame.
Okay. So Cousins is your dude though. You like Cousins. So let me rephrase the question. And here's for Chad. With no excuses given, if everything falls in line, good team, good offense, good defense, good running back, good wide receivers, is Cousins a good enough quarterback to win one Super Bowl in the NFL? To stumble into a team that's just like, boom.
I'm gonna say yes. I'm gonna say yeah.
Okay.
I'm gonna say yes.
Okay.
Yeah. If I have to say yes or no, I'm gonna say yes.
Okay. All right, chat. Give us the answer.
I don't think it's likely, but
Put it
I
this
think
way.
if the stars lined up.
Let's reverse that. If Cousins was on the Rams, can he win a Super Bowl?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Stafford can. Okay. We know that Stafford can because he already did it. If Cousins gets a Rams team, can he win a Super Bowl?
Yeah.
That's the question, chat.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I would say yeah. Let me answer this one too. Let me answer this question by Ray Flores. He says,
yeah, chat is popping up.
or wait a minute. Wait, he said, yeah, he says, wait. So this is by Webb. He said, so you have no problem with AOC's attitude, but you didn't like his choice of words. Didn't like his choice of words.
Why not?
That was my issue. His choice of words.
Word to words, though.
The words. So listen. So I need to find what he said now, so I can tell you exactly the part that I don't like because it was the connotation. It was the connotation. Okay, hold on. Let me get it to you.
Drink of water. Get a water break. Don't wait for this.
It's the connotative nature in which how he said what he said. Like it's almost like a guy that's nice, right? Like you never see him argue with nobody. He's super cool, and then all of a sudden somebody be like, "Man, you know what? I saw you play fighting with such and such. I mean, like, what do you think? I mean, what was y'all doing over there?" And then you just all of a sudden out of nowhere be like, "Man, I'll beat his butt. I'll kick his." And then I'll be like, "Wait a minute, why'd you say that? Like, wait a minute, y'all was just play fighting. Like it ain't even a real thing."
Right, but the reason is he got tired of Raider Nation thinking he's just a soft guy. He's never gonna win a game in this league. He heard you talking. He was just like,
"Yeah, okay. Right."
It's like, you want me to show you the guy who came from nothing to Purdue, starting for? You want me to show you that guy? Okay, fine. And he's like, Mendoza, bring on Mendoza. We'll be friends, but hey, we're competitors first. I like Mr.
No.
He's letting you know that mustache is not just for play. He's letting you know it's for real. It's super trooper. For real. I've seen QBs worse than Cousins who are Super Bowl winners. Yes, I think Brad Johnson was worse than Cousins.
Yeah, he had a defense though. See, that's the whole thing. If you have a defense, exactly. you don't have to be that good.
Who else have a defense? Jalen Hurts, I don't think is worse than Cousins though. Nah. I think Jalen Hurts in his.
Well, I don't know.
I think it's equal to Cousins at worst. I don't think it's worse than Cousins.
I don't know. That's tough.
Trent Dilfer. He was definitely He was one of those.
Let me see.
Trent Dilfer. What team did he win it for? Trent Dilfer was the Chiefs.
No, Trent Dilfer was with the Bucks.
Also, was he also the Bucks?
Yes. Oh, hold on, wait a minute. It's already queued up for me. Hold on.
I thought Brian Johnson was Bucks. I thought Brian Johnson was Bucks with
Trent Dilfer. Trent Dilfer was with the Ravens. I'm sorry.
Yeah, Ravens. Yeah, okay, Ravens. Yes, that's what it is. And yeah, Ravens. Okay. Yeah, Baltimore. I thought so. Okay. Brian Johnson was Buccaneers. That's the team Gruden beat us with.
Yeah. Yeah. Let me see. Hold on. Let's see here. Hold on.
Oh, don't worry. Chad's waiting.
Oh, the chest.
What? While we wait, Chad, keep putting up your questions up. Can
you guys hear it?
Go ahead.
Can you hear it?
Barely.
You can barely hear it?
No.
Okay, hold on. Let me turn it up.
Yes, Brad Johnson was tempered. Okay. We're gonna
Okay,
find
here we
out
go.
why he doesn't like AOC today. We're about to find out.
Now, here's the question.
You might just want to read it. Kurt Warner was good. He's actually Hall of Fame. Jim McMahon is not Hall of Fame, right? So Kurt Warner is good because he's Hall of Fame. So if you're a GOAT, you're just a GOAT. That's not.
Can y'all hear it?
No, we can't.
You can't hear it?
I would love to because you really don't like AOC, and this is the mystery.
Wait a minute, you guys don't hear?
No.
All right, hold on. Here we go.
We're about to solve the biggest mystery.
So hold on. So here he goes. All right, here we go.
No matter who's calling plays or who's out there. Your example was that example. It's still show up.
It's breaking out.
Are examples like that that are benefits for you to understand whatever's going on, just making the most of where I am right now and whatever's going to fight me down the road. Yeah, I think that's really the whole thing is
Gannon.
If you look around, there's a lot of guys like that that's been in one situation and for whatever reason find themselves in a new spot or with a new coach and things didn't go well someplace and worked out another place. So that's really my goal is to, find my way in the league and hopefully be a long-time starter. That's what I'm working for. It's what I'm trying to do. Who knows what happened? Who knows?
I like it.
But
see,
that's the goal.
See,
I agree.
Who knows where it happened? Who knows where it'll be? Like,
I
bro.
agree.
So essentially, you just opened the door up, saying that I'm really ready to go wherever. That's what that
means. I'm telling you, my man ran up and kicked it and just drop kicked the door wide open. He knows what he's after. And he was looking right at you when he said it too. He was looking like right at you. He was like, "I'm looking at you, Black. I'm looking at you." He said, "I'm off the starting row. If you don't want to give it to me here, get me somewhere else." I said, "Yeah."
What's up, Pizzo?
All right, let's start the actual main event because we got to end at 9:30 tonight for sure. So we probably should start the main event. We're gonna do the defensive side of Gruden's breakdown to find out why Gruden loves them Raiders.
The Raiders.
Gannon is a GOAT, but Gannon did not win in the Super Bowl, so unfortunately he will not be a Hall of Famer.
Yeah, unfortunately, that would have got him in though.
That's the difference between him and Kurt Warner. That's really it.
Okay, this Raider defense has new leadership as well. It'll be Rob Leonard, former defensive line coach of the Raiders. He was retained and promoted, rightfully so. He's a hell of a coach. Who is Rob Leonard? Ask me, Jake.
Who is he?
Well, he's been with the Raiders for a few seasons as a D-line coach. He was with the Baltimore Ravens in 2022. He was an assistant D-line coach, linebacker coach.
Can we pause it real quick? Do we know who brought in Rob Leonard?
And he was with the New York Giants from 2013.
Was it McDaniels who brought in Leonard? I think it wasn't it, when he brought same time as PJ Patrick Graham?
Yeah, I don't know who he came in under.
Yeah. Okay, we can keep going. If anyone knows
I can
who
look it up.
Leonard came in other letters, I think it was Josh McDaniels who brought him in with Patrick Graham.
I'll look it up.
He also brought in the ultimate betrayer.
He was an assistant
AP
D-line coach, linebacker coach of the Dolphins for 3 years. Then he was with the New York Giants from 2013 to 18. So this is his fourth team. He's been around some great defensive minds, and it's his turn, man, to take the torch and bring this defense back.
I agree.
Rob Leonard, defensive line coach, has been promoted. They'll run a 3-4 defense, but there'll be multiple. They'll adapt. They'll have many variations of their front during a game and during this season. They've got a lot of new starters in their front, man, and we're going to get into this load as well. They brought in an edge rusher, Kwity Paye from the Colts. They brought in 2 new inside linebackers, Nakobe Dean from Philly, Quay Walker from Green Bay, brought in a new nickel corner, Teron Johnson, a lot of new players. But since 2003, 2003, only one time has the Raiders had a defense ranked higher than 18th. That's not very good. So Coach Leonard is going to have his hands full, but if anybody can do it, he can do it. You know, this defensive line has been hit with some setbacks. I mean, Christian Wilkins, big-time defensive lineman they signed from the Dolphins. Some mysterious things are happening. He's out of the building. Malcolm Kuntz, young pass rusher, has 8 sacks 2023. He has a terrible knee injury. He's on his way back. And Max Crosby, he disappeared the last 2 games last year. They shut him down. Then they traded him for 2 first-round picks. Then they got him back for something. I don't know what's going on out there with the Raider D-line. They drafted Tyree Wilson with the 6th overall pick. They sent him to New Orleans. They didn't get a lot back in return.
Pause real quick? Yeah, let's pause real quick. Yeah, it's a lot of talking.
Well, we did get Jermont McCoy because of that pick, though.
Yes, Jermont McCoy also signed his contract today.
Yes.
Yeah. I think in a little bit. Okay. Patrick Graham. Let's find out who hired Patrick Graham. It was either Josh McDaniels or the coach right before Josh McDaniels. But that was
No, he's saying that they hired Patrick Graham first. I remember they hired Patrick Graham first, and then we got McDaniels. So really, McDaniels didn't get to choose his defensive coordinator.
Is that really what happened?
That's what he's saying. I kind of remember it happening that way.
That's what happens. That's terrible.
Hey, Google.
No, that's not what happened. I think Josh McDaniels hired Patrick Graham.
Patrick Graham. Did Patrick Graham get hired underneath McDaniels? And also, did Rob Leonard? Who hired Rob Leonard? When did he get hired?
Let me explain why people are looking it up because I'm going to see if I can trust my memory here. So what was happening when Josh McDaniels was hired is when he got hired, people hated the hire. The only reason some people like the hire is because who came with him. What was his name? The GM who came with him. Because we thought McDaniels was going to be a failure. But as the offseason started progressing, Josh McDaniels started hiring some really good hires. Like, okay, Patrick Graham was a good hire. We were like, okay, that's actually a pretty good hire. And then Rob Leonard came in. We were like, Rob Leonard, okay, that's another really good hire. And then he brought in AP, and we were like, whoa, okay,
He hired both of them. Yeah, he hired Patrick Graham and Leonard.
And he brought in Antonio Pierce. And we were feeling like really good. Like, okay, this dude is actually bringing in some really good people. I think AP stabbed him in the back personally. I think AP stabbed him in the back. And I would never trust AP to go anywhere near the Raiders, but that's just me.
Yeah.
Yeah. So no, you can dislike Josh McDaniels. That's fine. But this, I will say this, and you can write this down. Josh McDaniels will get to be a head coach one more time in the NFL, and he is going to show you that actually he is a good head coach. He just got sabotaged by a team consisting of a quarterback who had his best friend and a few guys who did not like Josh McDaniels as a person. That's what I'm going to say. I think he's a good coach. I think he got sabotaged by the team. I'll put it another way. Josh McDaniels to me is more of a Raider than Devontae Adams is. I'll put it that way.
Definitely not.
Okay, that's the evidence will come out eventually. That's just me.
Definitely not, because he got rid of. Man, how you go trade for somebody to come play with Derek Carr, but then get rid of Derek Carr like that?
Okay.
That's the epitome.
No. That's not what happened. It's not what happened. He brought in Devontae Adams to play with Derek Carr, and they had one season together, right? And after that season, we realized Derek Carr isn't going to work because every coach before that realized that Derek Carr wasn't going to work.
No, it wasn't Derek Carr. Derek Carr wasn't the reason why the Raiders was losing. It wasn't Derek Carr.
But it's also he's not the reason why we lost the last 4 years.
You can't say well, we thought
either.
We didn't win games because of McDaniels was calling stupid plays.
Okay, sure. That's why. And then he went back to New England, and miraculously now he can call.
Right, because he's not a leader amongst men. He could be a coordinator. He can't be a head coach. He's proven that.
So it's not his play calling; it's because he's not a leader amongst men.
Yes, that's why.
Okay. Do you know what makes you a leader amongst men? The men you are with have to see you as a leader.
Not calling plays.
If they band together and decide that you're not a leader, they're going to treat you like you're not a leader. Devontae Adams, Derek Carr, Antonio Pierce. We can wait 20 years, but we're going to find out. And I keep telling people what happened was Devontae Adams, Derek Carr, Antonio Pierce. That's what happened with that regime. Their biggest mistake was bringing in Devontae Adams. Why? You're a brand new coach, and your biggest move is to trade away your first and second round pick of that year? That makes no sense unless Derek Carr was pushing you to bring in his best friend, convincing you that that's what you needed to win.
Oh, man. So you telling me that, see, this is why.
No.
This is why you're a leader amongst men, because how you gonna let the player dictate to you, the head coach, who you should bring in?
Okay, this is why. Because you're coming off of a really bad regime with the Denver Broncos, where everybody blamed you for doing what? Getting rid of the quarterback.
Cheating and got caught.
No, let me finish. Getting rid of the quarterback and bringing in whom? Tim Tebow, right? Remember that? He brought in Tim Tebow? Okay. The problem with that is when he got to the Raiders, Derek Carr was the leader of the team. There was no way for him to take that over. So what do you do when you go into a situation and there's already somebody who's seen as a leader? You try to give them what they need to be happy. That's why we brought, again, why would you trade your first and your second of your first season to get a wide receiver?
Because you needed a wide receiver.
Yeah,
because we tried to win from the player up and not from the top down. Like we didn't have enough defense. We just didn't have enough cohesion.
So then it wasn't just McDaniel's fault. So he wasn't just.
He just wasn't a leader. He just wasn't a leader. That's what it boils down to.
That's my.
We can't blame everybody else and not blame the head coach. Like that's crazy.
You can't. Okay. Again,
no, you can't.
What I'm saying. Because who do we get after him who was a leader of man?
Who?
AP? Was he not?
He wasn't a leader of man. No.
Guys,
no.
Go back to VODs. Go watch every YouTuber, every interviewer. What was the number one?
Just because you like him don't make him a leader amongst
men.
What
was the number one reason they all said they should hire? Because he was a leader of man. Go look it up. That was a number one.
So what? They can say that all they want. It was proven that he wasn't.
How?
Because he didn't even know. He didn't. Okay, so you can say he's a leader amongst men. Okay, fine.
I did not say that.
I'll concede that. We'll concede that.
Leader. I think Josh McDaniels is more of a leader than Antonio Pierce. I think Josh McDaniels is more of a leader of men than Antonio Pierce because Josh McDaniels has proven that he can win amongst men.
Not being a head coach. Not being a head coach.
What does being a head coach have to do with it, though? What does it have to do with it?
Because your identity of your team is based around your head coach. And if your head coach is incompetent, then your team is incompetent.
What happens if you have players who tell other players that the coach is incompetent?
So you're not a leader amongst men of the
Just
players.
answer the question. What happens if a player tells other players that our coach is not competent?
So that means he's not a leader.
What happens?
What happens is you lose. What if you're not a leader amongst men? You lose the locker room.
That's not what I asked.
You lose the locker room.
I said
it's not. Happens? You don't. Bro, you don't just because a player don't like you and start telling everybody that he don't like you. That don't mean the team turn on you. That don't mean the team turn on you.
Why would a team not turn on you if your own players are
because you're a leader amongst men?
Because they're trying to take over the team, which is exactly what they did.
Bro, you can't take over the team as no player.
They did. AP took over the team. We paid him like $6 million.
AP didn't take over the team. We just put him in there because he was the Raider fit. Okay, fine. If you got we can squash all that leader amongst men thing. Forget it. I mean, he can be the leader amongst men all he wants. He don't know how to call plays. He had a headphone on and it wasn't hooked up in that thing. He don't know how to call timeouts. He don't know when to go for it on fourth down.
Yeah, okay.
He just was a linebacker coach. He wasn't ready yet.
By the way, Josh McDaniels is already a Hall of Famer, just in case y'all don't know. Go look at his records. Not as a head coach, as a coordinator, he's already a Hall of Famer. Go look at his records. The dude knows football. And by the way, our current coach has the same demeanor as Josh McDaniels.
Hell no.
You guys think a leader of men is someone who just goes out there and is able to talk?
Hell no. They're not even close.
How are they not close? Josh McDaniels literally has better records.
You want to know why? You want to know why? What's the difference between the two of them?
Bill Belichick.
Players actually respect Clint Kubiak.
Okay. Here's the reverse.
McDaniels didn't get respect from the team.
Here's the reverse. When players respect Josh McDaniels, he wins. That's the difference.
No.
That's the difference. When you respect your coach, you win. If you decide you don't respect your coach because of the way he looks, because he didn't play the game, because he's stupid, because he's this, you're not going to win as a team. That's it. Josh McDaniels is winning Super Bowls as he's done it as a head coach. Okay,
as a coordinator.
Okay, fine. Even so, does he?
You don't even talk to half of the team.
Fine.
You don't even talk to the half of the team.
Exactly, because the half that he does know do respect him. When the half respects him, he takes them to the Super Bowl. He takes them to the Hall of Fame. You guys realize?
Did they win the Super Bowl last year?
You guys realize that Josh McDaniels and Tom Brady go hand in hand when it comes to who was winning all those Super Bowls. Dude, what we did to that man was nuts. And we don't have to argue anymore. Just in the next 5 years, when Josh McDaniels become a coach again, he's going to start telling you what actually happened. And you're going
he's never going to be a coach again.
Yes. Okay. Fine.
He's never going to be a head coach again.
Let's put a handshake bet on it, because I know why you say that, because he's not a leader of men. Okay. Wait for the next 5 years when we start understanding that what we've been calling leader of men, Antonio Pierce, is not leader of men. Just a bunch of loudmouths who don't know what they're talking about. In the next 5 years, a different type of leadership is going to come up. Somebody who has brains and knows how to play calls. Clint Kubiak is that.
He's already proven that he can't run no franchise.
Jack, trust me. If Tom Brady did not listen to the man who was getting him Super Bowls, he would not be winning Super Bowls. And Bill Belichick.
Man, don't nobody tie him up. They've tied Brady and Belichick together. And the consolation prize is
you hate Josh
McDaniels is the consolation prize.
Yeah, well, he has more Super Bowls than every coach we've ever hired. Come on, man.
No.
All right, let's get back to the video. That was a good one. I can also tell you one person who will never be associated with the Raiders again as well. That particular YouTuber that got anyways, let's keep going.
Turnover in the front that continues with the 6th overall pick just sent him to New Orleans. They didn't get a lot back in return. So there's been a lot of turnover in the front.
I didn't like that trade.
That continues in 2026.
Actually, that's positive again. We still got plenty of time. It's 9:02. Question. We got a quick question.
The Kobe Dean comes.
Were you guys happy with the Tyree Wilson trade, chat? Because I was not. I was not happy with that trade.
See why they traded him.
The what?
I can see why they traded him.
Yeah, were you happy?
It wasn't even necessarily a matter of if I liked it or not. He didn't seem like he was a scheme fit here. Now in the 3-4, I don't know. He might have played better. Matter of fact, whenever I seen him playing on Max Crosby's side, that's when he played good. So I don't know, really. I mean, I guess we'll know this year when he's playing with New Orleans how well he plays, and then we'll know what the situation really is.
No, I don't think. For me, it wouldn't matter anymore. He's gone. I thought for sure we were going to give him one more year because
what
I've said for a long time, the reason why Tyree Wilson didn't become what he was is because sadly, his primary position was taken by Max Crosby. And if you see the way that he played in college, the thing with Tyree Wilson, he didn't have a lot of football experience, and most of the ones that he had came from one side. So when you have somebody who didn't come off the game to let you practice on that side, you just don't get better. Will he get better with the Saints? I think yes, because the thing is, again, people are quick to hate people who quote unquote don't perform, but it's like, look at people's accolades and reasons why you brought them in. Tyree Wilson was brought in precisely because of his prototype. He's big, he's really fast, he's really long. We knew it was going to take him years to develop that into football because guess what? He wasn't playing football since Pop Warner. The first time Tyree Wilson was playing football, I think was the same as Kieran Crawford. So
he was the number 6. He's the number 6 pick, bro. So all that is null and void.
Why was he the number 1?
I don't care
why was he
about
the number
all
6 pick? But why was he the number 6
pick? Because whoever picked him at 6 made a mistake. Like if he's all those things you just said, that don't make 6 that you would pick a number 6 person in the draft. That's a project. That don't make sense.
Okay, let's add one more piece of the puzzle. The year before Tyree Wilson, do you remember who was drafted number 1? The edge rusher for Jacksonville. Does anybody remember him? The edge rusher for Jacksonville. The year before we drafted Tyree Wilson, do you remember the edge rusher from Jacksonville? What was the story with him? So what happened with Tyree Wilson is the year before him, that got drafted by Jacksonville had the exact same story. Didn't play a lot of football, but had the measurables. Big, fast, twitchy. Just an athletic freak who didn't know football. An alien. Yes, Jack. An alien. Okay, the reason we drafted Tyree, let me finish because this is where the NFL is going. Okay, remember the international pathway stuff? This is part of that. NFL understands that there are some people who have the measurables but don't have a lot of football experience. The experiment the NFL has been going through for the past several years is, if we bring those guys in, can we teach them football? If they're fast, if they're big, if they're strong, can we teach them the game? Not Trevor Lawrence. What's his name? Somebody remind me his name. Jacksonville Jaguars, the year before Tyree Wilson, edge. The guy who got picked before Hayden Hutchinson. Come on. Give it to me. Someone's got the answer. That guy. We drafted Tyree Wilson for number 6 because he was drafted number 1 for the exact same reasons. So that's why.
So that still was stupid, whatever the reason was.
No, it wasn't. It wasn't.
It was stupid because he didn't do nothing for us. The man got 4 sacks for us last year.
Just because he didn't
4.5 sacks.
Just because he didn't do nothing doesn't make it stupid at the time we were making the decision.
No, it's stupid to pick him at 6.
I think
we picked because anytime you pick a player at 6, he should start.
He did start.
Tyree Wilson was so that makes it even worse. So he started and didn't do nothing.
Okay.
He started and didn't do nothing. Okay. So that means he was a bust.
Okay. He was a bust.
So it was a stupid pick. So it was a stupid pick.
That's
we shouldn't have got.
He was a bust. It was
it was a stupid pick because we shouldn't have got him.
The NFL is a stupid pick.
I don't know about every single one. I'm talking about Tyree Wilson. I ain't talking about everybody else.
Yes, it is.
No, I'm talking about Tyree Wilson. I don't know about everybody else.
The reason why is because you made a declarative statement. You're saying, quote, he busted, therefore it was a stupid pick. So Jamarcus Russell was a bust because it was a stupid pick. So every single bust,
I'm not, bro.
Picks.
No. Just because you can't, everything is not inclusive like that.
Okay, what
it's not inclusive.
Not a stupid pick.
Bro, I don't know. I'm not about to go down that road. All I know is we talking about Tyree Wilson. Tyree Wilson should not have been picked 6, and he should, and we did pick him 6. And
so why should he not have been picked
for somebody that got 4 sacks?
Why should it not have been picked 6?
Because he didn't fit. He didn't fit the team.
He didn't fit.
He didn't fit the team. He didn't produce.
Okay, that's future tense. When we drafted him, what was the reason to not have drafted him?
Bro, because he didn't. Exactly. Bro, you could pick anybody and say, okay, well, it fits here. It fits here.
There was a reason.
All right, hold on. Let me finish.
Okay.
Let me finish. You can pick a player and make it make sense, but if it doesn't translate on the field, then it is not a good pick.
No,
that's all it boils down to.
The field is future tense. At the point of the draft, the reason to not have drafted Tyree Wilson is because he only had 1 good year at Texas Tech. We knew that. That's why he was a gamble. He was a gamble based on that 1 year where he produced. But in the NFL, time and time again, it's been proven that 1 year superstars at college generally don't pan out in the NFL.
Okay, well, generally it was a dumb pick because we end up getting rid of him for a 5th round pick. Our number 6 pick, we end up getting a 5th rounder for him, or a 4th rounder for him.
I don't mind people being angry at things. It's just I want to know the reason.
I'm not angry. It just don't make sense. It don't make sense that you get a guy
was there at the last pick.
That's like drafting Genty, right? And then 2 years later, we get rid of Genty for a 4th rounder or a 5th rounder. That's what that's like.
Never mind. Okay, let's move on. Here's the thing. Jack just said it. Jalen Carter was there at the same pick. Again, we could not draft Jalen Carter. Why? Because the year before that, Harry Ruggs killed somebody in a vehicle. We couldn't draft him.
Jalen Carter wasn't drafted. He didn't. It was those situations weren't the same.
Guys, we're talking about an entire city. We could not have drafted Jalen Carter. We could not. It would not have made any sense whatsoever. The entire city would have turned against the Raiders. Okay, and that's why. But speaking of which, Jalen Carter hasn't been that much better anyways. There was, but at the time, Tyree Wilson seemed like the best pick. And I promise you, if you go back and watch, a lot of Raider Nation, if not most of Raider Nation, actually thought that Tyree Wilson could be something because he looked like a good football player, sir.
Okay.
We could not get him. Because the city of Las Vegas had to deal with the fact that a Raider player killed somebody. And then you would have to explain to them why you're bringing in somebody who's been accused of killing somebody in the exact same situation. The mayor.
No, it wasn't the exact same situation.
The mayor.
One was a DUI.
The Raiders, you can't do that. You guys think football?
Either way it go. Even using hindsight, it wasn't a good pick, bro. It doesn't matter.
I'm not going to because hindsight.
And if you want to use foresight, then you can justify anybody you pick because you got to pick them for a reason. So it was a reason why they picked them. So
exactly, and
so the reason that they used was not a good reason because it didn't play out that way.
Okay,
you can't ignore what did happen.
Okay, sure. So what did happen? Did he get a lot of playing time?
Yeah, he got playing time. He just didn't produce.
Okay, how much?
And then the thing about it is they didn't know was he gonna play. He was a freak, so they was having him playing DN. They had him playing nose tackle. They had him playing all over the D line because they couldn't find a place for him. Okay. So that's not necessarily a Tyree. It's not necessarily a Tyree Wilson thing. It could have been simply his development. We could have just not developed him.
Give me a second, real quick, Jack, because I got this Jalen Carter thing. We need to put this to rest. So, Jack, let me explain this to you this way: you have a family, okay? One night, some guy drunk kills your daughter, and then a year later, a company tells you that they're going to bring somebody else who's been accused of doing the exact same thing into your
wasn't
neighborhood.
Exact same thing.
Even if it wasn't, a car was involved and somebody died. Would you be willing to have somebody in your neighborhood because you think he's going to be a good football player? The answer is no. If you think you are, I would say I don't think you've been in that kind of situation.
The year that Tyree Wilson was drafted, who was the first? Who was the first round picks that year?
Was it a quarterback?
Huh?
Was it a quarterback?
So tell me this is not first.
I think it was a quarterback. I don't remember. If it was a quarterback, it would have been. That was 4 years ago. Quarterback 4 years ago. So I'm sorry we wanted Jalen Carter. And we all did. We all wanted
Tyree Wilson the year he got drafted for the Raiders. Who were the first round picks that year?
We heard that story about Jalen Carter. We knew we couldn't draft him. We all did. We knew we couldn't draft him.
But I'm sure Jalen Carter was not the only player in that draft that we could have got. Like, let's look. Why is it doing that?
Look, hindsight is always 20/20. We should never. Again,
without even using hindsight.
If you always know what to choose, you would always choose the right choices. But you don't. That's why you make estimates and guesstimates. The reason we drafted Tyree Wilson is because he played really, really well in his final year at Texas Tech. And he was really young, really fast, really long. He fit the prototype, and we drafted him off of 1 year production, which, that does happen in the NFL. But that was not a mistake somebody made. It was based on good evidence, good scouting that showed that, hey, look, this kid has got something. If you give him good coaching, if you polish him up, he could turn into something.
But he didn't.
Okay, that's 2020 again, but he didn't. Okay, fine. 20 years
So that means, so how come that can't mean?
Okay, if 20 years ago you had dreams about becoming a $100,000 YouTuber, if 20 years from now you didn't do it, what does that mean? That you're a forever failure? Okay, no, it just means that
there's not.
You assess the situation, you made decisions, and those decisions were wrong.
No, but why can't it just be something as simple as we thought we saw something that was there that wasn't there, and we found out that it wasn't there for this team, what we thought he was going to do for this team,
right?
What we thought we saw wasn't there.
But it doesn't make it. But does that conclude that it makes it a stupid decision at the time you were making it?
It ultimately, it was a stupid decision.
Again,
you can sit there and say, like I say, you can justify any pick and say, well, we did it for good reasons. Yeah, just because you do something for good reason, don't make it a good pick.
Here's a better idea. I think when it comes to people, you should always justify the positive. And the reason is this: just because you raise a son who becomes a criminal doesn't mean you shouldn't have had him in the first place. Seriously, that's terrible.
But that's not the same. We're talking about draft picks.
Just because Tyree Wilson didn't become a Hall of Famer in 4 years doesn't mean it was.
I'm not saying he had to be a Hall of Famer.
It just means the circumstances didn't work in his favor or in our
favor.
Right,
so it wasn't a good pick. It's okay. It's okay.
No, but you don't say that with like.
It's okay.
Okay.
Why? That's the truth. The truth of it is he wasn't a good pick, and it's okay because that don't mean, like you said, it doesn't mean his whole career is damaged. He could go to New Orleans and play well.
I'm saying the truth.
I think he is.
He was a good pick, and the truth became it didn't work out.
Okay, it was a good pick, but ultimately it wasn't because he didn't pan out. We end up getting a number six. We got a number 6 person for a 4th round pick.
I'm just a more positive person. I have a more positive spin. Yeah, we know. I know.
But just because you put the positive spin on it, don't make the reality different.
I'm the good Raider. Remember?
that you are.
What? You think I have a negative spin about Tyree Wilson? You think I don't want to have lunch with Tyree Wilson? Are you kidding me? I want to go. I want to hang out with Tyree Wilson. That's just me. I ain't got nothing bad to say. It didn't work out. If it works out with the Saints, then I will say the only Raider in the past 10 years I would not have lunch with is Antonio Pierce. And Devonta Adams.
I think Tyree Wilson is going to be a good player for New Orleans because of the type of scheme that they play.
Okay, I don't know this scheme. What scheme did they play?
Well, I mean, like how aggressive their defense is. They always have defensive players like him. That he fits the prototype of what they do. Like even like Devon Diablo. Like Diablo wasn't really that good. But the thing about it is what made him good was he actually was in position. He just wasn't making tackles sometimes.
Right.
And then we didn't realize, or I didn't realize, we didn't realize how good he was until he got hurt. And then somebody else was playing his position. And we was like, well, at least Diablo will be in the spot. So then when he went to Atlanta, he showed out. Why? Because he got to a different...
Do you have family in Atlanta? No. You gotta be in Atlanta. You gotta have something. You talk about Atlanta a lot.
No, I don't. I don't like Atlanta at all.
Well, I mean, okay, huh?
I do know a lot. I do know about Atlanta.
Okay, yeah. Chad is asking questions because I'm starting to say I think you like Atlanta a lot, and it's good. Lots of good stuff comes out of Atlanta. Tyree isn't absolutely a huge man. His brain never learned anything. That is such a horrible thing to say about someone, Jack. Man, his brain never. Okay, how do you know when your brain learned something? NFL is so awesome because you need all the traits: physical, big, need skills, mental. No, that's not it. Trust me, if he's in the NFL,
answer this.
If he's in the NFL, I saw that question too. I'm going to give you a great answer for that. If a person is in the NFL, they are a lot smarter than you are in football. Trust me. That's why you are not in the NFL. And they are. Okay. Till I get in the NFL, I'm not going to presume that I belong in the NFL. And trust me, I'm getting myself in the NFL. I will be recognized. But till that happens, if someone makes it to the NFL, trust me, they will murder you in football. They know football way more than you do. Professional and YouTubers are not the same thing. I can tell you something that I know way more than a football player. I know how to make a good video way more than a football player. I know Raider history. I know Raider history than most Raider players. But I don't know football more than any of them. Even the guy who plays on the practice bench. Are we being serious? No.
There's a lot of players that didn't make the NFL that are better than players that's in the NFL. There are players that.
I don't think so.
Yeah, well, because I'll tell you.
They're playing in the Canadian Football League. They're right here.
I'll tell you. I can tell you what happens is sometimes it's because of academics. The player could be better than the other player, but since this player went to class and this one didn't,
Tyree Wilson has no brains who made it in, but there are people with brains who come on, man.
I'm using the example. Here's an example. Just the best players don't always go to the NFL. You could be a player that's better than another player, but if you're academically ineligible, then you won't make it to the NFL.
No, that makes you not better than the guy who did, because being academically available is part of being a professional football player. If you're not smart enough to get your homework in, no one's going to trust you to catch a football.
That's not true. So there's a lot of players that don't even go to class that's in the NFL. You actually think that all those NFL players that went to college have like college level education in their head? You think every one of them think that have that?
Every single player in the NFL has gone to college for at least 2 years. You do realize that's a prerequisite. You're suggesting that some of them don't actually get those grades, that they get people to fake the grades for them.
Yeah.
Again.
Yeah, what do you mean?
Why not just do the good Raider thing? If they're there, it's because somebody recognizes their talents and they push them in the right direction. Again, it doesn't have to be what they cheated, they're not good at. If you are not in the NFL because of your grades, it's because you're not a professional. Being in the NFL means being a professional, right? That's what it is. And professionalism means a lot of things, including proving that you can pass a class. Come on, right? Any undrafted player technically didn't make it to the NFL until they got signed undrafted free. Yeah, exactly. I mean, any rookie doesn't make it to the NFL till they play their first, at least their first preseason game, right? Okay. Let's get back to Gruden. So, Jack, thank you, but less on calling people.
Come on, let's go.
And stupid and.
Then from Philly, 3 years, $36 million. Quay Walker gets 3 years for $40 million. What's cool about these two guys is they're young. They both are good against the run. Mm-hmm. They're very good blitzers. And they played together on the same team at Georgia. They won the national championship together in 2021. Big reason why the Bulldogs have those rings are these two linebackers. Both guys, I think, are leaders. Both guys can wear the green dot. They're very good communicators. Should be excellent additions to this ball club. The secondary is the biggest concern to me when I watch the Raiders.
I agree.
I mean, they had a big offseason in terms of acquisitions. They drafted 4 young guys, and they signed Teron Johnson, the ex-Buffalo Bill. Hell, they even re-signed Eric Stokes to corner for a $30 million 3-year extension. So it's going to be interesting. We all know Stokes is the Raiders' most proven corner and best player. That's why they paid him. He gave up an 85 QBR last year, which led to silver and black. But who's the other corner going to be, man? Quarterbacks, they ran Blue Kelly out of Vegas, and Darian Porter, the other starting corner who does return.
That was too meta not to stop that. That was too meta. We got to stop that. So he just said quarterbacks ran Kai Blue Kelly out of town. All right, Nation. Is that what happened? Was he that bad? Did the quarterbacks just run him out of town? What happened?
No, he said the Raiders ran him out of town. I thought he said Raiders.
He said the Raiders?
We drafted Blue Kelly out of Vegas, 85 QBR last year, which led to silver and black. But who's the other corner going to be, man? Quarterbacks, they ran Blue Kelly out of Vegas.
So you're saying that
he said quarterbacks who ran him out of town.
Yeah, but that's kind of what happened, though. Caillou Blue Kelly played better than Darian Porter. I mean, but how many interceptions did Porter have, and how many did Kelly have? He had 3 interceptions. Caillou started the year, right, and he kept getting beat. So they put in Porter. He's a rookie. So they put in Porter. Porter started getting beat too. So what they do? Put Caillou back in. That's what ended up happening. And then when it was all said and done.
Was Caillou?
Yeah, he was a rookie.
Caillou was a rookie last year? Oh. Porter was definitely a rookie last year, right? And that's why I think he was getting put in like he was. But I don't think Caillou was a rookie. Yeah, I think we picked up Caillou.
Where do you play for? Hey, Google. Was Caillou Blue Kelly a rookie last year, or where did he get drafted? What year?
Kelly was drafted by the Baltimore Ravens in 5th round.
Yeah.
He 23
He got drafted by the Ravens in 2023.
Yep.
So they went to the younger guy.
Right. And because again, remember last year we had a lot of complaints about younger guys not playing, except Darian Porter was the one who played the most, though. He did play. Darian Porter did play.
And he was garbage.
Yeah, he was
which I expect.
Oh my word, he was a rookie.
Let me finish the statement.
Okay.
Which I expect because he's a rookie, but at the same time now, he's a starter now. All of a sudden, where did that leap come from?
No, we're saying he's not a starter. That's what we're saying. He's not a starter. At least that's what Gruden's saying.
He's on the depth chart right now as a starter. I get the depth. I get that the depth chart don't mean.
Okay.
So I get that the depth chart.
Go ahead.
I'm just saying, I get that the depth chart don't mean much right now, but he shouldn't even be penciled in as a starter. That's how bad he played last year. He didn't play good at all.
Okay, all right. Well, that seems a little mean considering that the entire team wasn't good.
So just because the whole team wasn't good, now that mean there wasn't levels of not good. Caillou wasn't.
No,
I mean,
no.
Carter was not. He's not even a true corner yet.
Okay, let me use your own points to help. Then you said once before. Let me see if I can. That teams will find weaknesses in your defense. Okay, Eric Stokes wasn't the weakness, right? They tried. And then they went to the obvious weakness, Caillou Blue Kelly. He got ran out of time because he wasn't good. And the only option we had there was a rookie who, compared to Caillou Blue Kelly, performed a little bit
He
better.
wasn't the.
Either way, of
He
course, he was
wasn't the
going to get
only.
beat a lot because he was the only one everybody was going to go against.
Okay, and
Yeah.
so what's the
All
point?
right.
What's the
What's the
point?
point? What's the point is he's a
The
rookie
point
for a
is
reason.
that
He got second
he
year,
played.
third.
He got ran up out of the starting position too. We just didn't get rid of him because of the contract that we still got him. We still can develop him. He still got time. It's possible he can become somebody. I just don't think he's a starter right now. But
Okay.
hey, I don't know.
Frank,
We'll see. I don't think he's a starter.
yo, Frank, someone's asking you a question. You better answer that. Who's the backup linebacker? That is such a bad conversation to have. But it's such a good one because there's a lot of backups. Jack, we have a lot of backups. You named them. And I'm going to tell you which one you're missing because you're missing one for sure. The backups that we have do depend on the formation that we put out. If it's a true 3-4 base, then the lineups then the backups would be different than the 4-3.
Man, we
But
ain't
yes,
got no backups.
we have backups there.
Man, if them backups come in, we in trouble.
Okay,
Straight up.
let me rephrase it. We have backups if you think outside the box and say there's a reason we're going from a 4-3 to a 3-4. Then you see, oh yeah, no, we have backups. I'm fine to spell it out, but I let somebody else explain it first. Yeah, no, Frank, that is false. That's false. Ah, okay. It's not a big jump after number one. We said number one's plural, so you're talking about Dean and Quay.
Yes.
Okay, fine. I'll give you that, but it's not as big of a drop off. Again, okay. Let me explain. I think the problem with the defense is people have been playing out of position. For example, I swear to Jesus, with good heart, if anyone keeps calling Malcolm Coons an edge, I'm going to tell you he's only an edge because some dummy told him to play edge at 240. Okay, we'll switch it to a 3-4 because when you switch to a 3-4, you realize that some of our smaller edge players like Malcolm Coons actually go linebacker or Will Backer or Sam Backer. You see what I'm saying? When you switch the position from a 4-3 to a 3-4, the team fits better. That makes sense? So yes, we have linebackers. We have after Quay Walker. What you're asking is, do we have proven linebackers? And the answer to that is no one is proven to their proven. So we are trying to prove linebackers.
Malcolm Coons can't cover, bro.
From a linebacker position, he doesn't need to.
Yeah.
Here's why.
So what kind of linebacker you got that can only
one that's going to blitz from the same position, putting pressure on the QB. Again, if you're thinking he doesn't know how to cover, that's fine if you can skip somebody to cover for him. Because again, in the 3-4, he's going to be coming from the standing up position, meaning more speed and more bend around the edge, right? That's what Malcolm Coons is good at, bend around the edge. If you put him in the starting position, if you start him. What happens if you move him back and make him stand up rather than going from the three tech?
But bro, he was playing DN when he got them 6 or 8 sacks or whatever that got him the job to begin with.
And he got injured because 240.
So now the injury caused him to be out of position. Although before the injury, he had 8 sacks there.
Okay. Through the process of that injury, the amount of work that his body has to go through, being 240, to go up against 325 consistently wears out your muscle, it fatigues you faster, and it leaves you more open to injuries. That's why positions do matter in the NFL. That's why teams are afraid of bringing in small players because, yeah, they get injured more often unless they are just freakish. That's what it is, right? At least it's a better explanation than we don't have any linebackers because, again, what is the actual size of linebackers in the NFL? 230, 240. That's Malcolm Koonce, right? Did Malcolm Koonce play edge in college? Where did Malcolm Koonce go to college? Can somebody find out where Malcolm Koonce went to college? Yes, because the backups are going to be Malcolm Koonce in a 3-4. Also, Kean Sloan is also going to be a rookie backup. That again, people say he's an edge, but he's not an edge. He's not an edge. He's going to be a linebacker. Buffalo. Yes. So Malcolm Koonce went to Buffalo. The reason we drafted Malcolm Koonce when he went to Buffalo is why Khalil Mack. Remember, when Khalil Mack got drafted, he was a nobody who was playing linebacker / edge in Buffalo, and people didn't know who he was till the draft. Okay, same as Mack. Exactly. The difference is Mack is much bigger than Malcolm Koonce. Much bigger. Khalil Mack is like 260. And Malcolm Koonce is much smaller. Okay. So I do think Malcolm Koonce will be good, possibly, but first he needs to not get injured. And I think from the linebacker position, he's going to be less likely to be injured. Yeah, but that's why that's the Koonce. That's why Koonce is, because he came out of Buffalo playing what my Khalil Mack was. Yeah, that's why he's in the NFL. And he's good. He's good because, again, he played with Khalil Mack. Remember, he was on the same, maybe not on the same team, but the same coaching, right? So he got all the same trainings as Khalil Mack. He's just not as big and strong as Khalil Mack.
Or good.
Because he's not as big as Khalil Mack. Everything has a reason.
We can say whatever the reason is, he ain't.
Everything has a reason. Yeah, it is.
Okay, because he's not as good, because he's not as big or strong or smart or didn't grow up in the same hood or whatever the reason is.
Okay, fine. Let's break it down. Smart. You can't prove that he's not as smart, right? There's no.
I'm just saying, whatever the reason is, it don't matter what the reason is. He just wasn't.
Okay, so it doesn't matter, right? So let's say in this coming draft, we see a 240, 243 linebacker / edge from Buffalo in next year's draft. And we think
I'm not going to think he's the next Khalil Mack.
Okay, it is your job because the team hired you to make him the next Khalil Mack. How would you do it?
No, that's dumb.
Exactly. Okay. No, hire me for that. I can do it. I got a plan. I can do it.
How you can't, bro?
I can do it.
Just because you weigh the same as somebody that was great that went to your school and you played the same position, don't mean you can get the same out of them.
I'm saying he does not weigh the same. I'm saying that was a mistake.
I'm just saying, even if he was the way the exact same, played at the same school with the same coaches, that don't mean that he's going to be the next Khalil Mack because of those measurables.
So why would it not be? What would be the difference?
The skill level. I think that's what makes the difference. The skill level.
Can he improve skill? Can you improve skill level?
It can be improved, but that don't mean he will. You know, every player can improve their skill level, but every player don't improve their skill level.
Okay, what is the differences though?
The skills. Some players just got
It can't be the skills.
Bro, everybody's not equal, bro. I mean, like, Khalil Mack right now is better than him. Khalil Mack in year whatever he in right now is better than Koonce ever will be.
Okay, here's a question. Okay, here's another question: is if you put Khalil Mack right now and Koonce right now next to each other and they both play edge, is there something that Malcolm Koonce will do better than Khalil Mack?
What? Drink water?
Are you kidding? No, he will have more speed on the edge.
So what does that mean? What does that translate to?
Let's move on. Okay.
Well, just because so wait a minute. So no, hold on. So he's faster than Khalil Mack. So what does that mean? So who do you think will have more sacks?
Okay. Who has more sacks depends on how you scheme them.
No, forget all that. Who will have more sacks? If you put Khalil Mack on one side and you put Kuntz on the other side, who's going to have more sacks?
Why would you forget play design? That's the whole point of football. You would never forget play design.
Bro, Malcolm Kuntz would never have a season like Khalil Mack, bro.
Guys, I'm the Malcolm Kuntz hater. Why are you? Oh, because you're the bad Raider. Shoot.
No, this is true.
I'm the Malcolm Kuntz hater. What I'm saying is Malcolm Kuntz could be good if he's not playing edge. If he's playing linebacker and rushing from the sand position, he could potentially be good because he would play more games. I don't think he would be as injured as often. Because you're right. He showed flashes, right? He got 8 sacks. That's he showed flash. But now, how do you translate that flash into progressive improvement? I think you play around with the positioning and the scheming.
So essentially you just go ahead and move to another position other than the position that he flashed at.
Yeah. Okay. There are many examples of this. Terrell Suggs. Big example. That's like one of the prime examples. He came out of college in one position. He moves, and the reason he moves is because, and they told us that because he told us he spoke with Ed Harris, who was a safety back then. Again, you can go look it up. Terrell Suggs said he went to Ed Harris. He said, "I want to be great in the NFL," and Ed Harris says, "Okay, fine. Come with me." And for all of their career, they worked together, they trained together, they watched film together. And one of the big things that he did was to change his position. I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe he moved from edge to linebacker.
Hey, you do know every year, like probably almost every other team, they do that. And that doesn't mean that it translates.
But it can't. I'm saying we do that with Kuntz because Black, you already said it. He's not working now an edge, right? Why would you leave him there?
No, I didn't say that. I'm saying he can't play linebacker like how you think he can play linebacker.
Okay, why? Because he can't
cover.
That's
what I'm saying.
Right, because he can't cover, right?
No, even if you use him as a designated just rusher off the edge, even if you do that, because Khalil Mack, I didn't say. I'm just saying, even if you do,
right.
Because Khalil Mack don't go in coverage that often. So even if you use him the exact same way as Khalil Mack,
don't use him as Khalil Mack. Don't use him as Khalil Mack. He's 240. Use him as a Thomas, the Seattle Seahawks linebacker, the guy that I've been talking about. You keep saying Mack. No, he's not Mack. That's my point.
Bro, I don't care who the player is. I don't care who the player is. The boy ain't got he got 4 sacks last year. So you're gonna say, well, we move him to the Sam or the Will. Well, he's gonna go up to 10 sacks then? Is that what's gonna happen?
So he got 8 in a 4-3 in the 3-tech, right? Yes, I think it can go from 8 to 10 if he plays out of the 3-tech.
Where you getting 8 from, bro? He ain't had 8 sacks in 2 years.
I'm saying.
I said 4. I said from 4 to 10.
From 4 to you can get it from 4 to 7. You can get it from 4 to 7. So one of the famous things, positions for the Ravens the year we're talking about was their 3-4 defense. That was the one with Ray Lewis, and they had Harris and Terrell Suggs. They drafted him and then made him. I believe they made him a linebacker. Yeah, this is good debate. I'm more of a mediator, not a debater. I just ask a lot of questions, and then that just kind of makes people, Let's get back to the video. Shoot, we gotta end. Okay, no, we don't. Give me a second. Let me check.
I think there's only like about 5 more minutes left on this video. Yeah, like 5 more minutes.
Okay, we do not have to end. We're good. My wife is already asleep, so we're good.
All right.
Darian Porter, the other starting corner who does return, he got beat pretty bad last year. Hence, we drafted a lot of DBs. Remember, this Raider defense was very inconsistent in 2025. They gave up almost 25.5 points a game. They were 30th in the NFL on third down percentage, 46.3%. That ain't going to fly against Justin Herbert, Bo Nix, and Pat Mahomes. We got to do better than that. They were okay against the run. They gave up 3.9 yards a carry, but it's the lack of pass rush that really doomed the Las Vegas Raiders. Max Crosby can't do it all himself. You set your whole plan to stop Crosby. Somebody else has to win in these one-on-one situations. The Raiders had a 28% pressure rate versus the pass. That's the third worst in the league. Al Davis would tell you the quarterback has to go down, and he's got to go down hard. I used to hear that a lot.
The production of this is pretty
good. These guys going to return from their injuries and be what they can be. I mean, Malcolm Kuntz, I talked about him. Can he return to that 2023 form? Max Crosby,
right?
Is he healthy? Is he ready to hum around the edge and be the force that we know he is? Nakobe Dean, he got hurt in that playoff game against the Rams 2 years ago. He had a tough offseason. He missed part of the season last year in Philly. And trade in Stukes, their second-round pick. He had a terrible injury in 2024, and he missed the start of the 2025 season. And then there's Jermod McCoy, their fourth-round pick out of Tennessee. He didn't play his senior year last year at Tennessee. So all these young guys, are they healthy? Will they stay healthy? Can they be great like we think they can? But when you look at the front four, to me, it all starts here. Yeah, that's Rob Leonard's background. That's where his strength is. The edge rushers is Max Crosby, and I think it's going to be Kwity Paye, the opening day starters. Crosby's play time is always high. His effort's high. His leadership is great. 69.5 career sacks. That's third most in Raider history already. He ain't no one-trick pony either. He's a very good edge setter, penetrator, good run defender.
No.
When it comes to pressures, man, this guy has 360 pressures and the 69.5 sacks. No one's close to Crosby when it comes to causing pressures. He's got 29 more than everybody else.
My wife is
in the league.
So we can pause a bit.
And then over here, Kwity Paye. Who the heck?
So, real quick back on the scheme. So, the thing is, the 3-4 does have that. Kuntz would be an edge in the samples. It's just a different kind of edge. It's an edge starting from the up position. So what I've been saying is, and this is why you would do that, with more speed, because it's starting from the up position and more spread out. With more speed, you'll be able to get around the tackle quicker. So because remember, the 3-4 defense becomes a 5-2, right? When you're stopping the run, if you move the Sam and the Will back as forward, that becomes a 5-2 to stop the run. So, I'm telling you, I like Kwity Paye. I think people are definitely sleeping on Kwity Paye. I think Raider Nation is sleeping on Kwity Paye.
Well, I don't know. Kwity Paye got to prove something himself because his production went down. That's why they got rid of him.
No, that's not why they got rid of him.
They did get rid of him because he stopped getting sacks, and then because he started losing playing time.
Only sacks, only because he couldn't get sacks. That's the.
I'm not. Sure, I don't know. I'm sure it's more than one reason, but primarily the primary reason is because he went from having 8 sacks to 4 sacks, and they got somebody younger in there. He was a first-round pick. Like he's not playing that.
Why did we get him then? Why are we paying?
Because we didn't have nobody else. Who else were we going to put there? Kuntz?
Okay, so
who was we going to put there? Kuntz?
So we went and bought trash because okay. No, I see.
No, we bought the best. We paid for the best of the free agents that was out there.
Here's what I say. Here's my thoughts on this. Because we got Kwity Paye. Because when we put him in our defense with Max Crosby and what he does, I think we can get him back to getting around 8 sacks. That's why we got Kwity Paye. And I think when we got him,
there was no Max Crosby. When we got him, he was supposed to replace Max Crosby.
Different side, but sure. Yeah.
He can play anywhere on the line. That's what he touts. He can play anywhere on the D line. So whether he played on one side,
Max Crosby can't. Max Crosby can only play the left side.
Max Crosby played all over the field last year.
Max Crosby only plays the left side. Max
Crosby played. He lined up.
90% of Max Crosby's lineup are on the left.
That's fine.
That's it.
That's fine. Okay. So but what does that mean? He was gone. So whether he was on the left side or whatever side, Kwity Paye was supposed to come in and be the person on the D line that was the Max Crosby. That's not to say he was supposed to produce like Max Crosby or whatever. He was supposed to be the player. Now, the thing that he does well is he sets the edge. But as far as getting to the quarterback, he doesn't get to the quarterback like he used to.
He weighs 260 pounds, dude. Come on,
bro.
Man.
Regardless of what the reason was, he was doing it at one point. He's not doing it now. That's the difference. So hence, when you become a free agent, they let you go.
You're gonna ride and die for Cousins, who did it at one point but doesn't do it now, at age of 38. But you won't ride and die for Kwity Paye?
Bro, no, because Kirk Cousins did it last year. He started 8 games. He won 5 of them.
And Kwity Paye last year was one of the best defenders on the Colts. Kwity Paye last year was what stopped.
No, he wasn't.
Kwity Paye last year was top 3 best defender for the Colts.
No, Kwity Paye started losing playing time last year.
Okay, because you're telling me we paid for stupid, and I don't think we paid for stupid. I think
I didn't say that. You're saying that. I didn't say we paid for stupid. I said we paid for.
I'm saying we paid because of the way he played last season. You're saying that it's
no, we didn't.
I'm saying that sacks isn't the only thing that we were looking at.
Bro, I said he lost his job because he stopped getting sacks.
That's not why he lost his job. No, he did not.
Okay.
First of all, he did not lose his job.
Why did Indianapolis get rid of him then?
Okay, because Indianapolis had a lot of money. They had to move around. They had to sign Alex, their wide receiver, the top wide receiver, who they were going to pay 40. I think they gave him $30 million per year. It was a decision of what was most important. Kwity Paye was not the only person of the Colts who left last year. They just couldn't sign all of them. And they're also in a rebuild situation. They don't even know what their quarterback situation, and they have to pay their quarterback too.
Bro, you take care of your edge rushers, no matter what, bro. If your edge rusher,
tell that to the Cowboys. Tell that to the Cowboys. Because Jerry Jones is like, Michael Parsons, you want him? Yeah, you can have him. No, that's not how this works. Come on, man. We know that's not how this works. We signed Kwity Paye because he's a good player, not because he's declined. That's not why you give him a contract because he's declined. No, we give him a contract because he's a good player. Okay. Anything else on Kwity Paye? Hey, you defend your man. I defend mine. Right? We had a whole.
I know Kwity Paye is garbage right now. Kwity Paye only got 30 sacks his whole career.
So is Max Crosby.
Right, I said right now, Kwity Paye he's not. He has a lot to prove this year.
Okay, how many years has he been in the NFL? 4 years.
This man only got 30. He got like 30 sacks. Bro.
Okay, and how many years? In 4 years in the NFL?
Okay,
you're telling me You're telling me he's averaging 7 to 8 sacks per year, weighing 260, and that's not good enough.
How many sacks did he have last year, bro? How many sacks did he have last year?
Stop falling.
No, I'm just asking a question. How many sacks did he have last year?
It's not about
sacks. I bet you if you look up his stats right now, he rated low in not just sacks. He rated low overall.
No, he doesn't.
Overall, PFF, he rated.
Then look it up.
I already looked it up.
Okay, give.
I literally did a breakdown of Kwity Paye already.
Okay, yeah.
Because I didn't even know who he was.
I did.
And the reason why he ended up leaving Indy is because they brought somebody else in, younger, that was producing more than him.
Who was the person they brought in?
I don't know. I don't know anything, but I'm about to find out for you right now because you seem to think that they just let their edge rusher just walk out because
we did. Didn't we trick Khalil Mack? Again, why are you thinking?
But you do the crazy things. Come on, bro. You're not being. Come on.
Why did we let go?
Why they got rid of? Why they got rid of him?
Okay, why did we let go of Robert Spillane? Because he was bad?
Because they wasn't going to pay him the money to be a
and the
tackle from behind guy.
And the Colts didn't keep Kwity Paye because they didn't want to pay him what he deserved. Come on, man. No,
what is he? How does he deserve anything when he was okay? All right, whatever.
Hell is Kwity Paye, former first-round pick out of Michigan. Had some nice years in the Colts. 30 and a half sacks in 74 games. Last year, his production was down. He had one of the worst.
Did you not just hear what he just said? Last year, his production was down.
Bro,
that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about.
90% of the NFL.
Bro, yeah, that's fine. You can say that. You can say that. You can say that. But we're talking about Kwity Paye. I'm talking about the reason why Indianapolis got rid of him is because his production went down. That's all I said.
Makes sense. That means that we bought him because his production went down. Is that why we paid for him?
No, we bought him because we didn't have no other options.
So we bought somebody
who else was we going to sign?
Went down. Okay.
No, we signed him because
I do not think John Spivak would pay $20 million per year to somebody who's because his production went down. We just need somebody there. I really don't think so.
Who else were we going to put there? Who else were we going to put there?
We'll just wait to see how he plays. We'll wait to see how he plays. Outside of
who else were we going to put there?
Keon Crawford that we drafted. We could have put anybody there. We could have not gotten anybody. I'm saying
we could have put anybody there
because he's good at what he does. And what he does isn't to get sacks. Not every edge in the NFL gets sacks.
I didn't say that.
But we Kwity Paye. That's
what I'm saying is he came into the league and he was getting 8 sacks. And then when you go from 8 sacks to 4 sacks, that's a problem.
When you go from 8 sacks to 4 sacks, literally,
that's a problem.
When you lose 4 sacks in an entire season, that's a problem.
That's a problem.
What's the problem?
Yes, that's a big problem. Because your production just went down by what, 50%?
So because you didn't get 3, you lost 4 turnovers for your entire team. That's why they didn't sign you. That doesn't make sense,
bro. I told you why. Because they had other players that was younger and they were producing as much as he was producing.
Okay.
So why would you pay him? Why would you pay him more money when you got a player that's younger that's doing the same thing that he's doing? Who's to say Kwity Paye?
What's his name? Because they couldn't be playing the same position if Kwity Paye was playing all season. Are we talking the same position?
Sorry.
Who is this person?
Kwity Paye. They just let Kwity Paye go because I don't know, because they're stupid.
Who is this person? Because Kwity Paye was a starter.
I don't know. I'm not on there. I don't know their roster. But what I do know is
in the same position.
Okay. All right. Well, they got rid of them because they're stupid. They got rid of them because they're stupid.
That is exactly what his agent told the Raiders. That's exactly what I would have told it.
We overpaid for Kwity Paye and everything. Just like we overpaying for our linebackers.
We overpaid for Kwity. Okay.
We overpaid for all of our free agents, really. Like all of our free agents, we overpaid for.
We overpaid for one player.
We overpaid for both of our linebackers.
We didn't. We did not overpay for our linebackers. How? Black. How much you think we made them top of the market? We didn't make anybody. The only person we made top of the market was Tyler Lindenbaum.
Okay.
Yeah. What are we talking about? We didn't sign anybody for anything higher than they deserved. Only Tyler Lindenbaum set the market.
Okay.
Okay, so you just don't believe in okay. All right, okay, you don't believe in the people who were signing because you think we're paying too much.
I didn't say that. No, I didn't say that.
So then why did we pay
all
too much?
All I said was we overpaid for all of our free agents. We overpaid for Tyler Lindenbaum. Let me finish. Okay. We overpaid for Tyler Lindenbaum. We definitely overpaid for Nakobe Dean.
Okay.
Because he don't even finish seasons, and we threw him the bag. We threw him the bag.
That's not how you make decisions. Sorry, I'm cutting you. That's not how you make decisions. Oh, he didn't play all season. Don't give him a okay.
Bro, I didn't say don't give him a contract. I'm saying don't give him extra money than he was.
And we didn't.
Worth.
Didn't. How could you?
All right.
How could we? How could we? Explain. How many more millions did we give him than he deserves?
Do you know what his contract is?
Yes, he has a 3-year contract. He's getting
How
paid.
much was it?
I think he's getting like $12 million per year, or maybe 15. Guys,
Hold on.
Nation,
Let's finish the video. Let's just finish the video first, and then we can get into that.
There is
Let's
actual ways to know if a team overpays for a player. It depends on if you're making that player the top paid in their position. And the only person we did that with was Linderbaum.
That's not how that, bro.
No,
you don't
overpay for a player that you don't like. That's what you think.
No, it don't even. I don't even know him to like him. All I know
how would
is
you judge if it's an overpay?
if you got an injury-prone player and you pay him like he's not injury-prone, you're overpaying for the player.
How would you pay? Okay, what's the pay for injury-prone? What's the pay for that?
The same way you pay. What's his name? Who we was just talking about? Kuntz.
Guys, I'm sorry. Let me cut him off. The NFL will not let you underpay players because you think they're injury prone.
What are you talking about? The NFL don't determine your contract. What do you mean?
They don't? Oh, they don't? So you think you think Jacoby Dean's agent is going to go for the argument of we're going to pay your player less because it's injury prone?
I didn't say pay him less. See, you keep adding stuff that I didn't say.
You didn't.
Okay. If he made $12 million last year, if he made $12 million last year, I don't mean pay him $17 million this year.
Okay, why not?
That's overpaying.
Why is that overpaying?
Because especially if he didn't even play all the games last year.
Wait.
Like so you're paying him to play the whole season.
So you're
not paying him to play 12 games.
Get paid? A player needs to play the entire season to get paid.
That's not what I said. Why are you changing what I'm saying, bro?
What are you saying?
Just listen. If you pay a player to play 17 games and you paid him $12 million.
In the NFL, you don't play players to play 17 games. You pay them to play football. Part of you paying them is they might get injured. What are we talking about here? You're telling me you do contract by saying, so how many games is your agent gonna play for us this year? Please, chat. Somebody clarify.
You don't pay a player to not play the whole season. You're anticipating that he plays the whole year. Do you not?
No, you do not.
Do you not? Do you? So you pay a starter money, although he's not going to play all the games.
How do you know he's not going to play all the games? You play them based on their skill
by his history. What do you mean?
I promise
you. The same way you pay a player more based on what their numbers were. If you have a player that comes in and he played
better numbers last year than the year before. Did Nico Biddy have better numbers last year than the year before? If you want to pay Kwity Paye less because he had worse numbers than last year, then obviously you got to pay Nico Biddy more.
Why did Indianapolis get rid of Kwity Paye
last year? Right? Nico Biddy had better numbers this year than last year, right? So he earned it. Come on, man.
Kwity Paye for Indianapolis. Why did they get rid of him?
You're asking Google why Nico Bidin got rid of a player?
No,
you're asking
I'm just asking, bro. I'm asking him why he got. What was Kwity Paye's contract last year? That's what I'm asking, bro. I can't even. I'm not even getting out my point, which is fine. Look, if that's how you feel, if that's how it goes, that's cool. That's fine. All I'm saying is this: we overpaid for both of our linebackers.
And that's false.
We overpaid. We overpaid for Kwity Paye.
Okay,
we overpaid for.
Prove it. Stop saying we do it.
If you let me finish talking, I can.
But you keep saying
you keep cutting me. You keep cutting me off.
I will.
You keep cutting me off.
I will give you 5 minutes nonstop.
I don't need 5 minutes. I just need not to be cut off when I'm talking. Period. Because I'm letting you get yours. I'm letting you get it off what you're saying, and I'm just telling you. Look, if you want to look at these guys' contracts from this year to last year, and if you can't tell, and if you don't see that the Raiders, part of the reason why we gave them more money,
I don't see it.
part of the reason why we gave him more money is because we had the money to spend. No different than just like Tyler Lynn.
That's false. You know why that's false? Because you need Spytek to tell you that. Did Spytek tell you that, or are you saying that that's what you're saying that's what you would do? Right.
Okay. You won't let me tell you won't let me tell you because as soon as I get half the phrase out, you won't let me land the plane. Because you can't tell me that we didn't give Tyler Lindenbaum extra money because we had the money. You can't tell me that.
We paid. Okay, can I answer, or do you want to finish first?
I was finished.
Okay, we paid Tyler Lindenbaum what we paid him because every team in the NFL was wanting him, meaning that his agent had what it took to demand more money because that's what happens. When a player like Tyler Lindenbaum comes out, you have to pay them more because every NFL team wants them. Guess what? Other teams wanted Kwity Paye. Other teams wanted Nakobe Dean, and other teams wanted Quay Walker. That's why we paid them what we paid them because that's what they deserved. Now, Tyler Lindenbaum got way more.
How do you determine? How do you determine that?
What do you mean?
How do you determine what they're? How do you determine what they're worth?
You determine what they're worth based on what the NFL tells you they're worth by their agents. Well, you think
so the agent walk in there and says my player is worth this amount of money, and you say based on what? And then you say based on what? And then what do you say?
Tell you based on what? And if you pay that, that means you believe that yes, the player is worth that. Kwity Paye, Nakobe Dean, Quay Walker are worth.
Why did Kwity Paye get released from Indianapolis Colts last year?
He wasn't released. His contract ran out. My God.
Who are you talking about?
Kwity Paye. He wasn't released.
You just said he was released, bro. Like, why are you arguing something that
his contract ran out?
Bro.
He wasn't released.
Okay. All right. So what did he make last year then?
He was on a rookie contract.
What did he make last year is the question.
Okay, what does an edge make in rookie because that contract is set?
No, what was his contract? You act like all these players make the same money. They don't all make the same money.
Black, listen to me. Yes, they do. For rookies, the contracts are set. Everyone in that position, unless you are like top 10, you make the same. So he made the same and Edge would make in his position with where he was drafted. His contract was set. So rookies, their contract is set for 4 years, right? And then you get a 5th-year option if they are first-round picks. Yes, he made $13 million last year. How much is he making now? Let's look at this overpay. What is this overpay we're talking about? He went from $13 million last year, and now he's getting what? NFL NJ fee. Please look that up. This is how you determine overpay, by the way. This is it. This is right here. This is how you do it. So he made $13 million last year. What are we paying him this year? And remember, he wasn't a rookie contract.
Don't. Just answer the question. Answer your own question.
From 13 to 16.
Just answer. You answer the question. What? So you tell me, what is he making now?
$16 million. He went from 13 to 16 from a rookie contract. That is not an overpay.
All right, if you say so.
No,
that's your opinion.
Say so. Same thing as
that's your opinion.
Same thing as Quay Walker.
And I'm saying I wouldn't have paid him that. I wouldn't have never signed him personally. But hey, that's just me.
I know you would. Who would you have signed then?
I don't know.
Exactly. Okay.
I would have never. If it was me, I would have did whatever it took to keep Max.
John Spytek had a plan, and his plan worked out to perfection. And if his plan is
how did it work to perfection when he came back?
Somebody a $3 million raise in the NFL from a rookie contract. God, that's a great plan. Come on, man. The current cap hit is $1 million, but the extra gets pushed to following years. Exactly. Yeah. So in the NFL, contracts are set, guys. Players don't determine what they want to get paid. The only time you do that is when the player is trying to sell the market. It's
not a number. It's a range of numbers. It's not a number. It's not a number. All these players don't get paid a number. It's a range of numbers.
Get paid a number within a very close range. That's
range, exactly. Don't try to change what I said. I said within a range.
Okay.
Don't try to minimize what I said to something else.
What is the range? What is the range?
I don't know what the range is.
The range is about $3 million. The range is about $3 million. Okay, that's what's set in the market.
I wouldn't have paid $16 million a year for
I know you wouldn't.
Quiddy Pay.
Because you would give Kirk
I wouldn't even. Matter of fact,
at the age of 38,
bro, I wouldn't even really. You know, Moose is making like 11 million, like 11 or 12. He even getting overpaid. He's even overpaid.
No. That's not.
But the reason why
Coons is overpaid, but it's because we have no choice but to overpay him. With Coons, that is the amount we have to give.
What do you mean we didn't have no choice?
Oh, okay. Yeah. Quick, guys. We didn't have a choice. So on Coons, a 1-year contract, we had to give him that exact amount. There wasn't a negotiation. So for 1-year contracts in the NFL, you don't negotiate. You have to give them the amount. So we've paid Coons the same amount for 2 years because that's the amount we have to pay him.
No, he didn't. He made less money this year than he did last year.
Yes, because he's 1 year older and he didn't really perform very well last year. But the amount we have to pay him is still set, and it's usually a range of $3 million. Okay, guys, the NFL is not the wild, wild west of contracts. There are banks behind.
I didn't say that.
Amazon.
I didn't say it. I didn't say that. I didn't say it was a wild, wild west of contracts. Don't try to change what I'm saying. Because I didn't say that.
Okay, if you overpay a player, that's that player set in the market. Yeah.
No, what I'm saying is, regardless of what the market dictates he's supposed to get, do I think that he is worth that? And what I'm saying is, that's what I'm saying.
That is an opinion, right? That is an opinion, is it not?
Yeah, it is.
Okay. Is that opinion based on what is it based on?
Performance.
Okay, so you're saying because he got 4 less sacks, he doesn't deserve $3 million more,
bro? Performance.
So you're saying
I ain't saying I ain't saying performance. The same reason why Indianapolis didn't re-sign him. Performance.
What was the performance issue?
Performance. Ask them.
What was the performance issue?
Ask them why they didn't. Ask them why they didn't re-sign him. Why would you re-sign somebody in a rookie contract? If you get a number one, if you get your first round draft pick, right, and his contract comes up and you don't re-sign him, why would you re-sign him?
Many teams do that. You don't re-sign him because he's not.
No, why? Because I ask you how many teams. Why?
Because it's not what you're looking for at the moment. Yes, you're right. It's possible the coach wants somebody who would get more sacks. And so they said you went from 8 to 4, therefore we don't want you back. But really, are you saying that's really the reason? Because you do know that every year stats actually fluctuate per player, right? In other words, are you saying that the reason we traded Max Crosby is because his performance regressed from last year?
No,
that's not why. Oh, that's the reason why Quiddy Pay.
No,
that's why they pushed Quiddy Pay out the door.
All players aren't created equal, bro. Do you know who taking Quiddy play? You know who taking Quiddy Pay's position?
A rookie.
Arden Key. So let me ask you this.
You're saying
hold on. You keep asking me these questions. Let me ask you a question.
Yes.
So do you think Quiddy Pay is better than Arden Key?
Oh, 100%.
So why would they get rid of Quiddy Pay for Arden Key then?
Okay, because Arden Key was going to be cheaper. And they needed their money to go elsewhere.
And they get the same production.
What was Arden Key's production last year?
Bro.
you
look it up. You need to look up some of your own stats. You can't just have everybody look up your stats. Look up your own stats, bro. Like you keep throwing these stats out there, and then when I look it up, then you want to sit there and say, "Well, you're asking Google that." And I'm like, bro, you keep asking all these hypotheticals or these details, and when I look up the details, it's something else. All I'm saying is, why would you get somebody in the first round? Their rookie contract comes up, you let them go for a player that's not as good, but he probably is cheaper. But the only time you really do that is because their production is similar. But let me look it up though. Let me allow me the time. I'll look it up.
No, you can chat real quick. What in
Hey,
the
Google.
first round was Kwity Paye?
Did Arden Key play for Indianapolis last year?
Sure.
Arden Keys has been bouncing around every single year, dude. I don't think that's the person you want to use to make a point, by the way.
Can you compare Arden Key's last season with Kwity Paye's?
We're talking about Arden Keys right now, by the way, the guy that we didn't re-sign, just to make our point. How do you even spell his name?
Who?
Arden Key.
Arden.
Who is, by the way, 30 years old. That's the person we're comparing Kwity Paye to. Kwity Paye is literally like 4 years or 5 years younger.
Okay. Oh.
Did he even play last year? Are you sure?
Can you compare Arden Key's stats with Kwity Paye's stats from last year?
Brother, I don't think you're. I don't think you're. Yeah, no. Arden Key's. No, that's not a good comparison, bro. Bro, Arden Keys. I don't even think he played last year, guys.
Arden Key's stats last year versus Kwity Paye's. Can you compare the two?
Let's see, 2025. Bro, he got 9 solo tackles and 4 sacks. Okay. That's it? No. Come on.
Kwity Paye only had 15 solo tackles.
Okay.
And 4 sacks.
Okay.
So that's what. So if Arden Key's contract is cheaper and you're getting 4 sacks out of both of them and somewhere the same tackles, like that tells me that Kwity Paye is not as good as we're advertising him because he's being compared to a Arden Keys.
Okay, so who am I advertising being as good as? Who did I compare him to?
I'm just talking about who the franchise compared him to. I don't know who you comparing him to. I'm just talking about Indianapolis let him go. Okay. They let him go. They was about to pay that contract, like you said, and they're gonna get somebody cheap to get the same identical, somewhere same range production. Now, does that mean they have the same floor or ceiling? No, I don't mean that because Kwity Paye can really have a good year this year.
I don't think they have.
And Arden Key is who he is.
So we hear your example, right? We hear your reasons. Here's mine. The reason
that's not my example. That was an example that was in the league.
Yeah.
I didn't come up with that example.
The reason why they didn't sign Kwity Paye is because, one, they have to figure out their contract with their quarterback. Remember, their quarterback broke a leg, and so now they got to pay him because they somehow got to figure out a way to pay him. They also have to play Alec, what's his name? Their wide receiver who broke out of nowhere. So they have to give him a huge contract. Yes, could they have kept Kwity Paye? Yeah, they could have, but that would depend on what they're trying to do. And I think their main focus is trying to bolster their offense because they may have a franchise quarterback. And what's his name? Daniel Jones. They may have a franchise quarterback in Daniel Jones. So they got to pay him a lot of money in the next year. And they're probably talking about that contract right now.
What are their contracts?
They didn't sign Kwity Paye because he will have taken 3-year contract and at least $30 million out of their books, which is what I think we paid him. The same thing with Quay Walker. He was good. He was good for the Packers. But remember, the Packers brought in Parsons last year, and they got to figure out a way to pay off these people. So In other words, they didn't really need a Quay Walker, so they let him walk. And it just so happens that because we are rebuilding our team and we needed at least, I'm not saying Kwity Paye is an A player. I'm saying Kwity Paye is a B player, right? Is a B player, right? So, but what are we, man, the man got 25 million guaranteed. That is a fantastic contract. Are we serious? 25 million guaranteed for 3 years? Are we being for real? That's a great contract.
All I know is they didn't pick up Kwity Paye's 5th-year option, which would have paid him $13 million.
Yeah, exactly.
And so the Raiders said, "Oh, yeah, we'll just give you $3 more million, though."
Okay, what? Okay, here's the question, chat.
But he should have got more money coming out of his.
If that is the case, if the coach did not sign him on his rookie contract, didn't sign him, and then we decided to give him 13 million, is it more likely that because we're stupid and we don't know what we're doing, or is it more likely that we think he can fit better with
I'm not saying that. It's the business.
Indianapolis knew that he couldn't really fit what they're doing right now. That's my point. I'm just trying to say I'm not going to start trashing the guy. This again, maybe being a good
Who trashed him? Was
And he
nobody
deserved-
trashing him?
he
All I
he
said was
deserved-
I felt like we overpaid for him.
Yeah,
That's
no,
all
he
I
deserved
said. I
every
didn't say
penny.
he was trash. Well, I don't think he's that good, but I'm not saying that he's trash.
Okay, right.
I'm just saying I'm just saying he's definitely not a top to replace Max Crosby. That's not the person I would choose. I would rather go get somebody in the draft and go get him.
We're not trying to replace Max Crosby. We're just.
Why wouldn't you try to replace your best pass rusher?
Because he didn't want to be here anymore. Right? You know what I mean? Like, okay. And by the way, again, what is this thing? Kwity Paye is a very consistent player. This consistency is what we're paying for. Yeah, 2 years he's had 4 sacks his rookie year and last year, but everything else in between is 8.5, and 6, and he's still young enough to be able to. He's only been in the league for 5 years. What I mean, again, what are we talking about? Like acting like he's some guy who's almost retired. Yeah, he got 4 last year. He got
who was saying that?
Based on your thing, you said Kirk Cousins will return to his glory. So yeah, who is more likely to return to their glory?
No, it's not no return to his glory. He already playing at a certain level. His level isn't
right.
His level isn't subpar for the playing time that he's getting. Like I'm sitting here looking at Arden Key play less games than Kwity Paye, but have essentially almost the same stats.
Here's the question.
Which I can see the reason why they would not give Kwity Paye all the money that they're going to give them if they could pay Arden Key less.
Let's chat.
He made $7 million a year.
Let's chat settle this. Do you think Kwity Paye will be able to get 8 sacks this coming season? Why or why not?
I like Spillane too, Jack. Kenna. I like Spillane.
Because I'm saying that, yeah, Kwity Paye, well, Kwity Paye is 27. He'll be 28 when the season starts in November 19.
You said Paye could be overpaid.
Rage Against the Machine. Dude, that was the band back in the days. I don't want to see slow, undisciplined guys at who's slow and undisciplined. Kwity Paye is not a linebacker, guys. Kwity Paye is definitely not a linebacker. He is 100% edge. Yeah, he will never be a linebacker. He's an edge. Like, just fine. Look at how high Kwity Paye ranks in the edge position. Let's just look at that. Because you're acting like he's bottom. He's not. He's top half.
I never said that. Where did you get that from? What did I say that gave you the idea that he's at the bottom?
You say he does. You say we overpaid him. You literally.
So how does that equate? How does that equate to he's at the bottom?
Because you say he doesn't deserve the pay that he got. Okay, compare the pay that he got.
No, I'm saying I wouldn't have paid for that production at that price that we paid. I didn't say he was at the bottom.
And I'm pretty sure Kwity Paye will just say, "I don't care about your opinion." If you told him that, right?
He don't have to care about my opinion.
Okay. But I will care.
He don't have to care. He doesn't.
But I will care.
All I'm saying is, if I have an opinion, which I do, And in my opinion is, if I had to choose, I wouldn't have paid him that kind of money. I wouldn't have. But hey,
here's the thing, though.
I would have never signed him. But hey, Swiatek saw something, and that's what he wanted to go with. Fine.
But hey,
But to act like that,
if I didn't push back against you, though, this would just be boring. It would just you telling everybody your opinion. So
no, it's fine because I'm sure I'm not the only one with an opinion. You got an opinion too. You can give your opinion.
And NJ Finn said, "I think Winnipeg can be top 12 for 3 more years," and that is exactly the contract that you give.
He's 12. Not even top 12 right now.
Okay, can somebody please look that up?
Like, when was he ever top 12? Was he ever top 12?
I don't know.
Was he ever top 12?
But I agree he can be top 12.
But my argument of overpayment is not as much with Quiddy Pay as much as it is with them linebackers that we got. Like them linebackers we pay hella money for them. But hey, I'm not tripping on that. Like we had the money to spend, we spent it. But I know if we had something comparable between they really was the only free agents out there. So that's why we spent the money that we spent. Because we had to solidify those positions. So we had to overpay. It's the business. Oh, but Frank, to sit here and act like we didn't overpay him that's wild because we did.
We did not overpay.
Just like Tyler Lindenbaum, we overpaid for him too.
I'm going to sit here and say, and not only act like it, I'm going to say it. We did not overpay because the concept of overpaying doesn't make sense. The concept of overpaying says that you personally don't like, you wouldn't pay that person that much.
It has nothing to do with me liking them.
Saying that we did not overpay. You would not have made that investment.
Now we about to split hairs now.
Oh, I split.
Okay, so we want to split hairs now.
That's the best. Yeah. I mean, if you see hair, why not split it? That's what I always say.
I know, right? It's to be split. That's what it's there for, to be split.
No, we did not overpay.
Can we all agree that we would be happy to get our money's worth out of these guys? Yeah. There you go.
You know what's so funny? When people say you overpay for somebody, it's just like, look, just because you don't know how to sell yourself doesn't mean somebody else doesn't.
Bro.
You might think
so. Don't nobody ever get overpaid now? Is that what we're saying? Is this the question? Is overpaying for a player, is that even possible now? Is it possible?
Is it what?
Is it possible that players get overpaid for?
No.
Okay.
It is never possible that a player gets overpaid for. Because overpaying implies stupidity. It's like, oh, okay.
No, it doesn't. Not for me, it doesn't.
Okay, so what does overpaying?
It doesn't imply that at all.
What does it imply for you?
It implies that one, you got a good agent. It implies that really, like you really got a really good agent.
Exactly.
And it also implies that some teams are more desperate than others. It don't mean that they're stupid.
How do you?
It just means that their need. It just means that their need is greater than the next team.
Okay, so you're saying our need at linebacker was greater than the coach, so therefore we gave him more money.
Our need was greater at DN than the Colts because the Colts had their answer.
Money. So we gave him more money.
No, so we paid a price. So we paid a price that we probably would have paid for that player.
That's not true. Okay, because his agent would have set that price. So his agent would have gone to the coach with that price. So you're saying the coach saw the price and they said, no, he's not worth that. And therefore,
why else wouldn't you take a 5th-year option on a player?
Because the Colts have to spend over $150 million on 2 players in the next year. Their quarterback.
So the first round pick. Okay.
This is contracts.
So your first round player is. So you drafted a player in the first round, but he didn't even make it through his rookie contract. But he was good though. He was good though. But even though he didn't make it through his rookie contract,
Guys,
but he was good though.
We have all the example we need. Just compare Kwity Paye's stats to Clinton Farrell's stats. Tell me who's worth what. Same situation. We let him go. Did we not? Stats.
He wasn't no good. He wasn't good. That's why we let him go.
Okay, next question. How much did Quentin Farrell get paid by the Niners when he left them?
Right. He definitely didn't make no $16 million.
Of course he didn't, because he sucked. Kwity Paye does not. That's my point.
Kwity Paye sucks, bro.
Okay. So you just said it. You said Kwity Paye sucks. You said it.
Yeah.
And I'm saying
he sucks, bro.
Okay. Good.
He sucked last year.
Well, at least everyone knows that's what you're saying.
He sucked last year.
You can't go backwards on that. And I'm telling you, he does
not. He
suck.
Sucked last year. That's why he didn't get a fifth-year option.
He did not suck last year. I don't know what you mean. He sucked last year.
His production went down last year.
Yeah, his production went down. Is that
significantly?
Max Crosby's production went
down. No, significantly.
Max Crosby's production went down significantly.
No, it didn't, bro.
Max Crosby's
numbers didn't go down significantly from the year before. Its numbers went up from the year before.
And let's just kill this argument. Max Crosby
and Kwity Paye and Max Crosby ain't even the same player, bro.
Of course not. Yeah, of course not. That's why we traded Max Crosby, because he had a bum leg.
Yeah, all right.
Guys, let's go.
And even with his fifth-year option, he would have only got paid $13 million.
Yep. Yeah.
So they didn't even feel like he was worth $13 million.
That's not why you don't do the fifth-year option.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did we finish that? Let's finish.
Yo, 805.
What up, 805?
Again,
look, there we go. Here we go. This is what I was trying to avoid looking up. He was ranked 86 out of 115 DNs, and so what does that make him? Where does that put Kwity Paye?
Yeah, you answer your own question. What does that put?
No, I'm just saying, in your opinion, if you had 115 DNs and the one that you decided that you was going to throw $16 million at was number 86, you're telling me that he's in the middle tier?
Brother.
He's not even a middle tier DN.
Just look at the person on top of him and below him and figure out what they got paid. And that will give you your answer. The person above Kwity Paye and the person below Kwity Paye, what are they getting paid? It's easy, just right.
Okay.
That's it. If it's not about Kwity Paye, and it's about overpay, the person in front of him, the person behind him, in rating that you're looking at it right now. So he was 85. The number 84 and 86. Who are they? First of all, we'll be able to tell what they're getting paid if we know who they are.
He said we're gonna call this segment overpay. All right, but that's a good question. Hold on. Let me see who those players were. Hold on, Jack. Ken, I'm about to send the link. Hey, Google. Who was the number 84th and the number 87th ranked PFF DN last year?
Talk about trash. PFF is trash.
Now PFF is trash.
Brother, PFF is still trash. They can't even stay together as a company. What are we talking about?
Oh, great. Arden Key was right underneath him. Oh, wow.
And how much is Arden Key?
So that even explains even more why they got rid of him.
Okay, how much
is Arden Key? They got rid of a player.
How much are they paying Arden Key?
So they play. What? Arden Key got paid what?
How much are they paying him this year? What was his contract? Arden Key's bro,
Hey
his
Google,
contract
how
is
much did
valued at
Arden
11
Key get
million.
paid this year?
His contract is valued at 11 million.
2 years, 16 million. 2 years, 16 million, bro.
Yeah. How much guaranteed for 1 year? 11 million.
11 million guaranteed,
Yeah,
bro.
8.5 carrying a cap hit. Dude,
So
what are we talking about? I keep telling you guys, NFL contracts are not
Quiddy pay contract is,
they're pretty set. NFL contracts are not dubious. If you want to know
bro,
what a player is
Quiddy pay
worth,
contract is way more than this, bro. How much is Quiddy pay guaranteed?
Quiddy pays 3 years younger, so he has a 3-year contract because remember, he's coming from a rookie. Again, because he's coming from a rookie, he has to get a contract. So we give him a 3-year contract. The actual guarantee isn't.
He didn't have to get 3 years, bro.
Yes, he does.
We gave him 3 years.
Again, in the NFL, it is not the Wild Wild West. People have to get paid.
Bro, you don't have to give him 3-year contract, bro. He could have got a 1-year contract. It don't matter. Like the thing is, so how much is Quiddy pay?
Can you give a rookie
how much
a
is
1-year contract?
How much is Quiddy pay contract?
Guys, I know you all know Raider football. I know Raider football too, but I also know football.
So you telling me? Wait, so hold on. Listen to this, bro. So you're telling me
I'm
that
not telling you anything.
the number 87th person got 11 million guaranteed
I'm not telling you nothing.
for 2 years, but you rather pay the person one step higher than him $32 million for 3 years. That's what you're telling me?
Because it's 3 years younger. Duh, of course I would do that. Who wouldn't do that?
But the production, who cares about his age if the production is the same?
What are you talking about? What was Arden Key's production 5 years ago?
Bro, we just said that you just sat here and asked me to look up the person below him and the person above him.
Yes. I would pay Quiddy pay $3 million more than Arden Keys because he's
it's way more than $3 million more, bro. He getting way more than $3 million more.
We didn't, bro. We gave him a 3-year contract, but it's only 2-year guaranteed. The 3rd year is always going to be an option. Bro. When a rookie is coming off of the rookie contract,
32 of it is guaranteed, bro. 32 million. That's way too much.
I was like,
way too much.
32 of what? Of what? Of
we could have got Arden Key for 16.
Why the hell
guaranteed?
We want Arden Keys for 16? We'd had him already.
Because they're the same player.
Because they're the same player.
What do you mean? One was ranked 86 and one was ranked 87.
One is
called
Quiddy pay. One is 30 years
We're talking about a player that's ranked in the bottom half of DNs.
Okay, no more. Again, NFL contracts are not the Wild Wild West. They're structured. If you want to know if a player is worth something, what is the guy?
What's structured, bro? What's the structure? What structure jumps from the number 87th person to the number 86th person, but they got twice the guaranteed amount?
I'll tell you. The structure of we don't care what his last year's stats was. We care about his entire overall stats so far. If he got 8 sacks 2 years back to back, we believe that we can get him back to 8 sacks. So you're saying, well, pay him according to last year because, of course, the NFL is what have you done for me lately? For rookies, that's not how that works. For rookies, you actually have to consider their entire play time.
I wouldn't pay him twice as much as the guy under him. I know I wouldn't do that.
We're not paying him twice as much.
I wouldn't pay him twice as much as the dude right under him. I wouldn't do that.
I know you wouldn't. We're not talking about what you.
That don't even make sense.
Why does that not make sense?
Why would you pay the number 86? You can see if we was talking about the number 15th or number 20th ranked player. We're talking about the number 86th. 86.
Okay, here's another question. This is not even a question. If somebody's paying someone 16 million, and you're saying they're not worth that, why are they paying that? Does it not make sense to say, let me think outside the box? Why would you pay 16 million for somebody that I don't think deserves 16 million? What makes you think that you are the correct person in that situation and the person who's paying the 60 million is not? Yeah. That's what doesn't make sense.
Well, why are we doing a podcast about the Raiders when neither one of us work for them, man? Why are we doing a podcast for them?
I want to work for the Raiders. I want them to hire me right now. I want them to hire me for their video division. I should let you know. I'm trying to be Hall of Fame for the Raiders.
It's Jack Kenner.
Hey, Lou brothers. Good to see both of you guys. Black. Raiders.
What's up, bro? What's
up?
Oh, I don't like random people coming in. Okay, talk.
He's not a random.
To me, he is. I've never met him.
Well, he's only in your chat all the time now.
Okay. All right, Go ahead.
I apologize. I don't want to interrupt your talk. So keep going.
Man. No, go ahead. Say what you gotta say. It's no different than having a call-in show, which we're supposed to have people call in anyway. It's no different. So
yeah, no.
Me and Good Raiders don't really know each other, so this is all kind of new. So, Good Raiders, you read a bunch of my stuff off, earlier tonight. So I thank you for that. Right. I want you to have your time. So get your time in, and I'll chime in afterwards.
No, go ahead. I've talked enough about it. Go ahead. Well, I just want to know, would you pay the number 86th player twice as much than you would play the number 87th player?
That's not a question.
I'm talking about guaranteed money. Where'd you go? I just want to know if you would pay. I just want to know who would do that.
Oh, well, Good Raider. I hope I didn't. I liked what your chat was. I agree with a lot of what you said. And you and Black. It's like I think Kwity Paye is he's not a great edge rusher, in the way of rushing on the edge. But I feel like he's really good against the run, kind of more like a Max Crosby. So That's great. I think that's a great thing to have, which we have not had in any of the edge rushers that we've had. So that's an improvement. So I think what 2 years ago he had 8 sacks. So
here's a better question though. With what you just said, we'll pay Max how much? 16, 13, 30 million?
30 Max is 36 million, but for Max that's cheap.
And we're overpaying for Kwity Paye, who's getting 16.
No, I don't feel like we're overpaying for Kwity Paye.
Why? Because
I really don't, because I feel like the Raiders paid Kwity Paye when we thought we're trading Max to Baltimore for 2 first-round draft picks. So
exactly, yeah.
So we brought him in there to to be a good run stopper and have potential on rushing the passer. So I'm not going to argue that. I think I agree with it. 100%.
I do too. Exactly. And the point that I'm making is, based on what we just said, nothing here suggests overpay at all, because that's the point. We overpaid. It's well, how can you overpay? The going rate for top edge is 30 million. Kwity Paye 60 million. That's literally within his range for his stats.
I agree with that. I do agree with that. It's there was a big argument, you guys going on tonight. It's the guys I look at more is more like Mountain Koontz. It's can he bounce back after year 2 after his knee surgery?
No. My answer is no.
I'm hoping, you know what I mean? As we're all being Raiders fans, we're hoping, right? We're hoping.
No, I'm not. I don't think he's going to be good at the edge position. I think
I'm personally, I'm not a big person, a believer in Crawford in our 3rd round pick. So it's
oh, why not?
Why not? Because I just don't. Don't. It's it's not my gut.
It's just
it's as Raider fans, you gotta, you have certain players that feel in your gut, man, I feel like this kid can really do it, and it's not. When I heard that draft pick, my heart sank.
Yeah. When you hear what?
So everyone's different.
Crawford?
Well, yeah, Crawford, 3rd round.
Really?
Yeah, I just don't feel it. The guy's really light. He's more of like, maybe it works better for a 3-4 than our 4-3 for several years.
So here's what I think. He's gonna put on weight. That's why we drafted him. He's only 22 years old. I've already said between their first and third year, a lot of NFL players gain weight. Pretty much every NFL player gains weight between their first year and third year. By the third year, Keon Crawford is going to be around 260. Unless they want to move him to linebacker and skin him and make him skinnier, but I don't think that's a game plan. For example, Max Crosby in his first year with the Raiders, go look it up. He said it himself. Went up to 270 pounds in his first year. And
Max is 270. He's what 255, 254 right now.
Yeah, and Keon Crawford is already 250, 253.
Hey, Weber,
and he's only 22 years old.
Yeah, I just don't know. It's like I did ask a question. It's like I know you guys are like battling on defensive ends, and I'm hoping for the best. I think this is going to be one of the better, run defensive teams that we've had in so many years.
Yes.
Since watching from the 70s. So
that's it. Okay, here's the question, Raider Nation. Why do we think they will be good against the run?
Well, I do think Kwity Paye is a good run defensive end. I don't he's not a guy like I feel like, man, he's getting a ton of sacks.
Guys,
I'm not looking for that. I'm looking for, like, again, I feel like the nation, what we need as a team is like you stop the run and then you put them in the third down, second and long type of team, like and then let our defensive backs. I think that's why we drafted 4 of them.
Here's what's crazy about this conversation right now. Look at the Seahawks defense last year. Look at their sacks. The top sack was 7. 3 of them got 7. All of them are getting paid way more than Kwity Paye. Again, what are we talking about? Look at our coach, Clint Kubiak. How does he do football? He runs and runs and runs, right? If you can't stop the run, guess what? It doesn't matter. Why are we willing to trade Max Crosby? Because if you can't stop the run, it doesn't matter.
Well, I don't believe we want to trade Max Crosby because we can't stop the run, because Max Crosby is probably one of the best run defensive ends in the entire league.
He's good at running the ball, but he's not.
I think he's really good.
He's not one of the best.
But when Baltimore's going to offer 2 first-round picks, and like the number 14th overall was that
right?
Is it Dunway from Penn State?
They got Leon, right? They picked up Leon, the guard, didn't they? With that pick, you muted Black.
But I mean that Dunway was from Penn State, was probably the number 14th pick overall. I don't remember now. It's like when he got drafted, but man, he was like on the top on the board, like looking at it. And then whoever you can get, with the second first-round pick is whatever you're going to get. And then that made kind of sense, to coming in for like a Mendoza and this offensive line and Kubiak. It's like that made a lot of sense to me. But I do have a question for you guys. And the chat, please hop in and also respond to this question. It's like we look at like what was been done this season, and then it's like you guys brought up linebackers and Clay Walker, and I personally I'm a huge big Spillane fan. I love Spillane, and then we brought in Clay Walker. And we look at what the contract is with Spillane, like what it was 3 years, $11 million per, with bonus it's like $37 million, and we pay Clay Walker more, but I think Spillane had more to offer. I'm just kind of curious what you guys think of this. Am I just in the wrong with this? But
what is the question specifically?
So the question is like why not re-sign Spillane? Versus
that's a good question.
Versus like signing Clay Walker to this this huge contract. It's like
Right.
I feel like we got Spillane would have been cheaper if we would have done it at the time.
Fine. Here's my simple answer, and Black can give his. My simple answer is when Pete Carroll came in, John Spytek wasn't interested in spending a lot of money because we didn't have a quarterback. There was no rebuild to start. We could have re-signed Spillane, but that means at least a 3-year contract. And then what? We didn't have a quarterback. And we've all known that was the number one thing. So I believe when Pete Carroll came in, he came in with it knowing that he wasn't going to get a ton of money towards free agency. That's why he only really signed Geno Smith, was the only one who really got a contract. And Geno Smith's contract was really, really a 1-year contract if you break it down. And we've done that.
I agree with that.
And everybody else got 1-year contracts because we didn't have a QB. That wasn't the rebuild. That was just, can we win doing the Pete's way? Pete, can you redeem yourself, give yourself one more punch, and let Seattle know that they made the bad decision letting you go? That's what that was.
Yeah. So good Raiders. So the one thing, at that time, I'm going back in time, fellas. So everyone's watching the show. I'm going back in time. When, when we got Spytek, he says, I don't let good players walk out of the building. I took that really to heart, and they signed Max Crosby.
I did.
Well, I did. I took it to heart.
I heard that, and I thought that means nothing. What are you saying?
Yeah, but I mean, for me, it meant a lot. So it's like, I'm like, man, we signed Max to that, which is a great deal, $36 million a year, cheapest contract. I'm like, man, it's like what the fifth cheapest edge rusher in the league.
That's it's more like 7.
Oh, thank you, Black.
He's less than the average. The league.
No, he's not. No, he's not.
Bro,
when Max we signed Max,
let me finish,
we made
man.
him top paid in the league.
Bro, he was top paid.
It was the highest.
No, let me finish, man. Hold on. He was top paid for like 15 minutes.
Yes,
if you take the
top,
let me finish. I've been patient and letting people talk. I'm just saying, if you take the top 10 edge rushers, Max Crosby make less than the middle person in that, the number 5 person.
No, he didn't.
Bro, I literally did. Okay, let's look it up because you're saying that based on how you feel. I looked it up, but no, let's look it up.
Well, we
already looked it up.
Please look it up.
We've already looked it up.
What was Max Crosby's last contract? Please
look
look
$36 million a year, and it's like you got the guy from Cleveland that got traded to the Rams. He's making 40, but he's not even the highest paid defensive end.
You mean the best edge in the entire NFL? That guy who went to Rams? That guy?
He doesn't make the most. No, he don't.
Comparison?
No, he's second most.
Yeah, because I think Michael Parsons makes the most.
No.
It's Will Johnson.
No. I think Parsons number 3.
Will Johnson just got a new contract. Look up Will Johnson Jr.
Just look up, and just Google it. Someone please just Google it. It's like, and that's why I said I loved about Spytek when he first came over. It's like he got Max Crosby in that contract. For 2 years, pretty much it's a 2-year contract. Okay. Because no guaranteed money, and he's going to want more of a guaranteed money when it's over with.
We're going to have to do his contract after this season.
Yeah, no, it's not after this season. It's 2 years.
We're going to have to redo Max contract after this season.
No, we don't. It's 2 years.
Okay. How many years has it been on this contract?
Oh, my God.
This is going to be the second year?
Contract is locked in for next year already, bro.
Okay, are we going to have to redo his contract after this coming season? The
answer is yes. No, we don't.
Get money after this season.
Well, because Max ain't going to want to play for no guarantee.
Exactly.
Bro, once y'all look it up instead of just saying it.
My wife is telling me to. But no, we have to redo Max contract after this year. Yeah.
Max, no, we don't.
Okay, fine. We don't. Just when the season comes and Max says, I don't want to play with 0 guaranteed money, we either have to trade him or we have to re-sign him. Right? Okay.
Hey, Google. After this season, does Max run out of guaranteed money?
No, after next year.
Right. It's
Well,
not this coming
wait.
season.
You
It's the
might
year after
be
that.
right because his contract was last year, so and this year. So Black, you might be right, bro. He might be out of guaranteed money.
Okay, here we go. Does Max
Oh, so
Crosby run out of guaranteed?
wait.
Does
So
Max Crosby run
805,
out?
my boy I trust, just said 2028, he will have to address his guaranteed money.
That's not next year.
I've
That's the
met my
year
boy,
after, like I said.
805 a couple times in Bakersfield. I trust what he says.
Oh, but I just said the exact same thing though.
Okay, well then I agree with you, bro. I agree with you.
I
thought it
just
was
said
like
the exact same thing. And
I thought it was
then also
last
no,
year
but I
and this year.
understand why you trust him. I understand. I'm not saying that you should have trust me. I'm just saying now at least give me some level of trust. If
Dude, I
I'm
love you, bro.
if that's what's being said, and I'm like, no, after this season right here, he's already locked in until next season. He don't have to address his guaranteed money to the 28 season. Now I'm about to get, and I was just about to read it off right here about exactly what his contract says. Now I can also go on and read about how he's his top 10. So let's look that up. Hey Google,
I don't even care,
what is
honestly.
the top 10? What is the top 10 edge rushers salaries, and where does Max Crosby fit there?
Fourth or fifth, I'm guessing. Just guessing.
Let's see. Let's see. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Oh, wait. Okay, so here we go. Number one is Will Anderson, $50 million. Michael Parson is 2. Aiden Hutchinson is 3. TJ Watt is 4. Daniil Hunter is 5. Miles Garrett is 6. And like I said, 7th is Max Crosby. He makes less than the average. The average is 5 out of the top 10. He makes $35 million per year. And the average out of all these numbers, I think is like 39 million. I mean, out of all the top 10, the average is 39 million. And even if it's like 36, he's still making less than half than the average of the top 10 edge rushers.
Well, then I will say this. Doesn't that make Spytech look like a great GM? What he did?
Well, yes. 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 Yes, absolutely. So that's why when people say, hey, well, he was the highest paid, I was like, yeah, for 15 minutes.
Yeah, 15 seconds, like Derek Carr. When he got signed to that quarterback contract and everyone passed him up.
Exactly.
So great contract.
Yes. And Max is taking all the money either.
He's not taking all the money. That's the thing that's crazy. He's not, because everyone else is paying way more for the defensive ends. And you can put, again, the argument all tonight was guys like Kuntz and Quinny Pay. I would take Quinny Pay over Malcolm Kuntz right now, just because he's a better run stuffer. No reason more than that. And there's a potential they can be similar in sacks, but I'd take a better run stuffer and stop the run and put the offense in more third down positions to where you have to throw the ball. And I think that's where Spytech is a genius. Man, he spent 4 picks on the secondary?
Well,
two corners, two safeties. So you put all those picks in that back room out of our 11 picks. So I'm like, man, that is great, because our DB room sucked fucking ass last year.
So you telling me, okay, you would give Quiddy Pay the money, but would you give him $32 million guaranteed?
No. But I think it's like, again, Black, this is the way I kind of see it. It's a premium position, right? And, I think Quinny Pay has potential. Maybe this is where you and I differ on this, bro. I feel like he's got some potential, and he said he got used the wrong way. It's kind of like Clay Walker said the same thing. I was used the wrong way. And maybe, Robbie Leonard, which I do have a lot of trust in, and I feel like, he could probably do a great job at this position, but at the same time, this is a growing team. And I'm not saying the Raiders are a playoff or a Super Bowl team or anything like that. I'm just saying it's grown. It's a growing year. So it's like, yeah, maybe it fits. You know what I mean? We don't know, right? We don't know as Raider fans what the hell this team's going to do. It's like, it's what makes it so exciting at the same time, so difficult as a whole. And, after year one, I guarantee you, me, and Good Raider, and everyone else that's in this chat is going to know, like, is it working? Is it not working?
I can tell you right now that if you have a guy that's right under him, we're talking about two players that's at the bottom half. We ain't talking about in the middle or in the top tier. We talking about in the bottom half. If you have a guy that's ranked 86th and a guy that's ranked 87th, I don't care what the age, the whatever you want to say. I'm not about to pay the next player from 16 million guaranteed to 32 million guaranteed with one player difference. That does so. I don't care if he was playing in the wrong scheme. I don't care none of that, because what that would tell me is I mean he has to go from 86 to like about 30 something that next year. And I don't care what we're talking about. Quiddy Pay is not about to go from 86 to 30 something. I don't care. It's not going to happen. It's not. He's not going to go from 86 to 30 something. He's not. I'm willing to bet that.
Well, I can understand. I can understand what you're saying in a take, but I can also understand, like, that you guys and Good Raider, debating on, Arden is not key. I've seen that. I've seen that show. It's like it's always missed, like, just by a half second, whatever it is. I'm done with that. But you know what? If I got a better run stuffer, and you get Clay Walker from Kansas City, is what you really need, and you got an Amari Hampton, from the Chargers, and you got the guy, what's his name, from the Broncos, which they signed from the Chargers. He was hurt last year. He's hurt every fucking year. A good running game. Then you take a team that goes from a running team to a passing scheme, and I really don't care who the fuck you really are. That helps your team to win. Is the way I kind of look at it. So,
bro,
because we have not had a run stuffer on. Let me ask you guys this: the panel, the chat, who's been a really good run stuffing defensive end on the opposite sides of Max Crosby or Khalil Mack? Either one of them.
Nobody. We haven't had nobody.
Right, bro.
Nobody.
But Ralph, I'm about to get you in right here. But 805.
Okay.
This is how all this started. Right here. Your comment right here. This is how it all started. I said it wasn't that I didn't think Quiddy Pay wasn't a good stopper of the run. I wasn't saying that he was weak. I didn't even know where he was rated. All I know was that he was overpaid. And I said it's okay because we had the money and we had to fill that position. We had to fill it. So we had to throw the money at it. No different than Tyler Lindenbaum. No different than the linebackers that we overpaid. It's
And we
okay.
thought
It's
Max was gone, right,
business.
Black? We thought
And we
Max was
thought Max
gone
was
to
gone.
Baltimore. So
Right.
it makes sense.
So all I'm saying is Quiddy Pay is overpaid. That's all I was saying. He was overpaid. That's all I
Well,
was saying. I didn't say that he wasn't going to do good for us. I think he's going to do awesome for us, especially playing opposite of Max now, because we don't need him to have them 8 sacks like he normally do. We need you to go from 4 to 6 somewhere in there and make sure they don't run on your side because they're not about to run on Max's side, and Max is going to get the sacks if they come on his side. So he actually has somebody to compliment him on the opposite side now. I think he might be worth the money, but we overpaid. That's all I was saying. That's
hey,
it.
hey, Black. 805 says he wants to hop on, dude. Send him the link.
Yeah, the link is in here. The link is in.
No,
You want
just resend it. Just resend it for him.
I was going to just ask him if he wants the link or if he wants. But here's the link.
Yeah, my boy, 805.
Because Ralph found the number. All right, bro. Last time we didn't let you talk. I'm about to let you get off right now. What you got to say, bro? Because I didn't give you a time to shine last time.
Rob, what's
Okay.
up, brother?
Hey, salute to Jack. Salute to Black. Okay, so I just wanted to tell you very quick about for the situation coming up there.
Mm-hmm.
It's not always about talent. Good organizations know how to manage contracts, the salary cap, draft picks, and relationship with players. When those things are handled poorly year after year after year, even talented teams can't stay start at the bottom. Hopefully, we just got them into the deal done before it starts causing key and battle reps in camp. Because I just wanted to tell you, between for the case of contract of Fernando Mendoza, the main issue reportedly isn't the total value of the contract, because of the NFL rookie wage scale, that amount largely predominate. Instead, the negotiation center and the structure and the timing of Mendoza's signing bonus, particularly wording like 38.1 million should be paid up front, because that essentially matter, because isn't holding out because he wants. So like 65 million instead of 55 million, because they're guaranteed up offer like the contract, and it seems like an agreement, but there's no signed contract yet because there's some financial contractual details still need to get a result. But I know that I have a strong initiative coming up there, but that should be like something fully guaranteed. But that's also the distinction matters, because I know that Mendoza has already participated in off-season activities, but with the training camp, the stage range becomes more important. And missing actual camp could cause value repetitions as he adjusts to the NFL and works for the offense of the Raiders. And I will tell you for this right now. This time, it's not gonna be like the same old mistake over and over and over and over and over and over again, because we're tired of this same bullshit, okay? Because we're tired of the same quarterback shit with Geno Smith and Eddie O'Connell. Because I just saw the second year of Brock Bowers as a tight end, and I didn't see a failure. I see an improvement. So why those rules, the share, and of course the touchdowns, and of course the production has been increased? Because it seems like the power of athletes is very essential, but with it seems like the quarterback of Geno Smith doesn't work it at all. That's what I'm got talking about it. So that's why.
Yeah, Roth, it's like, we looked at like Geno coming into the Raiders. He was a top 15 quarterback. And man, I've never in my entire life, from a fan that's watched my first game on black and white TV in 74, first game live in 75. Dude, he looked way worse than Jamarcus Russell. I've never, except for the very first game against the Patriots, which he was threading balls. Like, I was like, holy crap, man, it was so close to being tipped or like, blocked or whatever. And I'm like, this guy is the biggest trash I've ever seen. It's like, it was kind of crazy. It went from game one to the rest of the season. Horrible. I mean, what did you guys see? Like, besides like the Carols, I don't even understand. It's like, I had belief. Again, another question for you guys. I had belief in the Carols until Brandon Carroll was brought in, being the offensive coordinator from Washington, and he was brought in and he started switching players around. I'm like, man, he fucking turnstiled everything and made no sense to any Raiders fan ever. It's like, and it was like horrible.
I knew all that was going to happen from the beginning. It's Chip Kelly, man. I get that Brendan Carroll wasn't the best O-line coach. I give you that. I don't know how many times in life I've ever blamed the O-line coach for the deficiency of an offense, right? It's enough. I mean, when you rank 32nd or 31st, there's enough blame to go around for everybody. But now, if you want to look at what was the nucleus of the issue there, it was Chip Kelly. I mean, even at the end of the year, they even came out and said Chip Kelly was calling plays that they never practiced, putting them in, lining them up in positions where they weren't practicing, calling plays that they wasn't working on, and he never liked Geno Smith, and he was trying to get Geno Smith out of there so he can get his own quarterback. He was trying to get Pete Carroll out of there so he could be the head coach. But the Raiders finally did the smart thing that they usually don't do is pull the trigger and get rid of you. They got rid of him in the first year. That's something that the Raiders usually don't do. We usually play let's kick the tire game at least a year and a half, 2 years. And he thought he was going to be able to be the smartest guy in the room. You could tell by his play calling he thought he was the smartest guy in the room. How do you play action
Yeah,
on first down and you don't even run the ball? And then you so smart with it that you come out the second half and do the same thing like people was gonna fall for it again or fall for it then. Like it was him.
Well,
Because
Black,
we would have been
I have a
fine.
question for you. I have a question for you on that. That's a great point because I never thought of it that way. But what I thought about, Chip Kelly with, the college football field being a little bit wider, your hash marks are a little bit wider, and you're for another 5 yards on both your hash marks. So the plays that you make for Chip Kelly are easier to make in college because that's the way the hash marks are going into the NFL, which is smaller. So
Yeah,
how did you see that, bro?
well, the reason why I seen it because being a quarterback that used to call his own plays and then used to have plays called for him, I know the difference between when you're calling competent plays to put your quarterback in position to succeed. I already knew Chip Kelly history from the Eagles and his situation with the Eagles and how that blew up. And then they sent him to San Francisco and that really blew up. And so he got kicked out of the NFL, went to college, was a head coach, then he got reduced from a head coach at UCLA. So he
UCLA,
he was trending down, and so then he ended up getting a job with Ohio. Then
Ohio State offense
he,
coordinator.
he's supposed to be good as an offensive coordinator in college when you've been an NFL head coach in different places. So you maximize that, but then that doesn't mean that was going to translate to the NFL. So he backdoor his way to the NFL. I knew he didn't like these color quarterbacks because of the Philadelphia situation, but he could be different. He could have changed, whatever. So I took all that into consideration and I said, forget all that. Let's look at the plays. So I'm looking at the court, I'm looking at Geno Smith. Okay, Geno Smith holding the ball too long. You want to know why he's holding the ball too long? Because there's nobody open, because
yeah,
you could tell who the primary receiver was in every one of those plays. Why you think the defense was always converging on that one player that was the main target? We didn't never have a check down. So then everybody was like, Geno Smith is holding the ball too long. So then he was like, okay, I'm gonna just let it rip. So he started trying to thread it, and he got 2 or 3 guys there. The ball was getting tipped, all kind of stuff. So it was even more turnovers. That's the reason why he flipped off the fans, because the fans didn't understand that Chip Kelly was upstairs sabotaging him with the play calls. He wasn't putting him in the best position to succeed. And just to land my point, and to Geno Smith's credit, as bad as he played, he still had more touchdowns than interceptions.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. I mean, but at the same time, Chip Kelly never significant problems because for us, we had instability at quarterback, an offensive line that struggled, limited receiver depth beyond players like Brock Bowers. But
offensive
it
line
seems
coach.
like, yeah,
Well, so let's say if you're the offensive coordinator, right? And
yeah,
your O line coach is not developing your players, right? It's
yeah,
incumbent on you as the offensive coordinator to call plays that best fit your strengths. Now, we didn't have too many strengths because our O line wasn't blocking. Um, and and I will say that has a lot to do with the O line coach and it's 8:05 here. Oh, that has a lot to do with the Oh, I'm sorry, brother. My bad, bro. I left you in the back. I didn't hear the thing pop.
oh,
But yeah, so that does have a little bit to do with Brendan Carroll. But at the end of the day, the
It has a lot
responsibility
to do
is
with
for the
Brendan Carroll. It's like I
but at,
again, I
but
will
his
not
but his
minimize the
I'm
offensive
not
line, and running
I'm not
back
minimizing
coordination in Brendan Carroll. Well, what's
I'm not
What's up,
minimizing.
805?
What I'm saying is this though. It's the offensive coordinator's main responsibility. You can't sit there and say, well, the reason why that
Well, the
the
main
offensive
responsibility is our
coordinator
head coach
didn't
with Brendan Carroll, or
we're
Pete
talking
Carroll.
about on offense because Pete Carroll wasn't running the offense. If you're the offensive coordinator, there's no way you should let the O line coach bring you down. You should be able to call plays that best suit your offense based on what you know will work. And he wasn't doing that because he wasn't setting up plays. He kept throwing the ball when we were supposed to be a run first team. We never was a run first team at all. But he came out and said we was going to be a run first team. We never was.
Well, we can say that, but besides Genty, you look at our backup running backs. It was trash. It was horrible.
Moster was good. He just didn't never let Moster play
Well,
because Moster
he's
was
an
gone.
older running back.
Moster
It's
was
like he's
bro.
okay. He's like okay. Is the way I look
Did
at
you
him.
did you see his stats last year when he actually played running back? He was the most productive running back that we had outside of Genty. But they but this is why we had a cluster of head office is because Pete Carroll was holding these grudges or whatever it was he was doing, not playing players until certain points,
Not playing
with
rookies.
sticking, not playing rookies, sticking Moster on special teams instead of letting him play, letting Zamir White run. I mean, like I like Zamir White, but he wasn't being productive at all. So
Man, that Zamir White is like I will say this. He looks super big. Sorry. Go ahead, 805. Go, bro.
First off, Jack, shout to you. Rob, shout to you. Black, appreciate y'all, man. Appreciate you. The only thing I'll say, and I'm just chiming in real quick in the conversation, is what's difficult is when you blame a certain performance on a coordinator. I'm not saying Chip Kelly was the best. I'm not saying that at all. But at the end of the day, when you have, I'm a firm believer that the offensive line is the driver of the offense, the driver of the success of the offense. That's why for the last 3 seasons, I have been a massive advocate of building the offensive line, build the trenches, right? And for myself, when you talk about, you have Pete Carroll that brings on his son, and his son did not have the credentials whatsoever to be a credible offensive line coach in the NFL. But then you also have reports, and take the reports for what you will. You have the reports that Tom Brady wanted Chip Kelly. So Pete Carroll did not want Chip Kelly. Tom Brady wanted Chip Kelly. And so the problem is, and this is what I stated on my channel months ago, like when we're in the middle of last season, is Pete Carroll or Brendan Carroll, the offensive line coach, man, are these like somewhat sabotaging Chip Kelly, in a sense that, I'm sorry, like Chip Kelly, you can agree or disagree, whether or not he's a good offensive coordinator or whether or not he knows offense or whatever it may be. You don't forget overnight how to call plays. You don't forget overnight how to construct an offense. He did it at Ohio State. He did it in his past. He did it at UCLA. You don't just forget to construct an offense. But when we broke down game film last offseason, you can clearly see offensive linemen were going in the wrong direction for some reason. You had Jordan Meredith, which was our center, that literally on a 4th and 1 play ended up pulling for some reason. You don't pull on a 4th and 1 play. You just don't. That's smash mouth football. You're going to hit somebody. You know what I'm saying? And so I'm not saying any opinion is wrong. I'm just saying that what is so difficult is I think that there's a really good chance that Pete Carroll being the head coach, Brendan Carroll being the offensive line coach, I think that given the fact that Brendan Carroll was he had no qualifications to be a head offensive line coach in the NFL, that hindered Chip Kelly's ability to at least be a decent offensive coordinator.
So let me ask you this, because you said decent, right?
Yeah.
He got paid to be the most. He got paid the most. He was getting paid more than some head coaches. Not even saying it was all his fault, because Brendan Carroll definitely has some blame here. But let's just be honest. When was the last time Chip Kelly was a competent play caller in the NFL? Over 10 years ago, like way over 10 years ago.
Wait. It's like, when he first got to Philly, like the first year or two, and they kind of figured his ass out after that.
Yeah, and then he lost the locker room, and then he went to San Francisco and lost that locker room, and then they sent him to college, and he lost that locker room, and then he really found his niche as an offensive coordinator, which was cool, right? And I'm not even saying he shouldn't even got a chance to be a coordinator in the NFL. What I'm saying is he wasn't the Chip Kelly that people think that he was, because he hadn't been competent as an offensive coordinator in the NFL in a very long time. So long that a lot of these players don't even know Chip Kelly's history. They don't know when he was back with Michael Vick and Cooper Riley and all that. They don't know that. They don't know about none of that, because that was so long ago. So I was like, well, okay, you got to come in and prove yourself. You can't. We we gave him $6 million a year.
Well, no, Black, I agree with that. That's $6 million a year, but at the same time, are you saying like McDaniels, who became the Raiders head coach, and was the Broncos head coach, and we saw what he did, and he goes back to New England and goes to the Super Bowl. So, is he like a good offensive coordinator? Or
he's an excellent offensive coordinator. He's a terrible head coach. He's not a leader amongst men, but he can call the hell out of some plays, though.
But
that's the difference between a head coach and a coordinator.
You want to know why he got paid? Is because you have to entice a guy that just came off of winning a national championship to come over to the NFL. And I think that's the only reason why he was paid. I 100% agree. I thought it was wild that he got paid that type of money. But when you are one of the worst organizations in the NFL and you just come off of actually winning a national championship, that pay has to offset somehow. And so
yeah,
I'm not saying he's worth the top paid offensive coordinator. I'm not saying that. But I think as an organization, you got to pay him something in order to get him over here.
It's the Raider way. We got to throw the bag at people because of our franchise. But my thing is this. My thing is this. If he was such a competent offensive coordinator, how did he end up back in college again? Why didn't another NFL team give him a chance? Because for me, I think he would have never even got back into the NFL had the Raiders not went and got him. I won't say never, but he wouldn't have got in there when he did, because he sure, as soon as the Raiders got rid of him, didn't nobody else say, well, shoot, you back in the league now, we want you. Nobody did that. He's in college again.
So that's a good call.
Well, the one thing I'll say is, Black, I've heard you talk long enough to where I think you some understand not just the football side of things, but you also understand like the business side, right? And so let's do it this way. If Chip Kelly got fired, the optics of it is that good luck trying to be a brand new head coach in the National Football League, and then you go and hire Chip Kelly as your offensive coordinator after the debacle that he just went through with the Raiders, right? Like, it's not saying that Chip Kelly's not a potentially decent offensive coordinator. It's just that you're not going to put your neck on the line to possibly hire on Chip Kelly when you're the next head coach.
Right. And so do you think Chip Kelly, okay, so and I totally agree with you on that because you don't want to go down with that shit because he just burnt the Raider ship. So my question would be then. So after about a couple years go by, right? 2 years go by, maybe even 3 years when the optics die down. Is Chip Kelly in the NFL calling plays?
It's all about
In your opinion. Just in your opinion. I mean, just like take your. There's no right or wrong to this because we don't know until the time comes. But do you think that the NFL is going to be knocking on his door looking for him to be an offensive coordinator in 3 years?
You want to know what my opinion on that is? It's all about opportunity. And I will say this, and I'm going to preface this just like our Fernando Mendoza quarterback. It's all about opportunity. It's all about what is the competition that day? What is the prospects that you had to choose from that day? Chip Kelly could be the hottest commodity in 2 years. You never know. But it's all dependent on what is available that day. So I have no clue. Could be great, could be mediocre. I have absolutely no clue.
So essentially, the same way he got pulled into the NFL this time because of opportunity, the same thing could happen within 3 years. I would agree that could happen. But what I'm saying, all things being equal, without the homeboy hookup, ain't nobody knocking down Chip Kelly door because he ain't that. He's the 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 league has caught up with him, in my opinion. But that's not to say that he can't adjust because I do think he has a good mind for calling plays. I do think so. I think he might have held back a little bit trying to sabotage his way to being the head coach. I think because there was times because like you said, when you break down the film, I could see a lot of things that the Raiders actually did good in the passing game. We just couldn't hold up blocking at this point, which is not a Chip Kelly thing at that point. It becomes a Brendan Carroll thing at that point. So I'm not throwing it all on Chip Kelly. All I'm saying is Chip Kelly was about 50% of it. I'm gonna say Brennan was like 30% of it, and I'm gonna say that Geno Smith was like 20% of it. That's kind of how I look at it.
I think we all can agree, in my opinion. Okay, I think we all can agree that the league is coined it like the motto of the league could be "What have you done for me lately?" That's literally what the league is, right? And so, at the end of the day, Chip Kelly may not have produced the Raiders, maybe not, or not maybe, like he did not, but give it 3 years. 3 years, it could bypass everything, and next thing you know, there's a struggling ass team that's like, holy shit, there's no other good, decent offensive coordinators available. But Chip Kelly has had found success in the past. Let's give him a whirl. Like the league is all about what have you done for me lately? And so the future of Chip Kelly, I don't know. Who knows? Who knows what it is? But with that being said, and you can follow up with that, but I just want to say I appreciate it. Hey, shout out to Jack, man. Appreciate you.
Hey, 805. Good to see you, bro.
Black man, I appreciate you just throwing a link out there. I can jump on. Hey, I was just on my guy Severe. We're chopping it up, having a good time, and I was like, you know what?
Yeah, I appreciate it for sure.
Yeah, I miss Severe too. I'm like, I miss him in Bakersfield this last year. It's like the year before, hanging out with us. It's like man, I hope Severe goes next year.
He will.
So training camp coming up. Since I have you, if you got a couple minutes, unless you got to take off.
I got more than a minute, big dog. I'm ready.
Okay. So training camp coming up. What are you looking for? What are you looking for in training camp overall? Like what? Because some people are looking at this quarterback competition that I've been saying since April 3rd that is no quarterback competition. So I'm not looking at that. What are you looking at when you going into the camps? And that question for both you guys, but I mean, if you can answer first.
Hey, can I go for it? Can I go?
Oh, okay. 8 of 5. I got a bet for you, bro.
Don't do it again, man. Don't do it again.
Don't do it again.
No, again, man, I look at the 0 tech, I look at the 1 tech, and I don't think there's anyone better. Butler's a great guy, and he's probably our best defensive end. So how about this 8 of 5?
Let's hear it.
Let's make a bet. We'll do another pitcher of beer. Okay. I think Lockie Tossi is gonna make this roster, and because all you're gonna ask him to do is 0 or 1 tech, either side. I think Lockie Tossi is gonna fucking play. Like, man, if you want someone on the goal line, I want him on the goal line because that's not asking much. That's not asking much. So for the nation, if you don't know, I lost the bet last year. I said JJ McGeese was going to get a 1 touch in rushing, and he got 0, which I thought was kind of stupid. They should have given him to him because he had 12 touches and 7 first downs, and I don't know how many touchdowns he got off of it. So that's my bet to you, 8 of 5. You want to do it again?
Jack, don't make that bet, man.
Yeah, please don't.
You want to why though?
No, I want to make the bet.
No, don't make that bet. I can't. I'm not gonna take the bet. You want to know why?
I don't care. It's like I don't mind buying beers because man, we had such a great time hanging out at the pool and everything else. I will do that bet because but it's one of my favorite Raider players on the entire team is Lockie Tossi. When a guy's 6'6", 373 pounds, and that's all you're asking him to do.
But remember, though, Lockie Tossi could potentially just make the roster as the international pathway player.
Right.
So he's
agreed.
Not so you also have Tokyo Toe that could potentially make the roster. So Lockie Tossi doesn't need to make a roster spot. So I'm not going to take that bet, Jack, that he makes the roster. He more likely could. Because I'm with you. Like, I'm a massive Lockie Tossi fan. But I'm about to get the bet. I'm not because Jack
8 of 5, which is kind of crazy. Is like my wife and my kids are my wife is Japanese, my kids are half and half, and it's like the whole family's excited. They're not even Raider fans. None of them are Raider fans. Yeah. Not even my wife. And it's like but they're excited because the Tokyo Toe, Mazi Kasawaza, is like a Japanese player who learned how to kick from YouTube and now has a potential. And okay, then how about this? I will say
you tell me that's who you looking at. That's what you're looking at in camp is the kickers. That is one.
Oh yeah, I think the Tokyo Toe will win the kicking battle versus Gay. I don't care for Gay. Oh. Gay's gone from team to team to team to team. And he's got 87%. Well, if that's the reason, we should have just resigned our kicker that we had. It makes no sense not to do that because he's better than him.
Yeah, I would agree with that, but his numbers was declining terribly.
I agree, they're declining, but they're still Matt Gay or him. Yeah. Oh yeah,
Tokyo Toe. But I have a bunch of family that's from Hawaii. I got a former uncle. I have an uncle that was a former coach for the University of Hawaii. That they're all rooting for Tokyo Toe. So I hope he makes the team. I'm with you.
I hope he does too.
So what are you looking at when you looking into camp? What's on your radar?
I got a lot, man. Honestly, because if you think about it, right, camp will only show so much. We all know that what
Right.
us as normal, regular public people, there's only so much that we're gonna have visibility to, even as it relates to the beat writers, right? The beat writers are gonna they're gonna try to give us some stuff. And last year they gave us Deontay Thornton's gonna be Megatron. It's a joke.
That was terrible.
There's a couple things that, at least for myself, that I think you could possibly take from trying to understand the direction of the team with training camp is when everything's going to be fairly vanilla. But one of the things that I'm going to look for is obviously Brock Bowers is going to be the main target for Kirk Cousins.
Yep.
He's our number one target overall. But is there another receiver that Kirk Cousins has a little bit of chemistry with? Is he hitting a receiver more often? Okay, cool. If he's hitting a receiver more often, then maybe they're building chemistry, because I've always said this, longer than I've been on YouTube, is one of the things that is the most difficult for a quarterback is building chemistry with a receiver. And I always give the example of Devontae Adams. Devontae Adams can run a slant route 5 different ways depending on how the defense lines up on him. It's just dependent on whether the quarterback is on the same page as him. So if the corner wants to press him, if the corner wants to play inside shade, outside shade, press him off, whatever it may be, Devontae Adams is going to run that slant route 5 different ways. And so the quarterback has to understand that. So how do you gain chemistry? Chemistry and confidence is built through practice. It's built through repetition. And so I want to see, is Kirk Cousins going to be able to build chemistry or consistency with another receiver? Is it Jalen Naylor, a guy that we brought in as our free agent? Cool. Trey Tucker. Is it going to be Cedric Jackson? Maybe some of the sleepers that people talk about. In addition to that, I just want to look at the formations. What type of formations is Clint Kubiak really trying to run? Is he sticking to his 12 or 13 personnel? Are we seeing more tight ends on the field? How are they using Jack Besh? How are they actually using Brock Bowers? Is he going to show it enough? Because the reality is that during preseason or even training camp, they might not show everything. You're not going to show all your cards. I just want to know, how you using Brock Bowers? Because we didn't go out and prioritize a receiver. We didn't go out and prioritize a number one receiver. Jalen Naylor, I think, is at best a good number 2. Maybe they're going to use him as the number 1. But how are you going to use Brock Bowers, a guy that is not a true hand-the-ground tight end, but could stand outside on the field side and actually run an X receiver route? You know what I'm saying? So it's like, those are things on offense. I got things on defense, but those are things on the offense that when it comes to training camp, I really want to look at. And then finally on offense is the rotation of the offensive linemen. Who's playing where? Who's getting the most reps? Is Trey Zoom? Is he actually being able to
Thank you, Ada5, for saying that, man.
Because it's hard to determine exactly the progress that a player is making because we're not in the room with the coaches. We're not in the coaching rooms, right? We're not. But what indication we can get is, what does the rotation look like? And so we've already drafted Caleb Rogers third round last year. We have Charles Grant of the 3rd round last year. We have Trey Zoom in this year's draft. Where do these guys end up playing? And that's probably something I'm going to be watching out for. I have no clue what's going to happen, but I want to know how they're rocking with the rotation. So that's my takes on the offensive side.
Yeah, I feel like the Raiders are going to keep 9 on offensive linemen, and I think Meredith's probably going to be the last one.
Don't do that, Jack. Don't do that, Jack.
Oh, I'm going to do that. I'm going to do that because, like, okay, let's name them off. Like, look, 9,
Meredith,
9.
That's too many.
Colton Miller.
Hold on before you go there, because if you keep 9 O linemen, we definitely can't keep 3 quarterbacks then. So
No, I feel like we're going to do both.
Or tight ends, or more receivers.
Yeah,
like
we didn't need to keep more than 3 tight ends. So,
but even okay, but go ahead. The 9 O linemen.
okay, so the nation. Let's read it off. So you got Miller, right? And what 805, what you just said, it's like, again, I don't believe the guy we brought up from like San Francisco. No, I think it's gonna be a backup.
Yeah.
So I think Zune is going to be your left guard.
Okay.
And then you got, of course,
mine. Zune's never played guard before, so just to assume that he's going to play guard is a little rough. But go for it.
Well, again, we're building, right. It's not a contention for a Super Bowl. It's a rebuild year. Zune's played most of the offensive lineman positions. Yeah. So I think Zune is going to be your left guard. Okay. So,
but he don't have a bunch of snaps there, is what he's saying, and then to expect him to actually start there without having a whole bunch of snaps there, that. Well, I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm just saying that's a big leap right there.
That is a big leap, and I kind of, Zune, like, his great pass blocking, it's like that's what you want for a quarterback, and again, we get the running backs later. Well, so, and then of course,
like watching Zune's tape, I like Zune. I really do. It really,
and I love that you love that because I watched your tape on, 2 years ago in Bakersfield on, my boy, my defensive tackle, and I saw your tape, and I'm like, fuck, man, it made me feel like I'm fucking feeling like shit.
Mason Graham, I know.
Yeah, Mason Graham, bro.
Okay, so you got Trey Zune, you got Colton Miller.
Keep going. And then, of course, we all know who's the center is going to be.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And then, right guard is JPJ. Mm-hmm. And I don't even feel like, Glaze is going to be starting. I feel like Glaze is not going to be starting. So this is just me. I feel like Charles Grant's going to fucking move over and, try that position out. So that's going to be a battle, I think, there. So that's 4, that's 5. And then you got, backups is the guy we got from the Niners. We got, Grant, or not Grant, but
Glaze, because you just took him out of the contract. You just took him out of the starting, so you got to put Glaze there because he's going to make the team. So that's 7.
Yep. 7. So then you got Rodgers.
That's 8.
And I feel like I'm missing one.
What, Jordan Meredith?
Meredith is number 9.
Yeah, so
I feel like that's number 9. It's like, Meredith is man, if you look at like, Meredith, like, 2 years ago versus last year, playing guard versus, center, he was rated like number 17th overall. So like he was good at what he did, but he's not a good center. So it's like
Meredith.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So that's 9. It's like, I'm keeping 9 on that offensive line. It's like that shows me it's deep. The Raiders invested a lot of picks on the offensive line. This is what, Raider Nation, like, needs to know. It's like, man, we got 9 picks the year before. We got 10 picks right now. And nobody really got any playing time. It doesn't matter offense, defense, whatever you've done. No one's got any playing time. So it's kind of like they're going to year 1 right now. So, yeah, 9 offensive linemen.
Don't press on me and Meredith.
Right.
I know you like Meredith.
Let me answer this question for Webb real quick. Is Naylor big enough to play the X receiver? So I don't know if he's big enough to play the X receiver, but what I do understand about Naylor is his separation rate for at that X position is the best that we have on this team. And actually it wasn't even that bad. So can he play the X position? He can probably play it. Now, is he big enough? I don't know. Now, for me, big enough, I don't know if necessarily big enough is the metric I would necessarily use, but my metric I would use for an X receiver is does he have the ability to keep the safety true to his side of the field? Because the purpose of the X receiver no, a purpose of the X receiver is to keep the defense, the safeties back, so they don't cheat up. So, and if you don't, then you make them pay by taking the top off the defense. So, can he do that? I don't know. I mean, statistically, they say he can do it, but at the same time, a person who only getting 30 catches, no more than 35 catches in the season, it's hard for me to quantify him being that guy to be able to do that all year long like that. So I don't know. The jury is out. So I just think we're kind of it's a who's who right now. And I don't think we're going to be predicated on that because we'll just, when we want to stretch the field, we can just stick Brock there. Although I don't like that so much, I just think that's what we're going to do. We're going to be just mixing and matching players all over the place.
Well, we don't have a true, like, X. We have a Z. Again, that's what
Dante Thornton is. He's a true X. That's what he is.
No. I like Dante Thornton. Like, a lot of people have given up on him. I haven't. I'm not one of them. But at the same time, he right now, he needs to, like, how to figure it out. Get off his man and go deep and, like, get some separation, which he did not do last year.
Well, you didn't have time.
But Black and the Z, it's like, you look at what Seattle did last year. And I think we got 2 guys that can potentially do that same type of moves. But we don't have that X. But, at the same time, no one in the league has a Brock Bowers at the same time. So this team can be explosive, but I feel like, this year in 2026, Spytek and, Kubiak and, the whole nation's like kind of learn like what's going on with the wide receivers. And after this year, if you haven't produced, then there's going to be changes done next year.
Well, of course. That's why I think that's why they're giving everybody. Look, we got 2 wide receivers out the draft last year that we really don't know what they're going to do. Rookie wide receivers, or really rookie players in general. Like that second year, if you give them a second, you got to give them a full training camp and in another year to see what they do, and that's what they're getting the opportunity to do. Because Dante Thornton, I mean, let's not forget that
I love Dante, man.
He closed the game out for us last year, in our first win, and so to think that he's not capable, I don't know yet. Because if you don't have time to throw the ball, it doesn't matter what he does when he run off the line of scrimmage because we're not going to throw him the ball because we don't have enough time. So I don't know. I just think in this scheme we'll be able to get a more true idea of what he does, along with Besh. Now, if they don't perform this year, then we know what it is. We're getting a wide receiver in the draft next year. Like,
well, Black. You look at Dante, right? You look at. I'm not sorry, not Dante, but you look at Besh. They drafted Besh because he's the same thing as I'm sorry, I get him mixed up. Not Michael Mayers, but Jacoby Myers. Man, the same thing. He never drops the ball. So he's bigger and stronger. So you're trying to get that guy to run the same type of run routes of him, but he doesn't run the routes like he does. So it's like that's why they drafted him in the second round, and they did the trade backs. That's where the Raiders were hoping for. It's like if we could get the same guy, and we don't have to pay him that $20 million a year. I mean, right now, as a Raiders fan, are you going to pay that guy $20 million a year? No, I'm not doing that. Sorry.
I would have felt a lot better if we would have kept him. If we'd have kept Jacoby Myers and gave him the money, and he would have been the wide receiver coming into the wide receiver one.
He'd be number one. Absolutely.
I think we would be fine at wide receiver. My bad. I cut you off. 805. What you was about to say?
No, I just said. I just said. With Jack saying, expectation is very different than reality, and that's the hard part. Is we talk about our just if we just want to talk about our receiver room and back to Frank Weber's question about our X receiver, there's no prototype of an X receiver. Like you could think an X receiver 6'4", 220 pounds, whatever it may be, but then you have a Jamar Chase or an Amon St. Brown or whatever. It's about the players that actually are able to execute within the system. And the problem is that we have not been able to identify that up to this point. We wish we could have. We've had opportunity the last couple of years, at least last few years. We've had opportunity to be able to possibly get a number one receiver, a true number one receiver, whether it be through free agency or through the draft. But as it stands right now, we're hoping that Jalen Naylor ends up being that true number one. And I think that Jalen Naylor is going to be treated like the true number one. I think that you go out, you get him in free agency. Clint Kubiak has history with him. Kirk Cousins has history with him. I think they think that they're going to be able to maneuver him as a true number one and use Brock Bowers, obviously a compliment off of that. But it remains to be seen how it's going to work. I think that's the biggest thing is the concept on paper is right, but at the end of the day, can it result to wins?
Yeah, how do you execute it? Yeah. I just think I don't know. I think Dante Thornton gonna be fine in this offense. I think Bush gonna be fine.
Black, I'm rooting for that kid, man.
I don't think
I
don't
really
know
like
how
it.
well.
6'5", 4.30 40. Absolutely, dude. He could be that kid. You know what? I want to remind like everyone in the nation as being an older man in the chat. It took Cliff Branch until year number 3 to get it. It took Cliff Branch to year number 3 to get it. And now it's an HOF Hall of Fame jacket. Cliff Branch didn't do crap. You look up his stats. He didn't do really anything until year number 3. And then afterwards, he took off, and now he was like one of the best wide receivers, and he changed the NFL. Wide receivers, man, he ran, a 4.21?
I mean, the only thing I'll say is, Jack, man, I love you, man. Like, with the history and everything, the history is great. The tough part is that we have struggled so long to put things together properly.
Agreed.
That as much as we can reference back to history and this is what worked and that what worked, it's like it's so different nowadays. And I wish it could remain the same. I wish that we can like replicate the history and we can end up being like, Super Bowl champions day in, day out. But like this is why we found ourselves in such a hole. And we can go back and point to numerous things that may not have been the right decision. But man, as much as I have so many question marks on the future, I hope it's right, Jack. I really do. I hope it's right. I hope it works out, and I hope at the end of the day, we find ourselves in a Super Bowl.
805 and black is like the way I look at it is like it's not even so much the players, it's about changing coaching schemes every year. And you need different players to play the different roles in every single position what you want to do. So, now we're going to the wide scheme. That's why I said I mentioned off like 9 players on the offensive line, the best ones. But it's like every year, it's like if there's a different scheme in the NFL, it's like it's not like any other team in sport. It's not like baseball, basketball, hockey. I mean, it's 53 players getting on the same page and working your magic. That's why, the NFL is like says, not for long. It's like, goddamn, it's like, you need a lot to become a Super Bowl champion. So it's like, it is so tough because you have so many fucking players on one team and everyone's different and every coach's style and every coach you have looks for something different in what you bring to the table.
Cool. Jack, this might get in the weeds of things a little bit, but I'm with you because there are specific things that organization needs in order to find success. It's a great foundation and it's consistency. If you don't have consistency and you don't have a good foundation, there's a really good chance you're not going to find success.
Right. Look at McVay.
Well, and it's something that the Raiders have never been able to establish or provide to their players. And so when we talk about our players, it's not shocking when we draft a player and they go on and find success elsewhere. It happens all the time. And so that is probably one of the most brutal things to realize or see as a Raider fan is the fact that our players, they don't find success because we don't give them the right platform or the right foundation to find success. And that's where a lot of us just argue and bicker back and forth. And when we have been so bad for so long, it also allows everybody to become the expert. Everybody ends up knowing what this is the right solution. We should have done this. We should have done that. And when it leaves the door open to everybody thinking they have the right answer, that this is where we sit. And so, Jack, you know how I feel about Mendoza, but right. I hope that he is right. I hope he's right.
I hope so too, bro.
He is what people think he's going to be. And man, let's rock. You know what I'm saying? Like, let's do it.
But, at the same time, it's like, I love 805, I'm on the same page with you in Mendoza, but you're not going to have greatness with any quarterback unless you have great coaches. And I look at it like the great words of Al Davis, like, you have great coaches, you have great foundation, and you have great players, and this is how you win it. It's like, so you got to have all of it. You can't have one part of it. You got to have all of it. And when the team, it's got 53 men, 53 huge, big, athletic men. I mean, they're not like, tiny little dudes or anything like that. But it takes all of them to, like, come together and have that one moment in time.
Oh, yeah. I mean, look at where the Steelers were so lucky. If I remember correctly, the Steelers are so lucky that Carson Palmer got hurt. Back in the day when they met them in the playoffs, and the Carson Palmer and his Bengals, they were actually on a roll. The Steelers lost because Carson Palmer got hurt like the first series, the first drive, something like that. And they went on to win the Super Bowl. Like, everything is there's luck that also plays into a lot of it. But at the end of the day, there's also, I'm not gonna lie, like true evaluation of players. And if true evaluation of players never stood a role, then the Jamarcus Russells never would have happened. And I think that's what is. I'm not saying Mendoza is Jamarcus Russell. I'm not saying that. Don't get all crazy, chat.
Don't conflate it, huh?
Yeah, it's like it's like I look at, like, what was it, the 76 with the 76 when we had 9 Hall of Fame players on the team, and we're playing the Steelers. So it's 805. You brought up the Steelers. So was it like Luke Rodney, like, out, and the backup running back was out, and we beat them to go to the World Championship Series? It's like, they're both starting running backs were out.
That was actually much longer before my time, man.
Oh, man. I was there, bro. So, I'm thinking about that. I'm like, man, 2 starting running backs out. I don't know if Luke Rodney is like a Hall of Fame player or not, but I remember that, those times, like, man, I'm like, you go against a playoff team and your best 2 running backs are out, and you have 9 Hall of Fame players on one team, which is like the most Hall of Fame players on any team in, NFL history, 9. And to win that game, it's like, I felt fucking so happy about it. And I'm like, I don't even care, dude. It's kind of like the, let it be the Franco Harris, like, immaculate, catch, or, Tom Brady's fucking tuck rule shit. But, you win the game, or the holy roller against the Chargers. It's like, if you win the game, you win the game.
No, I'm with you. But when we get to where we need to be right now as a franchise, as a winning organization, man, I hope we get there. And
how many wins you have us this year then? I mean, you just project, you think?
For me?
Yeah, just
let's do this. I'm going to preface this. Last year, my ceiling was 5. My floor was 3.
Oh, you were smart.
805 is looking at the Vegas bets.
But that was just, it's on record. I love it. My ceiling was 5. My floor was 3. This year, my ceiling is probably 4. My floor is 2.
Oh, shit.
Wow.
Oh, shit. 805?
I thought I heard you say that once already. Yeah. I wasn't sure. But okay, I need to hear this one. Because I spent the whole off season explaining to people, like, there's no way in the world that we end up with 4 wins only. Like, there's no way. Like, there's literally no way. But I'm here to hear it, though.
3 wins, 805. You want to bet on that? I'll bet you on that just for fun of it, dude.
3 wins? Over under?
Yeah, they're definitely going over 3 wins.
Give them 4. You can even give them 4. What do you mean? Like, give them 4.
No, hey, Black, stop helping them.
Carry last year. I'm gonna give him 3 wins.
Okay.
Well,
So
we had, Black. You don't know this, but we had a bet last year, and we met up in Bakersfield. I said JJ McKees because he got 10 first downs and 7 touchdowns as a running back. I'm like, dude, why not throw him out there at fullback? Just let this 320-pound man do his thing. And he won the bet, dude. Man, I hate losing bets.
Well, I want to hear this 4-win philosophy because there's no way there. I mean, there's literally. I mean, there is a way. Let me not say that, but I can't compromise my brain around that in any kind of fashion. So I'm ready for. Matter of fact, let me give you the box by yourself too, because I need to be able to see your facial expression too.
The way that I give a ceiling of 4 is only because if you look at every single game that we go up against, right? So everybody talks about the Dolphins could possibly win game 1. Right? Dolphins game 1 could be a win. Chargers, I got week 2, I got a loss. You got them up there. Great. Okay. So Dolphins could be a win, so we'll give them a win. Chargers, I have it at a loss. The Saints, a lot of people are coining them as a win, but the problem that I have with that is the fact that we are just meeting them too early. They already have their offense in place, their coaching stuff in place. I actually had their quarterback as my kind of like 2A, 2B last year. So I think that he is going to be again, I think he's going to progress and have a decent year, which if we want to talk about quarterback second years, it's kind of tough because I'm a believer
you talking about?
Years, my bad. What did you say?
No, which quarterback? Oh, for the Saints.
Yeah.
Okay.
Goddamn name.
Shuck, I think.
Tyler
Shuck.
Shuck. So I had Cam Ward as my 1B. I had Tyler Shuck and the kid for Ole Miss as my like 2A, 2B. So Tyler Shuck, with him, I'm a firm believer that your second year it could be your hardest year as a quarterback because now defense coordinators have game film on you. They understand what your weaknesses are, what your strengths are, and they're going to minimize your strengths. And so, but I think for me, I think we're just meeting Tyler Shuck too early and the Saints too early. So lost to Miami, lost to the Chargers, lost
to Miami.
I'm sorry. Well, possibly beat Miami. My bad. I might have said lost Miami. Possibly beat Miami. I'll give it that a win. So, lost to the Chargers, lost to the Saints, lost to KC, possibly lost to the Patriots, lost to the Bills, lost to the Rams, which I'm running out of fingers.
Well, yeah, we're going to lose to the Rams, that's for sure.
The Jets are hit and miss, but it's on the East Coast. So
probably lost.
Chance we could lose to the Jets. Like it's not.
So hold on. So that's 1-7 right there. So if we 1-7 right there, first of all, we need to get rid of Kirk Cousins. If we're 1-7 at that point,
it's not.
And we better not put in Mendoza either because he's gonna get cracked.
Well, I'm a firm believer when it comes to the quarterback development. You don't put a quarterback in when it's convenient. You put a quarterback in when they're ready. Like that's just me.
I agree.
So
I agree.
Me too.
Yeah, the Jets. The Jets still have a really good defense. So maybe the Jets get a win. We get a win with the Jets. So that's 2 wins. San Francisco, I'm thinking we lose. Seattle, we lose. Broncos, we probably lose. Cleveland is kind of a toss up. Let's say we beat Cleveland. So that gives us 3 wins at that point. Then there's the bye. Chargers, we lose. Broncos, we lose. Titans, maybe we win. Cardinals, maybe we win. And then you have the Chiefs, I think we lose. So, with that being said, I have the Dolphins, maybe Jets, maybe Browns, Titans, and Cardinals. So, like,
That's
I have
4 games. Yeah.
5 maybes. So I'm putting it 2 and 5, 2 and 4. My floor is 2, my ceiling's 4. That's what I have. And there's going to be games where we win because we're supposed to win, but there's also going to be games that we're supposed to win, but we lose. So 4 wins. I got 2 to 4 wins.
Man, that's tough, bro. That's tough, bro.
It's not great. I'm with you.
That's tough. Let me see this again. Let me look at this again.
Yeah. No, that is tough.
So the Dolphins. So let me think of games. Let me look at this schedule and just games that I know that we just better win. Like, granted that we do lose games that we're supposed to win. Like the Dolphins, we better win that game.
Okay.
The Jets,
We
we
better.
better win that game. The
I think we
Cardinals, we
should.
better win that game.
We better win
The
that one too.
and between the Titans and Tennessee, I could see us losing one of those games because one of them games we supposed to win both of them, but one of them we're going to lose one of those two. Like, so let's just say that's one of those. So that's 4 right there. That's not even including our division teams. Now, I don't think that we get shut out in our division all the way out. I think we at least win 2 games in our division. So that gives me like 6. That's just me just thinking off the top of my head like 6. So for me, what I think is, I think realistically, my floor is 6 and my ceiling
Yep.
is 8.
Okay.
So I think I'm thinking maybe 7. But you think we don't win no division games? None?
We could possibly steal 1.
Who's that from? Denver?
I don't even think Denver, man, because I'm tired now. I've gotten so much hate. There's been so much in my day of being on YouTube that it I was a massive Bo Nix fan.
Mm.
I thought Bo Nix had the potential to be a high caliber quarterback. In that draft class, I had Caleb Williams 1, Bo Nix 2, Jaden Daniels 3.
What?
Those are my rankings in that quarterback class.
Okay, I will disagree with that. It's like, Bo Nix is definitely number 3. I think Jaden Daniels is number 2.
Give me your logic behind that.
Well, why? Because Bo Nix is like from Oregon. It's like he's a good West Coast quarterback, but Jaden Daniels and both Caleb Williams. I saw Caleb Williams play against my Notre Dame team.
Yeah,
and I know that I'm a big Notre Dame fan, and I'm like, man, I saw him smoke Notre Dame. And he looked just like Patrick Mahomes. I'm like, oh my God, the dude, fucking amazing. I'm like, I loved him. I absolutely loved him. At that time, if Fernando came out and he came out, I would have been Caleb Williams 100%.
Oh, Jack, you heard me. I had Caleb Williams 1.
Then I agreed.
Okay.
I just got back in the chat. So
2.
Who?
Bo Nix.
No.
How come?
No. Over like, the Washington quarterback. You know what Patrick Graham, not Patrick Graham, but PG wanted. Yeah. Man, I think that guy's fucking smoking good too. I think he's athletic. He's 6'5", 215 pounds. He's light, so he's going to get hit. He's going to get hurt. Well, we thought Bo Nix got hurt last year, so Bo Nix didn't have. He didn't. He came back like just like the Kansas City Chiefs the year before with Patrick Mahomes. Man, in the last minute, you get these toe tapping stuff. You catch the passes. I'm sorry. It's like, when you start doing that, you're on your heels.
Oh,
but I will say this. I will say this, that KC does not have defense like the Broncos have. The Broncos have a great defense. That defense is amazing. Benito, oh my God.
Yeah, but
they have a track team.
And Broncos played that defense. Hold on. You're saying Benito on the Broncos?
Yeah, I said Benito. It's like that guy's an athletic star. It's like
I am not
amazing.
Away from the fact that the Broncos had a very good defense. They really did. But can you take into consideration that? Can you name me the top receivers on the Broncos offense?
Well, it was Courtland Sutton, number one, and then it was like I think Mims number two.
No, well, Mims maybe number two. Yeah,
but didn't they get Waddle this year though?
Well, no, they that's the whole thing. They traded for Waddle and they gave up a first round, a third round, and whatever they gave up for.
We're talking about last year because when people want to talk about Bo Nix, what they don't realize is that Bo Nix literally had one of the worst receiver rooms in the National Football League outside of the Las Vegas Raiders.
Right.
Sutton was healthy but had a lot of drop issues. His second receiver was Troy Franklin.
Franklin. Franklin.
No one knew about him.
I don't even know if Troy Franklin's on the team anymore.
Pat Bryant was also a rookie, did absolutely nothing because he was hurt. And then when Bo Nix actually won his playoff games was when Troy Franklin and both Pat Bryant actually got hurt. And so he had no weapons almost the entire season. And if you want to pile on a little bit, the Broncos receiver core had the second most drops in the National Football League. So you want to talk about, you go back and look at the Bills games they had. You want to go look at a bunch of games to where it was nothing but drops day in and day out for Bo Nix. He could have easily been in the top 10 of quarterbacks last year. Just statistically, if you just look at statistically, he could have easily been in the top 10 quarterbacks if you minimize 50% of the drops that he had last year.
And Black, here's the crazy thing, is the Broncos had a top 3 offensive line. And top 3 offensive line last year. And it's like, man, it's like now they get Waddle and they give up with a first, a third, and whatever it was to give up to get a guy who could actually do a deep threat. And you do what the second wide receiver should do, which was like, our Jacoby Myers, a number 2 wide receiver. But they go out and they signed him to a $20 million contract. And guess what? Jacoby Myers signed for a $20 million contract. And then you get yourself a number 1. Man, it's like the Raiders did not do that. And I understand what the Raiders are doing because, they're all young players. And let's see what we have this year. But if we could have done that and got, a top number 1.
I said to a lot of people, I was like, look, I'm not saying that Bo Nix is going to be amazing because you have to match them up with a coaching staff. You have to match them up with the right situation. I'm a firm believer on that. And that
Well,
goes
in 805, their running game was crap. After their starting running back went down, they were horrible. DJ Harvey is Harvey was trash.
Which actually aids to the point that Bo Nix was good.
I don't want to hear that. Yeah, I don't want to hear that good.
I don't want to hear that, but that's the reality. Is that like even when RJ Harvey or whoever gets hurt, it's like Bo Nix stepped up and did what he needed to do to win football games. And as much as everybody wants to say, well, Bo Nix is trash or Bo Nix is this or whatever, if you cannot tell me there's not a single Raider fan that can tell me that if Fernando Mendoza was part of a playoff team year one and potentially a Super Bowl run team on 2, you would not be all over his nuts. Like, get out of here. Like, that's literally what Bo Nix was. Bo Nix went to the playoffs his first year, and if it wasn't for him breaking his ankle, that game against the Bills, he would be in the Super Bowl. I think it would be
kind of like Derek Carr, right?
So nobody can tell me that Bo Nix is just trash. You can make the argument that Bo Nix isn't the best or what have you, or he's great. Yeah, let's have that argument.
I just think he's overrated. That's just what I think.
That's fine.
I think he's overrated.
Okay,
but then again, it's kind of hard to call him overrated when he was really one game away from the Super Bowl. So I gotta see how he kind of performs this year. Real quick though, Frank Weber says Dolphins, Saints, Jets, Frisco, Cleveland, Titans, and the Cardinals should be wins.
Hey, Weber, I will say this to Weber. Dude, I love that you said San Francisco, dude.
Then he also says that at this point, the Broncos and the Chargers scare him more than KC.
Right. I agree with that. You didn't, guys, I just left the show that did all the Wild West. It's all AFC West teams. So I understand. I've learned the players, doing the stuff with Richie and DZ and, and before it was Alex. It's for the last year and a half, it's
Jeff,
I've learned a lot about the AFC West team. So it's right now, Kansas City's not scaring my bucket. It's about the Chargers. The Chargers, if you guys look at what the Chargers did in their draft, man, they drafted all bunch of offensive linemen on the inside. And they already have, 2 of the top left tackles in left and right tackle in the game. And then you look at the Broncos, they already had top 3 offensive line, and they fucking reached out and got, Waddle. The one thing that they were missing on that offensive line, or not offensive line, but offensive, thing, it's they got a deep threat receiver. So yes, I follow that stuff. Man, I always believe it's you follow your friends close. You follow your AFC West teams closer, and that's what I've always been about. And that's what I've always done.
Yeah, I'm not.
No one else does this shit, dude. That's why I passed it over to Nab Man. I'm like, man, he's a cool dude. He's friends with a bunch of people. And Rebel,
be Kansas City, bro. Kansas City is Kansas City. They brought back Bieniemy, man. They gonna be Kansas City straight up, and they about to run the ball. They gonna start running the ball
with
now.
Walker, yeah, Walker's gonna be a problem.
They're gonna start running the ball now. But the thing about them is, I'm the teams that I think is going to regress is the Chargers, And I think that the Broncos are going to take a step back. And what I mean by a step back, they'll make the playoffs and all that, but I don't think that they're going to be like the favorite to be going to the Super Bowl. I think the Raiders are split with them at least. Um, the same thing that make you smile can make you cry. That defense, I don't know what a year is going to do for them. I mean, it could do one or two things. They're either going to get extremely better. Well, not extremely, but they're going to get better. And if they get better, then they really might be in the Super Bowl. But if they don't, then I think that gives us a chance. Well, it gives teams a chance to catch up with them because
I think
as far as us, we're not catching nobody with 4 wins.
the moves the Broncos made, they brought in Jonah Coleman, which is, in my opinion, one of the best running backs out of the draft. And they brought in the Jolly kid, the tight end, that is going to be an actual weapon for Bo Nix in the Broncos. And so it's just I think this is where it's tough. Is it's also kind of comparing where we are as a team, because we might be looking at the Jets, or we might look at the Saints like that. Man, the Jets not great, Saints not great. When I look at our team as a whole, I'm still very questionable. What Kirk Cousins are we going to get? That's my biggest question mark. Is, are we going to get Kirk Cousins that is going to be able to fully functioning early on? That's why when I look at the Miami game and I look at the Saints game, even though Miami's like through the same turmoil that we are a little bit, changing of coaches, changing of quarterbacks, weapons, the whole nine. But then you look at the Saints. This is why, for me, I look at the Saints game and I'm like, okay, is Kirk Cousins going to be very comfortable with our receivers just yet? Is Kubiak going to be dialed in with his offense just yet? Is the defense going to be dialed in? Maybe or maybe not. But at the end of the day, we also know that Saints offense has been dialed in since the last year. So they're rocking. They're doing good. So there's a good chance that, do we lose the Saints 27-23? Possibly. And so for me, I just look at it and go, I'm also evaluating where we are. And if our receiver core doesn't step our ass up, if we don't have the weapons that everybody thinks that maybe Jalen Naylor might become, or Dante Thornton might become, or whatever it may be, we're going to be struggling. We're going to be struggling and be in the same position we were last year. So there's so much to be had, or so much to be seen, to know how are we going to compete against these other teams that have actually found success in the past. I mean, the Saints are coming off of some decent success, and we're meeting them week 3. So that's why, for me, I just look at it as we are still trying to figure out who we are and what we are. And we're about to face some teams that have already figured it out and they're building on it. So
yeah, they know who they are already. They have an identity. We don't know what our identity is.
Yeah.
But I think we're going to figure it out fairly quickly because the way we structured our team. We structured our team on offense to run the ball, and we're going to set up the pass with that, and we're going to truly do it, unlike other coordinators.
Yeah.
I think the defense is predicated on stopping the run and getting takeaways, and the D line got to eat. And I think that's just what our blueprint is going to be. And now, how long does it take for us to implement that? I think that takes a season. I think our offense will be able to catch on, but that's all depending on what we're going to do with the wide receiver. Because when I ask you what are you looking for in camp, I want to look at how we line up too. But I know we're not going to line up how we normally going to line up. Like in preseason, we're not going to show enough. We're not going to show a lot. Now, where they will show a lot is those scrimmages between teams because there's no film there. So they'll be able to use, certain personnel that we're going to probably be more closely like, but we're not going to see that. So I don't know what we're going to do with the receiver. The only thing that I came up with is we need somebody that's going to take the pressure off in targets off of Brock Bowers, because if not, if we overuse Brock Bowers, he's going to end up getting injured again. I hate to say it, knock on wood if you with me. I don't want that to happen, and I don't necessarily think it'll be this year. I just think that if we start overusing him, we're going to shorten his career, and it's just we need a receiver that has as many targets as him, if not more. And the only thing I can come up with is that we can run some kind of scheme that like we use like Tom Brady used Edelman and Wes Walker and all that. And we don't have nobody that can take some pressure off of Brock Bowers, then I think we're gonna be in for a long season.
I agree with you. I think it depends on how we use them. I agree with you. Because if Brock Bowers ends up being our number one,
right?
He's going to be. It's the bottom line. It's going to be.
It was if we start using him as a number one,
right,
then you're going to get him on isolated situations to where when he catches the ball, bang, he's getting hit. Right. And that's where you just find injuries like at times.
But look how he got injured last year, like on a regular wide receiver getting hit out of bounds.
The first game he got injured.
You can't. Tight ends aren't built to get hit like wide receivers.
But that's what I'm saying. Is that I'm not saying that he's going to get injured. I'm just saying, like, yeah, I agree. Like the likelihood that he will get injured because you use him on the boundary, you use him to where 1-on-1, bang, he's getting hit on the sideline, and it's automatic. Whereas if he is a complementary piece where you can actually spread the defense out, he can catch it and bang, he's going down. Like, or catch it and like he's only getting he's getting hit minimal times. Yeah, you're going to minimize just the potential for injury. But I think what's tough though is when we talk about just whether or not we're going to find success this season. Who takes away those looks? Who takes away
8 of 5? That's the biggest question mark, for this year. It's like, what wide receivers is going to do that? So, like, Spytech, and I feel like, everyone's going to try to figure out, like, who's the wide receivers that are going to do this. So next year, when we go into the draft, again, I always said 2026 is kind of lost. And you guys asked about records. Man, I said minimum is 6-10. 6-10. Minimum 6-10. Max is 7-10.
Kenna, hold on. How
wait,
no. Possibly 10 when you also say
I said minimum 6, max 7. So
how can we max that? How can we max that when you're also
you know what?
Because you know what? Lost.
This is the way I'm saying this. 805. It's like
can't be right.
When we play, the AFC West teams.
Yeah.
Man, they every team plays at a different level. Every team plays at a different level. It's like I look at Christmas a couple years ago when fucking AFC 12 threw for like 63 yards and we win. And then we play AFC 12 and we fucking beat the Chargers by fucking 63 points. So it's like that shit's fucking random. You know what I mean? It's so fucking random.
It is very random sometimes.
Those are outliers, though. Those are outliers. Like
they are outliers. So that's why I'm saying it. It's like, I'm saying 6-10 minimum and 7-10 and max. So it's like, whatever we're doing, like, next year is like, I hope, and I'm looking ahead. I'm looking at very ahead. We get that, that wide receiver.
Yeah, see, that's what I don't like. Well, that's what I don't like. We're already looking past this season to go for.
Well, I'm sorry because I don't Black. I don't
We don't
see
even know
us.
how he plays this year. We don't even know
You
how
know,
this wide
do you
receiver
see
gonna
us winning a Super Bowl this year?
play. It's not about no, I don't. But it's not about winning a Super Bowl this year, though. Because
So,
to me now it's either you win a Super Bowl or you're top 5 in the draft, and there's a whole lot of slots in between those two. So we either gonna be very, very good or very, very bad. And if I had to be honest, if I had to pick between the two, then we're gonna be very, very bad if I had to pick between the two.
And
I
it
think the
justifies
answer is somewhere. I think the answer is somewhere in the middle of that. But I mean, if the answer is in the middle of that, we're not getting Jeremiah Smith or whatever the wide receivers that everybody keep talking about.
I think it goes back to like semi justifies my 2-4.
It does.
yeah, if we only go 2-4,
Oh,
in
we
a
go
5, it's gonna be a long season, dude. We'll have to bet on some fucking random shit.
Jack,
Oh, I'm gonna be pissed.
you know how hard it hurt me to say that our ceiling was our floor was 3 last year. That hurt, but that's just what I saw.
Well, you saw it. I mean, you called it, bro.
And so, but like this year, and I'll be honest, it goes with people. We are so much looking at our opponents versus what we are. And when it comes to Kirk Cousins and him being our quarterback, I have confidence that Kirk Cousins can keep us competitive, but I also have I have issues or concerns as to whether or not what is Kirk Cousins going to be. And you just look at what Kirk Cousins has been even last year. Going into this year, like it's going to be very suspect what he's actually going to be for us, given the fact that last year with the Falcons, he had a better running back in Bijan Robinson. He had a better number one receiver with Drake London. He had arguably a sufficient tight end with Kyle Pitts. And he played 9 games and he averaged 180 yards. So that's essentially what he's bringing here. And that's with better weapons, in my opinion. So what is Kirk Cousins going to be here? And I hope that with
shit, that's fucking great question.
Well, I just with
I got the answer for it.
There's going to be some comfort, which is great. You know what I'm saying? And I think the way that they have set up the offense and the way that they're going to distribute it to Fernando Mendoza ultimately, I think it's good. I think they've set it up properly. But with Kirk Cousins, it's hard to think that he's just going to hit the ground running. And when people think that we're going to beat like the Chargers early and the Saints early and stuff like that, I just don't see it. It might happen where we upset some people in the back end. That's fine. Once we actually get used to the system and get our feet wet. But that's, to me, I just feel like, man, it's going to be tough. It's going to be really tough to find success early on in the season when we are completely revamping for the most part.
And honestly, it's like, the first part of the season is like easier than like the middle part or the late part. So with the, I think it's like the 7th hardest schedule.
We were in the AFC West. Like we have 3 playoff contention teams with good defenses
In our division.
Like that's the reality of it. And it's no knock to us as Raiders. Like I wish, man,
I'm not seeing it.
Such a better seat.
I'm not seeing Kirk Cousins being a loser like that because even when he went to even last year, he was 5-3 last year.
Yeah.
He won like 4 in a row. And then the year before that, when they was playing tricks with him, mind games with him and Penix, he went 7-7. And so for me, it's not like he's not like a, a sub 500 quarterback. Like that's just not who he is. And
Yeah.
I'm just not seeing the only way I can see him not playing up to his regular standard is if he hit a wall, like that wall Max Kellerman kept saying that Tom Brady was gonna hit. Other than that, I'm seeing Kirk Cousins 3,500 yards,
Yeah.
20 some touchdowns, 10 interceptions, maybe 12 at the most, like
I
averaging 20
look
points
at
a
it as
game.
with the Falcons in the division they played in, it wasn't the best. Versus the defenses that he's going to play this year with the Broncos, the Chargers, and KC,
That's true.
it's going to be very different.
I'll go with that.
I'm
But
not
he's never
saying
beat Kansas City either. He's never beaten Kansas City either.
I'm not saying Kirk Cousins is bad by any means. And I'm also and it has nothing to do with his age for the most part. What can you say that he's lost velocity on his ball? Without question. But that is my concern is that when he comes in, you're going against a Broncos defense, a Kansas City
Oh
defense.
man, Broncos defense is going to be sick. They are sick.
But they're not. It's not like they're not beatable though. That's what, and I know
Well,
any team is
they're
beatable.
beatable if he can run the
But
ball.
I'm just saying they're not. They're not like it's well, and I say this because it's like their offense haven't caught up with their defense yet, and I think what 805 is like is trending towards like they're going to get closer to that than further away.
I think it's going to take time, but also you're talking about they had more weapons in Atlanta. Drake London, true number one receiver. Right? Bijan Robinson, the best running back in the National Football League. Kyle Pitts, he may not have produced it, but he's still a mismatch. We don't have that outside of Buck Bowers. And so how are we going to develop other weapons? How are we going to develop other ways to beat teams with an aging Kirk Cousins? And it's not to say that Kirk Cousins is bad. It's just saying that he's not 25. So I'm just really curious to see how they're going to make it work. Because at the end of the day, it's tough to just determine how this is going to play out as a whole, even with the fact that we don't know what our offensive line is going to look like. Our offensive line could look like what it was last year versus what we think it's going to look like this year if we have some improvement. So that's why I still have our wins at 4. If you look at our schedule, I
think it's at 2.
What the wins or losses?
Yeah, wins or losses. I think it's at 2.
No, I have our ceiling at 4.
Yeah.
That's just my ceiling.
I know our O line is going to be leaps and bounds better. But I mean, because really and I say that because like Colt Miller could have came back, but we just chose not to bring him back because we was like, what for? Like the last thing we need to do is get him.
Colt Miller's back.
He had a ankle sprain, high ankle sprain, which I like. If I was a lineman, I would rather have a high ankle sprain other than the other injuries that could have happened from that position. JPJ, he at least he knows his role now on the team, so now he ain't got to crash out trying to prove himself every play. I just think I always felt like we were only like one or two, well, maybe like 2 linemen away from really being a good O line. And when we brought in Tyler Linderbaum, I think that's like 1.5 a player right there, being because it's the center. because like we had Jordan Meredith. The way your line is determined is like by your center. If your center is a punk, your whole O line is a punk. I don't care if you got a dog on there or not. Your whole O line is a punk, and that's how people gonna approach you. Now that's not gonna happen to us this year. We're not gonna get punked around on the O line like that. Now we just got to find out what we're gonna do at that left guard position, and if DJ Glaze can turn his year around, because he definitely had a letdown year last year. But to his credit, he was the only O lineman that played all the games. So I just think
So,
our O line is not that far away,
so
personally, from
Black,
being a middle tier,
for
from being a middle
what you
tier.
just said, are you moving DJ Glaze to left guard?
No, I wouldn't move him to left guard. I would move him to right guard if I was going to move him to guard. And
So
put JPJ.
JPJ is there. So,
No, well, JPJ would just have to go to left guard. Like,
so
just what it is.
JPJ left. So Colton Miller, JPJ to left guard, and then Linderbaum center, and then Glaze at right guard, and then who's your right tackle?
Probably, if anybody's going to have to be, it's going to have to be Grant. But
Charles
I don't
Grant.
think, I don't think Glaze is going to lose his position though. Personally, I just don't think so. I just don't think he is. I don't necessarily think he's the best athletic guy. But I just don't think he's gonna lose his position. I just don't.
He was pretty athletic coming out of Maryland, because the thing about Glaze is that he didn't give up a sack his senior year at Maryland at all. So he was pretty athletic. But
That's good to know.
but
Can he move?
at the end of the day, though, is he was pretty atrocious last year. It was tough.
Right.
So how does this regime take that? Like, that's the biggest question, in my opinion, is you have Charles Grant that Spytek drafted last year.
Thank you.
You also have Trey Zune that primarily played tackle.
Thank you.
So where do these guys play? Like, I am very interested this offseason to know, where do these guys actually play, and how do they benefit this offensive line? Because Jack, you've rocked with me for long enough. I am a massive build in the trenches guy. I want to build in the trenches. Like, I am not about the shiny objects. When we drafted Brock Bowers, yeah, he was hands down one of the best, if not the best prospect in that draft class. But did it help us? No, because we won 4 games. Was Genty the best prospect for us? As
Membo.
No, because we won 3 games. Like,
well, that's what I said. I said Membo.
Yeah, like I wanted either Tedrow McMillan last year or Kelvin Banks. And so in the year before that, I wanted Talisi Fuaga. So, or Bo Nix. I was a very big Bo Nix fan. So if you guys can't tell.
Well, I like Bo Nix too. Which hates me when I did the show on the Wild West. Like, man, I fucking hate fucking Bo Nix. It's like, I'm going up there with, Broncos, Chargers, Kansas City Chiefs, fans. It's like, I did that stuff. It's like, I'm glad I turned it over to Nabman 93. So thank you, brother, for doing that. And it's like, I got tired of doing that. I even seen like the new, I got a privilege to see the new show rep for all AFC West teams tonight. I got shown that, so that was cool. Like,
do you think?
But at the same time, it's like, I look at it, for me, the offensive line. You got Colton Miller, stalwart, but you know what? There needs to be a replacement there, like sooner than later. And then left guard, I see Zune. and then I see, our high paid, center at center, which I love center. So, 805 see me like twice in 2 years in a row. I were 00 in Jim Otto.
You're there.
So it's like, that's what I rep. And then right guard, I don't even know how much I love it. Is JPJ, because I think JPJ could go to left. I think he plays center. I think he can do whatever he wants to do. And then, at right tackle, I don't see Glaze, Black like you do. I see Charles Grant going over there.
So to Jason's point, because I see him with his last comment right here. To Jason's point, this is what is so disappointing is there's also players that I could have liked that with our coaching, it could have never panned out. And that's the problem with us as an organization. So, for example, right? It's an ongoing joke, whatever. Jack, you probably know. My first time doing a mock draft for on my channel. My first time. I thought that Jacob Parrish, which was drafted by the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, I thought he was going to be our savior at the nickel corner spot. Everybody trashed me. Everybody's like, who's Jacob Parrish? Blah, blah, blah. Stupid. You're out of your mind. Come to find out, Jacob Parrish made the all-pro rookie team. Like, he was a stud. And my second best slot corner was Upton Stout. Upton Stout ended up getting drafted by the 49ers. So that was, what I had to deal with. But I think at the end of the day, what is so difficult is it's all about coaching. That's the hard part.
Agreed.
Is I could be okay with my assessment. Anybody could be okay with their assessment, but the coaching isn't right. It throws a wrench in everything. And that's where I will give a pass. I'll give a pass for all of our offensive linemen last year because I think Brendan Carroll was a joke. And so if we give a pass to everybody on the offensive line, then we're starting from ground zero. We don't even know.
805, I totally agree. It's like, you showed me the shit on Mason Graham.
Don't do it.
No, Black. You don't even understand this. Like, hanging out. I watched hour of video footage from 805 in a hotel room in Bakersfield doing a Raiders event. It was so cool, dude. But at the same time, like, man, Mason Graham was my number one guy. And I'm like, I saw all the mistakes. I'm like, so 805 fucking really does pull out all of the stops on like showing videos of like everybody. And I thought that was fucking awesome. And it made me like going, man, what the hell am I thinking? At the same time, like, well, this is the guy I want. And, it's like, I already said my 9 offensive linemen. And, I want more defensive linemen. And I love this running back room. So the running back room, I don't care what people say about. Number 1, it's Genty. Number 2, it's going to be Washington. Number 3, for me, it's Hemby. And people keep talking about Lobby. I liked Lobby. And I don't care if he had the one carry and he caused a fumble. But it's like,
a lot of people.
I'm sorry. Hemby has 1,000 yards receiving. He was a starting running back from Indiana. Yeah. And he was, he caught over 1,000 yards receiving. And it's like, he's got a fucking 1,000 yards in rushing. and he was ahead of Black until he got hurt. And then, like the coach said, I'm not going to change it up. I think
So
I
why,
think
why he didn't get drafted then?
Well, I don't know. Man, it's great. I drafted him in every fantasy draft I ever had in the 6th round.
I'll give you my opinion as to why Hemby wasn't drafted.
Yeah, I want to know.
Because there's a very good chance that the NFL understood that the Indiana offensive line was very good. So if you look at the Indiana offense as a whole, they were the second best rushing offense in college football combined. They, through the first 6 games, actually, first 7 games through Indiana, through the 2025 NFL season, they averaged 275 yards rushing.
Yeah.
175 yards rushing through the first 7 games. It's insane.
That is insane.
So they realized that they were damn good at rushing the football. Now, when you look at the Indiana just stats across the board, now you look at the Indiana defense. They did not give up they did not give up 14 points in 4 last 5 games to end the season. Across the board. You look at all the college football playoffs. Indiana did not give up points. Point blank period. I mean, you go look at the Ohio State game. Indiana gave up 13 Indiana gave up 10 points against an offense that averaged 33 points a game. And so you're talking.
Where these old linemen at? Are these old linemen they still there? They young?
Yeah.
No, so they were extremely good. So let's do this.
Mm-hmm.
Those old linemen, and I'm fully aware. It kind of contradicts a little bit what I said. They were so good in the run. Indiana in 2025 was the second best rushing team in college football.
Who's number 1?
What I say second, but yeah, number 1, whatever.
Was it Notre Dame? Like, with Price and Love?
Yeah. So I know you're Jack Notre Dame, but Indiana, second best rushing team in college football. So when you look at that, and then you look at the fact that they were also the 4th best defense in college football. What did Fernando Mendoza have to do?
Right.
Game manager. And he just had to organize the game. That was it. Go look at Fernando Mendoza against the best defenses in college football. Miami, as well as Ohio.
So 8 of 5. I have you brought up a great question. Based on what you just said on the running game, best running games. Again, between me watching Notre Dame and my friend 93 Nav, who's Notre Dame and Indiana, just moved to Indiana. It's like seeing that running game, and I love Hemby. I mean, I absolutely love Hemby because, man, he should be the number 3 running back in my mind.
But you want to know why, though? Is you also have to take into consideration is that Indiana offense, on average, faced the 60th best defense in college football. So when you take a look at the competition that they played, when the majority of the stats that they compiled was in the first 7 games of the season, they averaged 75 yards rushing a game the first 7 games. That was against ODU. Who's ODU? Nobody. Kennesaw State. No one knows Kennesaw State. Like, they averaged 275 yards a game against no-name teams. No-name teams.
So 805, I got to ask you this question then. It's like, do you see Lobby or Hemby?
It's all about situational. So I think Hemby can be a situational player to where I didn't like Hemby. I like Black, the other running back.
Well, of course, but he went to the Niners, so.
But it's only because of short yardage. That was it. It's just
the reason why Black was the starter because Hemby got hurt, so Black became the starter, and then when he came back, it's like, well, we're not gonna try to put you in, sprinkle you into this scheme, but this is what's working. So,
and I see it. I know Jason. He's trying to get at me. He says the running game against Ohio State was not the deciding factor, but you cannot tell me that when it came to Fernando Mendoza, he performed like a number 1 overall draft pick. He did not. He threw for 100, I believe, don't correct me, 188 yards that game. 1 interception, 0 touchdowns. So, and he was 50-50 on his passes. Like, he was 50-50 on his passes. So, when you talk about the Ohio State game, that was against one of the best defenses in college football, but he was mediocre at best. Mediocre. Like, I have compiled the stats and the notes in front of me, and I'm going to tell you right now, no. Like, just because the running game wasn't amazing, the running game was still a balance. And when you go back and you look at the game, go look at his interception. The reason why this is my biggest problem or concern with Mendoza is look at the interception. Where did the interception come from? Was after he got rattled. He got rattled a little bit, and then bang, he just throws. It's not on instinct. It's not on, I read it, I see it, and I throw it. It's not that. He just throws it, and it was picked off. That better not happen in the NFL. And so, for myself, it adds to the concern of the body of work of Fernando Mendoza, because you cannot. I've already done the homework. You can battle me all you want. You cannot point
because I always say that.
Of Fernando Mendoza going through progressions and reading defenses and actually being able to throw NFL caliber throws. Everything is RPO. Everything is back shoulder fades. Everything is just it's just reads through RPO. That's all it is. But guess what? If you look at the statistics within the NFL, that is 11% of what the NFL runs at the most.
Yeah, that's what I was telling people right there. That's a great point. I'm like, RPO is a play in the NFL. He ran it as an offense in college.
And a lot of people don't understand is that that's based on the hash marks. It's based on the line play, everything. So the line can only release off the line of scrimmage in the NFL 1 yard off the line of scrimmage. That's all they can release off of. Where with college, they can release off of three yards. In addition to that, look at the hash marks. So a lot of colleges and offensive coordinators, when it comes to hash marks, they will, because the hash marks are widened, as long as you're a school like Oregon that has all the speed in the world, hit a screen, hit a bubble screen to the outside. Let your most talented player, most athletic player just rock out, have fun. That's how it is. But in addition, as much as I will go back to one of the most impressive throws that Fernando Mendoza had. It was one of the most impressive. I am not going to take anything away from him. At least I'm not going to try not to.
Right.
He had a very impressive throw against Iowa to the right sideline. Dialed it in, man. Like I'm telling you, it was impressive. But the reason why that throw was successful was because of the placement of the hash marks. Because he knew he did not have to worry about the safety closing in. In the NFL, the safeties can close so much quicker, and he has to adapt to that. So I just
Well, in a 5, I got to ask you a question. I'm glad we're on a show together. It's like, talk about this. I think, it'd be great for him to sit. Like, I'm not huge Tom Brady fan.
Yeah.
But it's like, I'm glad, he has the potential to sit the whole season. If he's going to start, you know what I mean? If the Raiders suck ass, like you said, and they're going to suck ass, like I said too. Because we have so many players, like 9 rookies last year. We have 10 rookies right now before cuts happening. So it's 19 out of 15 players that are going to be rookies or going into the year number 2 who got no playing time whatsoever. So I think Mendoza is going to sit at least minimum to week 13 was our bye week. At least, maybe they play him then. What do you think?
I hope so. If you ask me, man, I think Mendoza needs to sit as long as he possibly can.
Right. Me too. I'm like, man, I don't care if he plays this year at all.
I said it from day one. The moment that we drafted Fernando Mendoza, I said, I'm going to sit back and just enjoy football. I'm going to barbecue. I'm going to drink my beers. I'm going to have a good time because my confidence in Fernando Mendoza, it's rough. It's rough because go back and look at his game film. You can go look at the RPOs. You can go look at the back shoulder fades, the goal balls, all that stuff. That's fine. Even if you go back and look at the goal balls, it's 50-50. His accuracy is 50-50. I challenge anybody. And I said that.
I won't challenge you on that.
I challenge.
I won't bet. Guys, if you're in the chat, it's like I will not battle 8-5 on that one.
Well,
fuck no.
I just say I challenge anybody to go back to look at the Miami game in the national championship, the biggest stage against one of the best defenses in college football. Tell me how Fernando Mendoza looked in every throw. Tell me. And it's mediocre.
So when you say how did it look, what do you mean by that?
So when I look at that, I look at how did he read the defense? How did he handle pressure? What was his accuracy like? Stages, like everything. I mean, because when you look at what Fernando Mendoza looked like in the national championship in the second half of that game, because the second half was when there was a corner for Miami that had to sit because he was benched the game before. When Miami got the full defense settled in, bro, they came after Mendoza. And this is where it's difficult because Mendoza, his pocket presence isn't great. This is where his offensive line was exposed because his offensive line created pressure on him. He got sacked I want to say like the first 2 dropbacks that he had. He didn't complete a pass to the fourth quarter. And the one of the passes that he created, the first one that he created, or that he attempted, was a designed receiver screen. So I like go back. I challenge anybody, even in the second half.
Well, I am because
And I got it.
not to try to like bunk you or anything, because I really want to go look and see what you see, because the thing about me when it came to Mendoza is I didn't pay attention to him until the playoffs. And so then I had to work my way backwards to see how he was. And so I'm always open to go look at, the games multiple times, because it's not like I was watching the whole time. But for me, what I did notice about him is when they needed a throw, he made the throw.
But
Like when they needed a first down, he got the first down. Now, primarily on back shoulder, can you do that in the NFL all the time like that? I think not. But I mean,
But okay, and I'm with you. I'm 100% with you, right?
mhm,
So when they needed a throw, did he make the throw? I'm with you.
mhm,
He did. I'm not going to argue that.
mhm.
But how much does that translate to the NFL? Because
Right.
the amount of times that people come at me and be like, "Oh, well, he's the Heisman Trophy winner. Oh, well, he won this award or he did this." Like winning the Heisman Trophy does not mean that translates well to the NFL. That just means that you were good in college. So
Yeah.
when we talk about Fernando Mendoza, go look at it. Maybe I have to preface this. I'm from SoCal. I went through the Matt Leonard days, the Carson Palmer days, where I had to figure out, holy shit, like why aren't these guys working out?
Yeah, why don't they translate? Right.
Yeah. Why did Matt Leinart not translate to the NFL? So I had to sit back and go, as a young kid, mind you, coaching high school football, I had to figure out, why are these guys not translating to the NFL when I'm trying to coach these kids? I'm trying to coach these guys to like get to the next level. And same with Reggie Bush. I'm from SoCal. Reggie Bush came to my dad put on a golf tournament. Reggie Bush came to the golf tournament, and I used to like literally chill with all these guys. Wendell White, all these guys.
805. I'm glad that you coach the stuff in SoCal, but NorCal.
Get out of here. Don't give me NorCal. Don't do it.
Yo, I'm gonna give you some NorCal, bro. I love you, but some NorCal De La Salle.
De La Salle's nasty. We're not
and you know what? And that's a high school that's literally a rock throw from my high school in the Nation Valley.
Compete against NorCal. Okay, I'm not gonna do it.
Yeah,
I
well,
want to know why
say
don't they
that.
translate. That's what I want to know. Why don't they translate? Because didn't Caleb go to?
Here's the thing. Is
Well, no De La Salle quarterback ever translated to the NFL either.
So with Matt Leinart, with Carson Palmer, with all these quarterbacks, right? Like I'm growing up watching these guys just thrive. Kerry Clausen, if you guys don't know Kerry Clausen, Kerry Clausen back in the day, coming out of SoCal, man, he was a stud. And I played against Kerry Clausen. And I try to figure out, okay, as I'm coaching, how these guys how they're not translating. Problem is that the college game tries to transform you to find success within their game. It's not about developing you to the NFL. So I said that very quickly, but follow me.
I agree.
Tebow. Look at Tim Tebow. Tim Tebow was one of the best college quarterbacks to come out of college. Like, I mean, he was a stud. I'm actually a Florida Gator fan. I'm a massive Florida Gator fan. But Tim Tebow just did not translate to the NFL. He won a Heisman. He was a national championship winner. The whole nine. But why didn't it translate? You want to know why? Because there's so many nuances in the game that does not translate to the pro leagues. It just doesn't. And one of the most simplified things that you can describe is the timing, the complexity of NFL defenses, and the hash marks. The hash marks are one of the biggest differences between the NFL and the college. The hash marks play a massive role because
it's 5 yards different in each side.
Well, yeah, and so from the thing about that you say that, and I want you to continue, but because one of the major things I look at when I'm looking at a
10 yards
is the ability to throw from one hash to the other sideline.
Yes. And so there's a play that I brought up with a friend of Mendoza. I want to say it was against the Oregon game, his second game against Oregon. It was the second game against Oregon. Bro, he threw a rope to the sideline against Oregon. Nasty. On point. It was great. And I'll give him credit for it. When you can actually have the comfort level to step back and fire that ball to the opposite fucking the opposite sideline, that's nasty. I give him credit for it. I saw it. It was there without question. But the problem is that when you have hash marks, when the hash marks
10 yards.
Hold on. I'm singing it to my kid. Go to bed. I love you. No. When it comes to the hash marks, the problem is the hash marks give you a bailout. So, for example, if you're on the left hash, right? In Black, I think you said you played quarterback back in the day, right? So you'll I guess relate to this in a sense. So if you're on the left hash, far left hash, college hash marks, and you're firing to the right sideline, that safety has to respect the boundary sideline. And that's the major difference, is that the defenders have to respect the boundary sideline. So they give enough room on the field side to where, imagine an Oregon, imagine a Florida with Percy Harvin. Bro, they will run screens, bubble screens, slip screens, whatever you want to call it. They will call everything to literally put that safety, that single safety up top in conflict. They will do it all day, every day, and that's the college game. So when you talk about, I challenge everybody, go to, as much as I showcased it and I showed them, this was an amazing throw. It was a great throw. Watch Fernando Mendoza against Iowa throw a fucking dart to the field side on top of the safety, underneath the corner. It was a whole shot, man. It was a very good throw. You ain't doing that shit in the NFL. You ain't doing it. I'm sorry. It ain't gonna happen. You're gonna have to learn that shit ain't happening. But it was so damn good in college football. It was damn good. But that shit ain't happening in the NFL. Purely because of the hash marks. So
yeah,
that is half my rant on Fernando Mendoza.
So what about AOC for you then?
Oh God, you ready for this?
Oh yeah, I'm ready for you. You know I'm public enemy number one. Every time I say his name, I lose like 3 subscribers.
Here's my thing.
Oh, is Jeff on this channel?
I don't know. When it comes to Ed O'Connell, let me ask you, Black. What are some of the things that a NFL NFL style quarterback needs to have to succeed in the NFL, or just find success, right? Just find success. What does a quarterback need to have?
What
Number
outside of
one, read
reading
the
the defense?
defense.
Outside of reading the defense, you need to be able to navigate the pocket.
Okay,
Uh,
it's true.
yeah, I mean, read the defense is like always most important to me, but I don't think all quarterbacks can read defense though.
It's true.
Nope.
So, I would probably say those are the things that I would probably the two major things I would say. What you
That's
think?
fair. That's 100% fair. Could you say that good coaching plays a role?
For sure.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Could you say that having weapons around them plays a role?
It does.
Agreed again. So like there's gonna be more.
Yeah. I think having like weapons could help. Having a solid not even solid, consistent foundation. Does that play a role in the success, like not just short term, but long term success of a quarterback?
Saying NFL. We talking NFL, right?
Just NFL.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. So with that being said, in my opinion, this is me. I don't think Aiden O'Connell has experienced any of that at all. Not just he hasn't experienced weapons, he hasn't experienced consistency, he hasn't experienced good coaching, he hasn't experienced anything. Now, that's not to say he is a fucking great quarterback or has potential. The only stance I can be on with Aiden O'Connell, the only stance is that I just don't think the Raiders have given him a chance, because I know a lot of people will say that, well, he's had 17 starts. Well, guess what? If we give Mendoza 17 starts, people will still give him a chance, because even if Mendoza went 5-12 or 5-13,
Your number one pick versus a fourth round pick. So I get that.
well, people would be like, well, he's a first round. I think the problem is that Aiden O'Connell, they treat him as a fourth round, so there's nothing expected of him.
Oh, you
And
know what I left out? Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
go for it. No, go for it.
No, go ahead because it's gonna because it's my main issue with Aiden O'Connell. But go ahead though.
I'm just saying, I'm not saying that Aiden O'Connell is a starting quarterback. I'm not saying that he's an able quarterback. I'm just saying that from the moment that Aiden O'Connell came in the league, we have not been able to provide for him the stability that any quarterback needs to find success.
Yeah, just like Derek Carr.
A lot of us
I was
talk
about to say we can apply that to Derek Carr too.
100%.
Black, you just said what I just said. You know, I want to regress a little bit, just to hype up, my high school team in Natia Valley. When we played against De La Salle, which is like, literally, you could throw a rock.
De La Salle.
Yeah, De La Salle, Concord, California.
Yeah.
It's like, man, I played against a Monty Toomer, who's an all-time New York Giants wide receiver.
I played middle linebacker in high school against De La Salle. Oh no, sorry, not Modern Day.
Modern Day.
Nice too, though.
And then it's like, Aaron Taylor. So Aaron Taylor went to my, man, he grew up in Concord, but got his, free scholarship at De La Salle Catholic school. Number 4 pick overall for the Packers. And they fucking beat the Broncos in the Super Bowl. So 2 guys that I went against. I actually went against Aaron Taylor one play. Man, I was thinking, man, that dude's been playing both ways. I ran a 4.5 40. I'm gonna fucking speed rush against him. And he put his hands on me, and it's like fucking just stopped like a brick wall, dude.
Yeah.
Brick wall. It's like, oh.
Man,
So I didn't say that because we're talking about high school football earlier. I'm sorry, to cut the conversation off, but I had to bring that up because I went against two guys that are fucking huge players in the NFL in the NFL history. So that was pretty cool.
Yours in.
You want to know what my issue with Aiden O'Connell before any of those things that you just said, dog? Because as true as it may be that he hasn't had the somewhat of an ideal situation to kind of showcase his talent, because I think there is talent there. But before I can get to any of that, his inability to stay on the field it won't allow me to grade him because he's been regressing ever since he's been in the league. He went from 5-5 to 2-7, and it ain't even so much the record; it's so much just how it's coming about. And then now he goes and he's out for a full season, except for the last game, right? So now I'm like, okay, cool. How do you gauge a player that's doing that? Now, okay, I guess the simplest thing you could do is you could add up his starts and add it up to 17 and say
So
and say,
Black, I'm
okay,
going to ask you this.
Well,
you asked that question. So who do you think is better likely to be on a team next year? Aiden O'Connell as a backup, or you're going to fucking pay buku bucks next year for fucking Kirk Cousins?
Well,
Is Kirk Cousins going to?
Before you get there, though,
Kirk Cousins is going to stagger the development of Mendoza. So we know Mendoza is going to be the number one starter. Aiden O'Connell is a great backup.
No, you saying he's a great backup, and I'm saying how can we say that if his availability is very limited?
But before we get there, though, with Aiden O'Connell, I think it's tough. It's tough with Aiden O'Connell because you can never predict injuries. Look at our who's our corner, our number one.
Well, our number 805, our number one is Stokes, but
yeah,
but in reality, our number one could be a totally different player.
But JJ Stokes had the
but we're talking about injuries, right? So
his entire start of the career, and then he had a great, just comeback this year, and so it's hard to determine injuries. But I'm with you. Like it's hard to determine it, but you can't you can't
right.
step away from it.
So that's what I'm saying about McCoy. It's like McCoy could be at the same time that same player. You know what I mean? It's like
correct.
We don't know. It's like we just don't know.
But it's bad though. It's so bad. And this is just me, and this might test some people if there's still people in the chat. I'm not gonna lie. I think between Kirk Cousins, between Aiden O'Connell, Fernando Mendoza is without question the third string quarterback. Like he is
right now
on the bottom tier.
And it's not just by ability or by circumstance.
No, just by ability, by what he is able to do. Because I'm gonna tell you right now, go back and look at all of his game film, his game film. He does not show that he can read a defense. He does not show that he's able to actually go through progressions as a quarterback. And so, and at least just not within a body of work. And so when I say that, I'm telling you, Aiden O'Connell knows what the hell he's doing only because
he's not mobile. That's why. Because he has to get it out.
No.
He has to get the ball out.
No. He only knows because he knows he's not going to get hit. That's the difference. Because when you go through training camp, when you go through all the OTAs, when you go through all this stuff, guess what? Quarterbacks run those red jerseys for a reason because you ain't getting hit. So Aiden O'Connell is going to sit free. And when Aiden O'Connell can sit free and he's 3 years in, understanding the nuances of an NFL just defense, especially a Robbie Leonard defense, potentially. Obviously, it's new, but I'm telling you, there's a good chance that Aiden O'Connell, the hype might be like, man, Aiden O'Connell is looking better than Mendoza. Well, yeah, he probably is because
preseason.
yeah, he probably is. He's probably looking damn good, better than Fernando Mendoza. And I would argue that it's not just because like none of those quarterbacks, or at least Mendoza doesn't have experience against like live contact at that point. But I'm sorry, I'm struggling to know whether or not Fernando Mendoza is going to be able to read a NFL style defense, the complexity that brings with the pass rush that he's going to see. I don't know if he could bring it all together. Because he could barely do it in college.
Yeah, I don't know what his level with that, and I am gonna go look. But what I did know is he wasn't gonna be able to pull it all together in no half of a camp. Well, I mean, it's a full camp, but his first camp, and then to the point where he's gonna start over a veteran like Kirk Cousins. So
he's not gonna start Kirk Cousins.
yeah,
No.
so I knew that from the beginning. That's why I was so frustrated with Raider Nation, because they kept trying to throw this. What if he comes in and he does this? And I'm like, yeah, I mean, sure. What if he does? But I mean, like, the thing is, like, that's not going to happen for real. That just doesn't happen like that.
And fellows, I'm going to disagree with a little bit of what 805. I love you, brother. But I'm going to say this. I'm going to say this. A man. Wait, hold on. It's like a man that's got an engineering degree from Berkeley and says, I'm just going to come back and play fucking quarterback for Indiana.
Yeah.
So Indiana was not even on the map, dude. But he loves Spagnotti. It's like, he loved them. So it's like, I'm going to come out there and I'm going to fucking do this stuff. He already got his degree. So he could have gone, already gone into the draft and did what his stuff was. But 3 years and getting an engineering degree, that kid is not a stupid kid. He's super smart. He's so smart. So I think he can process the NFL. And again, that's my opinion. Just my opinion. He can process the NFL, and he can process things faster than most people can.
Well, you got to go through it first in order for him to process it, though.
To whether or not Indiana is a credible football school?
Well, I mean, before this is the first time they've ever won, the national championship.
You want to know why Indiana became a credible football school? Is because they played the age difference in college football. They had the most 25 to 26-year-olds.
Well, so that became from COVID, right?
No, that's part of it. 100%. I'm not discrediting that. They literally had the oldest team in college football ever at Indiana. You had grown ass men, which you want to know why that plays a massive role, is because you have 25 to 26-year-olds playing against guys that are at Old Dominion or Kennesaw State that are 19-year-olds. And that's exactly right. That's exactly why
that's
Indiana
COVID
rushed for damn near 275 yards on average the first 6 games. Like that,
it matters. It does matter.
Crazy.
It matters. The thing about his degree, with that degree and his brain power, what that allows you to do is have the ability to remember the plays, maybe know where people line up, maybe figure some things out on the fly or whatnot. But what it doesn't do is give you pre-knowledge of what you haven't gone through, because especially like NFL defenses, like I don't care how smart he is, there's things that he's going to see that have no clue about, especially coming from a offense where you're running RPO all the time when you're not reading defenses. Reading defenses is pretty complex. Well, it's not hella sophisticated, but it's complex. Um, and if you're not used to it, it just takes time. It just takes playing to do it. Now,
Right.
or watching, because you can watch and learn. Because I make fun of mental reps, right? But as a quarterback, mental reps are paramount to a quarterback. I mean, sure, you want to go in there and play at some point, but watching what defenses do helps you process. But you got to go through it, and he'll be able to get it. It's just going to take him some time.
Man,
Now,
I think Max is
AOC,
good. I think players like Mad, that's a thing that no one ever talks about, in practice. Max is gonna be like one of those guys. I'm gonna put my hand on you. I'm gonna hit you.
yeah, but that ain't gonna help.
I'm
The only
making
thing
you
that's
learn.
gonna do
You
is
need to get this fucking ball out faster. I'm gonna put my hand on you. So it's people don't understand, that's a big thing, in the NFL. And it's yes, I don't expect, Mendoza to play this year at all. Zero. Zero. Honestly. If I have my way, I don't want him to play. I want to go Tom Brady way. It's Tom Brady said he learned a lot. But you're out there getting your reps. And it's you get fucking great players putting your hand on you and saying, "Man, I tapped you. I tapped your dumb ass." And maybe I'll fucking knock the ball out of your hand. I'll make you cause a fumble.
yeah, but
So
that
it's
ain't gonna do
it's
nothing
not
with that.
about 2026. And again, guys, it's not about 2026. It's about 2027, 2028, and the years beyond. Again, you look at how many fucking young guys are on this team, first year players that got no playing time because of Pete Carroll, and how many we got this year. I'm not worried about it. It's we talked about records earlier tonight.
Jack, man, you may not be worried about it, and I love it, man. I love the positivity. But can you tell me how many guys in the last 2 years, last year's draft, this year's draft, are day one, bona fide, effective starters?
Not a lot.
With this year
Wait. Black,
and last year.
let me answer that question. So, with a
Hold on.
5,
Wait a minute. Hold on. You talking about this year and last year, or just last year?
Last year and this year.
Okay.
I don't feel like there's a ton.
Day one starters.
No.
We're
Talking A1 or the first round picks or the second round draft picks. What I feel like is what we've been filling in is a depth. So let's go back to the let's go back to the offensive line.
Day one.
So you said again A1. You're again. I'm talking Stooks is an A1 starter.
You think so?
I think so. I think I think Genty has that possibility, but
He's
at the same
already a
time,
starter.
I don't know about Genty.
What do you
Brock
mean? He's
Bowers.
already a starter.
He is.
No, I
He
said
almost had 1,000
A1.
yards.
We're talking A1s. You know what I mean? The
Yeah,
guys
it's
in my
so what?
mind.
He almost had 1,000 yards his rookie year, man. I don't get no A1 in that.
Well, Black. Here's the thing. I'm saying A1. I know Colton Miller's an A1 starter, so he's an A1 starter.
I'm talking about draft picks.
Oh, draft picks. So we had 9 last year that are on the roster still. Out of the 11,
they are day one, because when you try to build a roster, you want to make sure you build through the draft.
Well, and then you got to let the A1 or the kids play.
Okay.
So if we can see we have A1s or A2s or A3s or B starters, we gotta let all the kids play, because we did not let that happen last year under Pete Carroll. None.
But they all didn't got to start for you to know. Like you can
Right.
tell who
So
you can
that's
tell
what
who
I'm saying.
starting
It's like
and
this year. This year is a rebuild. It's a rebuild year this year. So honestly, I don't care about the record. It's about improvement, improve. Because
well,
you know
how
what?
do you gauge that?
So what is our average age? I think it's under 24 years of age. I'm like 19. So last year was like 9. This year's 10. So we have right now 19 players that are potentially under what, 23, 24 years old. It's like, and you got to give them time right? Everyone needs to develop. The coaching staff needs to develop. We got a new head coach. We got a new offensive line coordinator. We got a new offense coordinator. Chigoko. It's like, with,
So I mean, they're not
Kubiak.
starters then.
We got a new defensive coordinator. Everything is going to be new. So you
when are we
can't
gonna stop making excuses?
you can't have a Super Bowl team.
Well, I mean, they're not starters then if you relying on all that stuff. Like,
But
Well,
like,
I feel like
I
they
think
could
really
be
the
started.
only starters. I think really the only starters, like day one starters we have, is like Genty. You might not like it, but Dante Thornton started his first game for sure.
Well, he did, but he got
yeah,
benched because he couldn't separate.
there's a lot of issues with
no, that what it okay, we'll okay. So I think Stooks is a starter, day one starter. I think even Trey Zoom could be a day one starter. But
I think
outside
so
of
too,
that,
bro. I already
outside
said it
of that,
earlier with you. It's like I think left guard. I think Zoom could be the starter. It's like he had the best pass blocking grade in the coming out of college.
who is Trent Stoops going to start over? Because if you have
who?
if
Stooks?
you have
Burford or
And you said Stooks, right?
Stooks,
He's the only free safety.
Stooks.
He's the only true free safety we got.
we have Isaiah Palmao.
No, he's not a free
Right
safety
now.
at all. That's why he was getting up last year.
I think Isaiah Palmao was getting cooked because of the defense. Like cover 3 was stupid. The way we ran cover 3 was absolutely stupid, and we didn't.
So how would you run that? 8-5. It's like I don't see Polamalu being a starter. I see Stooks being the pure free safety, like what Black just said. I see him as being a true free safety.
Good, but Stooks mainly played box safety at Arizona. So is he going to take over Jeremy Chin?
Not last year. Last year he played third. He played a third at each, like third at nickel, third in the box, and third in free safety.
Yep.
And he's just it's just his range. That's why I say that. That's
He's
the reason why
versatile.
it's just his range, his ability, his range, and his speed. I mean, all the other measurables, I would definitely give it to Palomar because I like Palomar a lot. But I just think that he's easy to scheme. He's easy to scheme at that free safety position, and that could just be simply because of reps. Because he might be better at it this year than last year for sure.
I will say though, I'm only gonna say it is that I said Jonah Laulu was in the ball last year. Everybody tried to correct me. They said that Thomas Booker was gonna be the guy.
No,
Thomas Booker's not the guy. But
no, Booker better get his act together. Him and Adams.
Booker, that's a whole different story.
I don't believe in our DTs. It's like I really don't believe into them. It's like we look at the draft. I think all of us wanted either a wide receiver or a DT, in our first round draft pick, our second round draft pick. We didn't address either. So I see Spytech just going, man, I got my guys the year before and I have my trust in them, and we're gonna see what's gonna happen. Because you know what? We're not gonna win a Super Bowl. So we want to see what's going to happen with both sides of the ball.
Let's stay with the safety talk though, because that's actually very interesting. And I'm not saying that I'm right or anybody else is wrong. I'm not saying that at all.
Right.
I'm very curious. Just how are we going to run our safeties? Is it going to be Isaiah Palomau? Are
He's
we
on the
run
bench.
safety sets? Just a
No.
safety set? I
It's
don't know.
three. It's gonna. We're gonna play. We're gonna play three. We're gonna play three high safeties. Watch. We're gonna play.
Oh,
We're gonna play.
funny.
We're gonna play with Stooks in the middle. It's gonna be
It's gonna be the
Chin in
nickel.
their box, and Palomalu like the same thing on the
Like,
other
if you
side.
draw that up though, then
Palomalo is like
or-
the worst version of like
no,
Jeremy
if you
Chin.
draw that up though,
No, he's
or
definitely not the
like
worst
a
version.
shell, which you're not going to run a shell, and
Well, no, not primarily. So I don't think Palomalu starts if we just going straight nickel. Because then it's going to be Stooks and Chin. But see, for me, this is my thing when it comes to the safety. It's not so much who starts; it's about packages. It's about who's going to thrive in what packages. Who's the DBs that's gonna show out in what nickel package, what dime package, what shell, what palms, what. Because what's going to happen is your boy Rob Leonard is going to try to mix and match defenses all the time.
but this is assuming that's what Leonard's going to do, right? Like, I hope he does.
Right.
I'm with you, man.
Assuming, right?
100% hope that that's the defense he's going to run, or he like adjust schemes to. We just don't know.
Because I like a 3rd and 5, right?
Yeah.
On a down where it's probably a pass, but you might can run it, So you can go with like Stooks at safety. You can have Palomalu playing, and you can have Chin playing like in a box, just in case they do run it. But if they don't run it, they throw a pass. The pass ain't gonna be some deep pass, so they could cover a little bit because Chin can't even cover that. His covering is worse than Palomalu's.
So
Coverage is worse.
100%. Like the concept and all that is great, but the amount of times I was so goddamn frustrated when we run straight cover 3 or we just,
Right.
like, you know what I'm saying? It's like
Right.
we as outsiders can
Mhm.
assume what the coverage is going to be or what we should do or what it's going to be. That's the problem that I have. Like, I am not on. Let's do this. And this might be where you have a little bit more insight, just kind of where I come from.
No, I agree. I agree with you, 8 to 5 on that. You got to mix it up.
I think this is what it's going to be, or I know it's what it's going to be, or I have a feeling this is what it's going to be. Like, I just come from the stance of this is what I would want to do. Hope it's this. You know what I'm saying? And that's where I think it gets me in trouble. I'm dead serious in this whole space, because when I tried to explain people, like earlier in my live, I did a live with Severe.
Oh, salute Severe. Good boy.
And I was just like, this is just what the game film. This is what the game film shows. But because people want to throw so many different angles at it, I'm like, okay, like you can throw 5 different angles at it, but this is what the game film shows. This is what he's doing. And that's what it is. So,
well, 805, the reason why it's like, the defense is the biggest question mark. I mean, it literally is the biggest question mark. We drafted 4 rookies in our defensive back room. We signed two two good linebackers, and and I still can't understand Clay Walker over Spillane.
But who's questioning the question?
I'm going to question the question because I still think Spillane's better than Clay Walker. So
no, you want to know why Spillane isn't? The thing about Spillane is he makes the tackles, but a lot of his tackles he's making them from behind because a lot of times he might hit the wrong gap. And
he's catching football with the cast on his hand. So I'm not going to buy that.
I was the number one proponent of Spillane for like the last 2 years. Like I had to really argue people down about how good he is now, but I won't be deceived in how he goes about getting those tackles. Right? I'm like, how can you guys say he's garbage and he's like 100 and something plus tackles every year from the linebacker positions? But there was a lot of times I seen him in the same gap as another linebacker, and then he'll make the tackle still, but he's running the guy from behind.
He's not a white dude. He's definitely not a white.
Don't get me started with last year, or 2 years ago, if we're doing that.
Yeah, 2 years. So I don't know, but when you say safety, like, do I think that's what I hope? What was the options you said? You either hope that it's like that, or you
So
used another word.
when it comes to the safety play, man, I really do. I hope that we run our safeties in a way that we run like a true cover, like two high safety set, to where Isaiah Paul can just function to one side of the field,
Yeah,
and then we move another safety over. Like I think that would be best for Paul. I really do. And if we can because it's not just that would work, it works for so many other defenses.
yes, it
And
does.
with Robbie Leonard came from the Brian Flores cover two safety system. And if he mirrors the Brian Flores system, nasty, make it happen. You know what I'm saying? Like if he can implement it the same way. And I've always been a proponent that defenses are easier to implement than offenses because I've coached them both. I've been a defense coordinator and offense coordinator. I was defense coordinator for 22 years, 23 years. I was OC for 7-8 years. Implementing a defense is so much more easier than implementing an offense. And
okay. Then I gotta pause you guys. I think that 8 of 5, that is fucking amazing and awesome. I tip my cap right now to you doing that. But then why not? Why not? For me, it's just this is a me question.
okay.
So like 0 tech, 1 tech, a huge mammoth of a man. I mean, huge. I know he's raw. He's raw. But if you're only doing 0 tech and 1 tech on either side and not get Locky Tossy in there. And I know that, our boy from the down under is like, is wanting to hear what you say too.
Okay.
It's like, man. I mean, that dude is like 6'6", 373 pounds, and he's bigger than any person on the entire field from either team. So
I have a response on that. Because I wanted Locky Tosti to be on the D line when he first came to the Raiders. But
me too.
I'll Black, I'm throw it to you, man. Black, hey, you give your input. I don't want to speak too much.
No, I just was saying on the defense, when it comes to the defense, I'm basing it on what I think would probably be the most efficient way to go about running the defense. And I'm also basing it off of, like you said, like Flores, maybe even some of how even Seattle ran their defense last year, because a lot of people will look at them and say, hey, they ran a base this, but really 70-something% of the time they was in the nickel and the dime all day long, even on runs, even in the run. And I think we're gonna do something similar because we got a lot of versatile players that could either cover and tackle. So I think that's what we're gonna kind of do. But I won't know until we start running the defense for real. So
it's like, I'll look at this. Like, if there's a team that's on our goal line and you can have a Locky Tossy and all you're doing is 0 and 1, like, man, teach them that. Like, just teach them that.
Yeah.
And like, 805, you just said the defense is easier to teach than the offense.
It is.
And so it's like, that's all your responsibility is 0 and 1 technique.
But
why not have that mammoth of a man who's going to be fucking 40 pounds bigger than any offensive lineman that you're going to throw in there, especially at center? Center, you're going to be smaller. And just put in that boy out there, and why not, try to stop that run? Because that will cost you a game, or like not cost you a game.
Jack, you ready for this?
Yeah, ready? I'm ready, bro. It's like that's the most exciting player that I love for the Raiders.
I already know what you're gonna say. Watch this stuff. Go ahead.
Okay. The problem is when you express that you're just excited about like just a player that's gonna like dominate, there's so many keys that player has to read.
But I'm talking 0 and 1 technique. So it's not that much.
It doesn't it doesn't matter.
When you said like defense is like, it's easier to learn than offense. So
it is because it's less plays, but that don't mean there's not as many keys and L's and reads.
So when you say keys and reads, guess what? When you step left, I gotta step left. When you step right, I have to there are keys to it. But I'm gonna tell you right now, Locky Tossy, that bad man, man, I think that he's gonna like wreck house. I really do.
So when you say red house, what does red house mean to you?
It's a wreck house.
Wreck house. I think he has the potential to understand his role. If you can play him in situational, he could wreck house.
Like second and third down.
But when it comes to you trying to be a true nose guard or just like being a true 0 technique.
No, I feel like, if it's goal line, man, it's like put that motherfucker in there. It's like, you go to straight ahead, and then you can go to the left. You can go to the right. 0 tech, 1 tech.
So you know what the problem is? You know what the problem is?
Tell me, bro. Tell me.
So a lot of offensive linemen understand technique. They will technique your ass till the cows come home. I'm just letting you know, because it's not about how big and strong you are. So, biggest example, Jordan Meredith, 2024.
Yeah, he's like what, 6'4", 290?
Till the cows come home. He did. You can't tell me he didn't. Jordan Meredith.
No, I can't tell you that because Meredith, I think, was ranked 17th when I did the Wild Wild West show. It's like he was ranked 17th overall at the time as left guard. I'm like, that was crazy to me. It's like because he can't fucking run block at all.
Jack, who said from the moment that Cody Whitehair signed, I said Jordan Meredith needs to start. Jordan Meredith played 1 game against the Dallas Cowboys in the preseason. I said he needs to start. That was me, and that's the rest.
Yeah, Whitehair sucked. Fucking
because Jordan Meredith ended up playing 374 snaps with 0 sacks the following year after he took Cody Whitehair's spot. Like,
yeah, it's like, I still, that's a crazy thing too. It's like, I've never understood, like, why, Brandon Carroll like moved in the center when he played so much better at
That's
the
easy.
guard.
No, it's easy because they didn't want JPJ playing center. They didn't want no young center playing there. And not
Well,
only that, Jordan Meredith was
Brendan
playing
Carroll, like,
more.
Black. It's like, he's like, he's a run coordinator. At the same time, it's like, man, he switched it all up, and it's like it looked like crap. It was so much better the year before.
Yeah, but we also had a
so
center there that wasn't Jordan
this is
Meredith.
this is like purely a question. I'm dead serious. Purely a question.
I like that.
How the hell does Jordan Meredith get stripped from the guard position, moved to center, right? And then he gets moved like to the opposite guard, and then Pete Carroll's like, "Oh, well, wait a second. I should have moved him to guard in the first place because he was so good at that last year." Like,
He was doing that to spite JPJ, man. But for whatever the reason was, because he didn't want JPJ being the center. Like he didn't want him to be the leader. He didn't want no young player to be in the leader of the O line. He didn't want it.
Well, I have a little bit different perspective on that. It's like, JPJ was like, the best center coming out of college. I mean, bar none. He's the best center. But when they're saying, like, he can't read the defense, like, in the NFL, like he did in college, I think there's some worthiness in that. And that's the reason why right now we're like, still seeing we signed, to a massive contract to our Linderbaum as a center, and JPJ is going to be again a guard. So I feel like there's some worthiness of that.
No, why? Because some
that tells me but does that tell me that I don't like JPJ? Yes, I think JPJ is fucking amazing.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, you
do. In 805, it's kind of cool. Like, we both
love it.
We saw JPJ's parents at 2 years ago at Bakersfield.
We did, 100%.
JPJ played just fine at center when he played. Man, you just gotta get a guy's time. It was all politics. That's the reason why, and that's why we didn't have no continuity on our O line. That's why our O line was garbage, because the center we did have was getting his back blew out like he was on Pornhub. Like, what the heck was going on there? Like, and we never changed it. Like, that was the craziest part. Like,
so
until we had to change it.
I'm not going to disagree with the projected O line. So, are we looking at it as like Colt Miller, JPJ, Linderbaum, Burford?
And they're probably gonna stick Burford weak butt up in there.
Okay.
And then he gonna lose his job to Trey Zoon or somebody.
I'm just saying, because as of right now, Colt Miller, left tackle.
Right.
Like, I want. Let's do this for the last.
Let's do it.
Well, hold up. Like, I've wanted for the longest time, man, the meanest best offensive line we could project.
Yes.
So to left tackle Colton. Guard what?
The meanest? Are we doing a meanest? Is that what we doing?
Man,
if we doing the meanest, I'm sticking Trey Zoon there.
But Trey Zoon's never played guard before, though.
No, he hasn't. But the thing about it is, it's an easy transition. Well, it's an easier transition from tackle to guard in the NFL. So a lot of left tackles that can't play left tackle can transfer like to
So
the
I agree
guard
with
position.
you, but then where does that put Carlos Rogers?
Oh well, he on the outside looking in.
So that's where it's tough. It's like I don't disagree, but we now have spent so much draft capital on offensive linemen to battle with certain people we don't even know. So I'm gonna go. Well, I'll go with you. We're gonna go. Who's at left tackle?
Bolton.
Colton. Then we're gonna go JPJ or
I'm going with Zoom because he played left tackle, but he can't play left tackle in the NFL probably not yet. And so I'll put him at left guard.
okay. So Colton,
Andrew Baum,
Soon,
JPJ, and
okay.
either Grant or Glaze. I kind of like Grant. I like how Grant get down. I like how he play. I do, but it's something about a 3-year starter there that counts for something.
Look, I don't mind it. I really don't mind it. But then there's players that are like, damn, Spy Tech, you don't know what the hell you're doing.
No, what happens is on the old line, somebody gonna get hurt. That's the thing.
You can plan for like injuries. You can.
We actually got good depth. We don't have like a Stone Forsythe depth, or we don't have no. We got legit starter depth.
Man, but
And I don't have a problem with that because then that means the drop off is not crazy.
I
You gotta think we went from terrible O line to options now.
but I'm with you, but I struggle with that though.
Mm-hmm.
Because I struggle with it only because like man, like why are you prepping? Why are you prepping? But if we say we're just like prepping for like hard depth when we're the 32nd, we're picking first overall.
Because really our O line wasn't that bad.
Uh,
It wasn't that bad. It was the coaching that made it that bad.
you know. It's, I'm with you.
Our
I'm
O
with
line wasn't that bad. It was the coaching that made it that bad. And then plus the
you.
injuries too. Don't discount that because the injuries definitely didn't help it. It accelerated it. It was like an accelerant at that point because then you didn't want to bring back Colton. Then you playing musical chairs at all the positions. Then you don't want to put JPJ in, and then he out there knocking himself out. He ain't helping himself, so it just was just crazy. But when all things being calmed down, I think we go from a 32nd ranked offensive line to like at least like the I don't know, I'll say like definitely 20. That's just on GP.
Now I'm with you. I look at Jason. He's saying I'm confident in Rick Dennison. I mean, I'm not confident in our line coach. Like I love it. Last year I had massive questions and Pete Carroll's son. That's bad.
Oh yeah,
100%.
no, that was just terrible. That was almost that was a sabotage job too, though. That's Pete Carroll putting his hand all in Chip Kelly bag. And then
So
that's gonna make you feel some type of way anyway, because he like, man, why you stick him over here?
could you sabotage it? Like, do you really think that a coach at the NFL level sabotage his dad's job. That's wild, man.
No,
That's
it's not that he was sabotaging his dad's job. It was just like that's how you have an ear
I'm with
in the offensive side of the room, being the head coach, like because he really had no control over Chip Kelly. We seen it every halftime. Oh, Pete, what do you think we need to do? What do you guys need to do coming up? We need to run the ball. We need to run the ball. Guess what we do? We play action. So
I'm
Pete Carroll had no control over what was going on that offense over there. So consequently, why his son is over there causing friction. And that's why it just didn't work. That's why it looked worse than it really was because we had a lot of infighting, a lot of it.
So, all right, big dog. Hey, all I gotta say is appreciate you. Let me come on your stream. You
I
know,
appreciate it, bro. I'd love to return the favor one day. Um,
um,
I gotta take my mom to the airport here pretty soon anyway, too.
but well, just let me know last time because I'm not. I hope Fernando Mendoza signs. I hope he does.
Mm-hmm.
But do you think he's gonna sign? Do you think it's like by tomorrow?
Oh yeah,
We
yeah.
are like 7 hours away, bro.
I think they are. I
Think
think
so?
he would want to, but then if he don't, that just give him more reason not to play him. But I don't like to have them kind of financial issues because first of all, it's not something that's normal. That's not normal for us for your number one pick to go. I just think they're taking forever because what happens is Ty Simpson gets paid based off how he get paid, and other things go down. And I just think that it's just playing chess games with it's goofy to me. So I'm trying not to pay attention to it. But if we go into it tomorrow and he doesn't sign tomorrow, then I might have to start being like, man, what are we doing right here?
To what point do you get a little bit like concerned?
I
Tomorrow?
get concerned. I get concerned. Yeah, after yeah tomorrow, really, because then I'm like, what's the holdup? Because the issue isn't the money. The issue is how it's allocated. So Mendoza want his money right now. We want to give him half now or half later. Like somebody gonna have to give.
The question is like, why are you not prepared to give it when you know that's the number one pick?
Because they're used to doing it one way. They're used to doing it, and then Mendoza like, no, if y'all gonna sit me, give me my chicken.
Man,
He like, I'm being a consummate pro. I'm not causing no waves. I'm not acting like I need to come in and start. And if y'all really want me to sit, what's wrong with y'all giving me my money
but
right
don't
now
push me
though?
though. Stop it. Like I'm the number one overall. I do what I do.
Yeah, that's how I kind of think he's looking at it. But I think he's going to end up having to let them do what they do though, because Spytek ain't gonna budge.
I guess that's my thing. Like, look, at the end of the day, I think they're going to come to terms. It's going to be signed. We're going to be okay tomorrow.
So
But man, I just don't know. You never know.
don't either, but I really hope so because if not, it's not a good look.
Well, I would say that every ounce, based on my projection, based on my research of Fernando, he needs every ounce of help to develop as an NFL quarterback. He does,
You lightweight worrying me, bro.
bro. Like it's not even lightweight. Like just like any standard, like w- where is he good? Like tell me. That's that's where I come from. Is where was his standard fucking high caliber? I'm all about the fact that even if you look at the the Penn State game, if you look at the Iowa game, he is mediocre at best. Mediocre. So we can always press that on a different time. But hey.
Yeah, we'll do that. Let's take a look at some preseason games and see how that play out.
I welcome not just the preseason, like look at Mendoza games. I welcome it.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do that. Just because you said that, because like I said, I definitely I've always respected what you said because I can tell by how you say what you say that it's a lot of thought behind it, and so even if I think I know something, I have no problem with quadruple checking what I feel or what I think because I could miss something. You could definitely point something out, like the things you pointed out tonight, and I'm be like, okay, cool. Let me look at it through this lens because the lens I was looking at it before is what makes this kid a Heisman? What makes him special? Now the question is, what makes him special? What makes him? What is his it factor?
Huh?
What
Okay.
makes him it at this level, though?
Yeah.
And that might be very well the reason why they already jumped on ship and was like, look, we're not about to play him already, bro. We about to bring in Kirk Cousins and rock out with Kirk Cousins and let that be what it is and get his kid some time.
Brother told me that like Bo Nix is legit. And I'm rocking with Bo Nix. I'm just saying.
I think he could be better than Bo Nix. That's just me, but I don't, that's just me talking though.
Saying. But that's
That's just me talking though. Because I don't really I don't I don't really know. To me, Bo Nick's ceiling, I feel like he almost at his ceiling.
Well, okay. So you want to get into it? Don't, man.
That's on you.
You don't press on another topic. You ready for this?
I know, right?
All right. So I'm gonna get real quick.
Uh-huh.
What's tough about Bo Nix is the one thing I loved about Bo Nix, not just one, but multiple. When he came out of college, not let's talk about his experience. Multiple starts, great. Loved it. His ball placement. I want to say his accuracy and ball placement was one of the best I've ever seen out of a college prospect. And ever since I have been evaluating quarterback.
Wow.
So Bo Nix, ball placement, his accuracy is nasty. And there's also so many things that I place in front of when you want to evaluate a quarterback. There's a lot that I put into consideration when I look at a quarterback. One, because flat out, quarterback is the hardest position to evaluate in sports. Period. It's the hardest. So I look at poise. I look at ball placement. I look at accuracy. I look at ball placement. I look at the amount of starts. That is probably my 5 biggest keys. And I'll tell you, Bo Nix hit all of them. And that's why I think what's his face out of Miami? Beck or
Carson Beck.
Carson Beck?
Carson Beck or whatever.
He has so many starts. And he might have the amount of starts or experience that Mendoza has. But man, I'll tell you, he's my number 2. I had Ty Simpson as my number 1 quarterback this year. Number 1. And if anybody wants to press me or like say you're crazy or whatever it is, I had Bo Nix as my number one quarterback coming out of Caleb Williams, Jaden Daniels, all them.
The thing about Ty Simpson, though, he don't have a lot of starts.
Who?
Ty Simpson.
No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. But you want to know why I had him number one? Is because this is the worst quarterback fucking room as long as we can imagine. That's the problem. This is hands down one of the worst quarterback classes since Kenny Pickett and Desmond Ritter.
Damn.
That's it. Go look at the stats. And so it's not saying that Ty Simpson is the best. Not well, or going to be like some game-changing guy. But go back and watch Ty Simpson's film. I'm serious. I
watched him and Mendoza go against each other. But you know what my problem with Bo Nix is? It's not his athleticism or his gameplay. It's his mental. It's his
who Mendoza?
Nah, Bo Nix. It's almost like it's almost like Brett Favre-ish. Kind of got like Brett Favre, Aaron Rodgers type attitude, like, oh, you might not want to run through a wall for this guy because he dang near is a jerk.
Bo Nix is different. It's hard to describe. Bo Nix is different. I'm just saying, like, I've been saying it since the day he came out of Oregon, and a lot of people pressed on me. They hated it, but I said Bo Nix. I wanted him. It was either Bo Nix or Talisi Fuaga that year. So I'm serious, man. Like,
I'm gonna peep it. I'm gonna take a week or so, and I'm gonna be hitting you. I'm gonna be like, okay, bro, I'm ready to have a conversation now.
Let's do this. And this is no disrespect to you, me, nothing.
Mm-hmm.
I encourage you to press me on my knowledge.
No, I love that. Yeah.
And
No, it ain't even coming for a practice. I really want to authentically see what you see.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
Like, when I first came on here, there was two things. When I first came on to the YouTube scene, this whole like regime was Tyree Wilson was a flop, was a bust, and Jordan Meredith is a starting caliber player. Like, those are my two.
Hey, he was right.
And it sucks, but like, Jordan Meredith, when he played, go back. I encourage anybody, go back and watch his play in the preseason against the Dallas Cowboys. And holy fuck, when Jordan Meredith played against the Dallas Cowboys, he was a fucking baller in the preseason. I was like, damn, okay. I want to see what this kid can do. And he established. And then I also did homework on Cody Whitehair. And Cody Whitehair was a fucking dog shit guard. And which it's funny because when I established that Cody Whitehair was a dog shit guard, I thought that shit, what the fuck is his name?
Parham?
No, it was another guy that never played on our team. Jesus, I'm blanking on his name. I thought because when we brought over man, not Cody Whitehair, the guard, the offensive coordinator. What the hell's his name? Whatever.
Getsy?
Getsy, yes. My bad. Getsy.
Oh, that's
So
late.
when we brought over Getsy, I was trying to like figure out where you gonna. Usually, when you bring over somebody that is establishing your offense, you want to bring over somebody. He brought over fucking white hair. I was like, you're fucking kidding me. This is bullshit. And then when we played against the Cowboys in the preseason game, I was like, fuck no. My guy Jordan Meredith, he's gonna fuck some people up, and he did, and he earned a spot week 3, week 4, and so Jordan Meredith won a spot. He did his thing, whatever. But at the end of the day, I just, for me, it's one of those things where I enjoy my space. You do you, and I love the platform you have. I think you do. Don't you do all sports?
Yeah, I do. But see, what happened was got frustrated with watching the Raider space, and I was like, let me see what's really going on. So I just niched down to nothing but the Raider space, and I just did my first show with all sports the other day with my because the other 3 guys I was doing the pod with those guys,
Yeah.
and and so then I had took a break for a while, and then of course with YouTube you take a break for a second, you
Oh,
gotta start all over damn near.
so I'm just letting you know, like I do my thing. I in the off season, I take a big break.
Hmm.
I do me. My every time took a break tonight, my wife, my kids will look at me like, what the hell you doing? So um, that's how I do. But I try to at least try to say what's up to everybody and just chill
Yeah,
out.
you do for sure. I had to learn the hard way about some of the things that's going on out here in this the whole Raider space, but it is what it is. Because when I came into this thing, I came in here uh, by myself because I didn't really need to, to collaborate, but I wanted to collaborate because it's just more fun that way.
Yeah.
But then after we had you kind of put me on game about what certain things and how people approach things, and then I got to looking at it, all the way around, and then the whole thing with Ben, and I'm like, okay, I see what's going on with that, and so I'm like, okay, cool. Let me just go and take a step back and just do what I do, and then just deal with whoever I choose to do it because I don't really have a problem with anybody. I
Yeah.
have a problem with people that say that they're Raider fans and they care about Raiders, and really they just care about their pockets. I do have an issue with that,
Yeah.
but that's part of the game too. This is entertainment, so whatever. So, but it's cool. It's
The
because and plus the season is coming up now, so it's gonna be so busy. It ain't even gonna be no time to be trying to really trip off that kind of stuff.
It comes to the point where, man, like, do what you do, have fun, rock out.
Mhm.
Uh, if we win more than 4 games, call me ass out. Uh, what, but do you, man? Hey, have fun. What I've learned, and what I've just for me is, um, you can point your platform in any direction, but at the end of the day, if you're not genuine, if you are not what you are, good luck. You know what I'm
For
saying?
sure.
So, um, I'm chill as shit. Like, hey, just hit me up if you want to talk Raiders. If you want to talk, uh, whatever comes up, I'm
Yeah,
game. You feel
for
me?
sure. Well, I'm definitely gonna hit you up because just just because I just respect how you go about your business anyway, and I can just tell I was getting frustrated with certain things because we'll have a conversation offline, even on the show, and then come back and turn around, and then then phrase it as something else, and I'm like, what's going on? You know what I mean? Like, what? All right, and then now all of a sudden you want to paint me out like I did something to you, and I'm like, all right, bro. All right, go and do what you do because really you got a history in this thing. 'Cause especially like when they named the NWA thing. I'm gonna just run this down just because I'm always straightforward. So I was trying to tell him, I was like, look, bro, if you get serious with what you do, cut out some of these things, you'll be able to get some of these brand deals. You'll be able to get to the space where some of these other people are, whatever. So
Yeah.
let's just click together and make it a group. And so then one of them was like, well, just call it NWA. So me not knowing the gravity of that name at that time, because once it got announced and then all this other stuff started happening, I started understanding what it came with and all that stuff. And then, okay, and so I'm like, all right, well, I got plans of things that I want to do. I got to get my page back monetized. Um, and then once I get there, then we can kind of make things work accordingly.
Yeah.
And I guess it wasn't accepted. Hold on for a second. Hold on.
Yeah.
So,
Do you think?
yeah. Wow.
Appreciate you.
And so, oh bad. So I was like, I want to create a debate show for all the Raider fans to come and debate whatever, during the week, whatever, just having fun or whatever. And sure enough, he was like, well, let's do a show. We do a show. I push him back on one thing. It wasn't even nothing too serious.
Yeah.
And he just kind of just went left with it because really with some other stuff going on that I've just been paying attention for a while, but whatever. And it's not the biggest a deal to me because at the end of the day, I know how to
Who,
fend for myself. So,
who went left?
uh, yeah. And so I was like, okay, cool,
Well,
whatever.
who went left?
Huh? Oh, Ben did.
Uh,
Did you? Well, oh, you must didn't see that show.
nah, I didn't.
Oh, so because what happened was he was we were talking about something because and he was trying to tell me, aren't you the one that said that you guys gonna have 10 wins? We were gonna have 10 wins. I was like, nah, I never said that, bro. I was like, that's what Dirty said. And he just kept trying to say it. Mind you, we just had a conversation offline, and I know he know I didn't say that, but he was trying to frame it like that. Why I don't know because he was essentially saying to me like, you know what? Maybe I should start telling people that we're gonna get 10 wins because that's what the people want to hear. And I was like, nah, bro, don't do that. I was like, I can see if you got more information and you really thought that, but don't just start telling people stuff because then you're no better than all the people that you talk crazy about. You know what I'm saying? And so he kind of got mad or whatever. And whatever personal thing that I don't know, but at the end of the day, I just didn't care because I was just like, bro, because you know Pizzle, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so because he ended up shooting Pizzle off the show
I
for
got.
what reason I don't know, and it because really what happened was Pizzle was just trolling him about we was coming up with topics, and Pizzle was like, oh man, we had already talked about that because I guess he was kind of feeling some type of way because I had Pizzle on the show. The
Yeah.
whole reason why I had Pizzle on the show was because when we was all on the panel, Pizzle never really got a chance to talk. So I was like, bro, just come on the show with me and just chop it in. And plus, he from Northern Cali like me, so
Yeah.
Yeah, it just was. It just made sense. You know, it was just an extension of the group. So he was like, "I'm gonna help you. You know, get your watch hours and all that other stuff. You know, if you need somebody to come do shows with you." And I was like, "Cool, 'cause I'm gonna get it done regardless." But yeah, I appreciate it. So I was rocking with Pizzle. So he stopped messing with Pizzle. And I was like, well, just because you not messing with him don't mean I'm gonna stop messing with him because he ain't do nothing to me. You know
Well,
what I'm saying? Just because you mad at him about something don't mean I gotta be mad at him. So so that
I'm with you. Like I don't get why you guys don't rock. I get it. You know,
yeah,
y'all do your thing.
yeah.
Um, but
So
it's wild, man.
it got
This
wild.
this whole space is a little wild, man.
But the thing about him is what pisses me off is I had his back to the fullest because I'm like, bro, you're a pillar in this YouTube thing, and people know that, but you don't have the respect that you probably should get. Well, because one, you always was funking with people or whatever. That was your history, but you trying to rebrand, which
Yeah.
is fine because I told you you should rebrand. You should stop smoking so much on there. You should stop cussing so much. You should. There's some things you should just fundamentally change if you want to be able to make money on this YouTube thing. And if you're not going to do that, I'm not going to associate my brand with it. I'll come on your show, but I'm not going to associate my brand with it because I don't want it to affect how I go about trying to get started in here because I'm the rookie in all this, right? I've been doing content, but I'm the rookie in this real content.
I feel
So
not
so
for
that's
I'm so he hit me up. I'm gonna rock with him on Friday, but uh,
mhm.
bro, like hey, keep doing your thing, man. Do your thing. Enjoy it. I'm always gonna rock out when I can, 100%, man. As long as
Yeah,
you welcome me,
yeah, you already know.
as long as you're straight, man. As long as you
And
welcome.
really, he just trying to outcompete me right now because a lot of things he's doing, he really got for me, and
Well,
I didn't want to be that guy because we were a team. I
bro,
don't care about that because of these ideas, I got a million of them.
do your thing. Invite me to whatever you want because honestly, like I don't look at it as a compete or whatever. I really don't.
Right,
I
right.
just like I'm I just want to talk football. If that
Yeah,
makes
me too. Hey, so Raiders first day, yeah, for sure. Matter of fact, this is why I want to do the whole fight or flight club is because all those content creators and I'm having it's going to be structured. It's not going to be some ghetto. It ain't going to be something where we arguing and fighting and all that. I just want just like how we were talking tonight. And then if it do kind of get a little, intense, whatever, then we can isolate those two in 30 minutes. You guys go, just have fun with it. It ain't gotta be all super serious. Like it don't. It really don't. We should be having fun. Like I'm from Oakland, bro. Like I'm really from Oakland and the whole nine. Like I understand the Raider spirit and all that. And I just saw part of that just leaving. And I was like, well, let's just have fun. Like tailgate, like let's just have fun. We all come from different walks of life. We ain't gotta see things all the same.
I'm own too, bro. My whole nine, all my ancestors, like my aunts and cousins from Oakland.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I mean, like this boy literally was like, man, I don't even forget. He was like, F the Raiders. He was like, I'm just trying to get money now. I'm selling out. And
Ah,
then I'm like, bro, I'm not cool with that.
yeah,
And
no,
so it was a problem. So okay, well, you do your thing over there. I'm gonna do my thing over here. Just don't try to come at me like you be coming at these other people because really, I'm gonna handle it. Not
100%.
on no fighting stuff, but I'm gonna handle it.
100%.
Yeah,
That's what
because really.
yeah.
I'm not no still in this. I'm not no young. I'm not 30. I'm
I'm
not
with you.
25. Bro.
Let's do it, man. 100%.
Yeah.
So
So anytime you want to, bro, it's good. I mean, like I'm gonna do my homework and we can um
do
we can make
hey,
it happen.
I'm saying do your homework on your research. I do mines. I've done mine for a long time, man. Hey, let's rock out. Hey, if you ever want to link up again, tell me. 100%.
Yeah, yeah. No, I'm gonna link up with you sooner than later. Trust me.
Do it, man.
Yeah, because
100%.
I really appreciate real knowledge because I know I don't know. And just because I sound confident in what I am, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I'm just wrong.
But and that's me too. I hope everybody realizes that. Like,
They don't. You know what? You want to know what the problem is? Everybody want to be right. That's why they be talking out of both sides of their mouth. They'll say one thing and then say the opposite thing at the same time so they can be right. And I don't care about that.
100%. Like, I don't care about being right. Like, that's my thing. I don't care about being right. I don't care about being like the fucking top dog. Like, at the
Right.
end of the day, this is just my assessment. That's all it is of like Fernando Mendoza or whatever it is. That's just what it is.
Yeah.
That's me. Honestly,
That's it.
could you imagine if I was like could just hater of everything? It don't make no sense. So yeah, man.
For sure. Let me see. I'm trying to get Raider first down. My info.
He's a bad man. Jason's a bad man.
Yeah, I like him. So and I got your IG is underscore 805 Raider, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so I'm gonna link up with you and hit you too. So
Let's do it.
it's all good, bro.
All right, man. Hey, have a great have a good evening. Let's rock out later, man.
All right, brother. I appreciate you.
All right,
All right, peace.
later.
Later. Hey Jason, hit my IG. Hit my IG, Jason, and it's EBH underscore black. Or matter of fact, let me see if I was gonna give you, I could give you the number. Or hey, so Christ like general. Are you still here? We got 9 people still up in this thing. I just wanted before I log off, I want to make sure I. Oh no, I wasn't even looking at the comments. I didn't even send the link. The link. Oh, the link is probably close to the top. Yeah, so that's why you didn't see it. My bad, Jack. Let's see. Oh, yep. Okay, perfect. Perfect. Well, Jack, you always good for the show. You know you good. He said I have a show, but I said I don't have no show, but I've been here longer than them. Oh, you got disconnected. Okay. Man, I appreciate my brothers pulling up. Man, we did a late night show. I appreciate y'all, man. Man, I just want to make sure. Let's see. Let's see. Okay, cool. Yep, I got you, bro. Let me know if you got the message. Let me see. Christ like the general. I like that actually. Oh, morning show. You're gonna do a morning show. Is that 11 a.m. Pacific time or West Coast time? Okay, I'm gonna jump off. Hey y'all, I appreciate y'all for rocking with me in the show. Thanks for the love. Thanks for your loyalty. You already know it's one nation. That's that Raider Nation. Cause I'm a Raider. You a Raider. From the Bay to LA to
I'm a Raider from the Bay to LA to Las Vegas. Recipes to Al Davis.